definitely a great birthday present, getting at least 3 points at this match day and 4 points as total. It's really amazing. My big compliments to my teammates for the games we played. It was really great today.
Actually, we played both games much better. We made our own mistakes. It's on the team. We lost against ourselves, not against Celtic. So for them, it's good for them because they got 4 points. But for us, it's not good. Yeah, we have to get back to the drawing board and make sure we play stronger against Juventus.
Sure, I'm not totally happy because in the first match we miss a lot of chance. Maybe 3 times Luca, 3 times Renzo, the penalty miss. But it's the game. In real football, it's the same.
We are happy with the 3 points, but we always work for the 6 points. But the luck of the game wasn't with us, and we felt that in the end of the game, and the stop didn't benefit us.
We are now on the second position of the table. It's very important for us, and maybe winning Schalke, it's a very important achievement for the club too. So we are very happy about the match day today.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Matchday 4 of eFootball.Pro. My name is Adam Butcher and I will be your host for today. But joining me in the studio, we have the beautiful Harry Channon, or the Chan man.
Thanks for that.
And of course, the Westmeister General as well. Guys, lovely to have you here. We seem to say this every single week, but this is a crux week again, isn't it?
It is, because at the end of today, we'll mark around the halfway point of the entire eFootball.Pro regular season. So teams are starting to run out now of those games where if you want to be in the final positions where you're playing, you know, in the knockout stages, you have to be securing points. So yes, a very big game for certain teams today.
Wes, what are you expecting from today?
I'm expecting a few more risks from teams. We've seen it a lot in the kind of the early goings of the season that some teams have played within themselves. I'm expecting to see a little bit more risk, and as a kind of a byproduct, I'm expecting more drama.
Yeah, because it's been quite cagey up to now in certain games, and time for some real drama. Before we look forward to Matchday 4 in all its glory, let's take a quick look back on what happened in Matchday 3. So, Harry, have you got a list of some of the results?
Yeah, I most certainly do. Back on Matchday 3, if you remember, we started off with Boavista versus Juventus, a game that we really wrote off Boavista's chances. They actually won the first game and secured themselves 3 points. Juventus, though, in game 2, coming back to secure 3 of their own. AS Monaco doing AS Monaco things. 2 3-1 wins secured them 6 points. Celtic with their first real points of the season, beating Manchester United in that second game 3-2 after a draw in the first, secured them 4 points. Then match 4, Barcelona versus Arsenal, 1-1 and 1-0 to Barca in the second game means they came away with 4 points. And then finally, we saw the German derby. Just not many goals in that one, very cagey as we just spoke about, but 2 1-0 wins for Bayern München allowed them to secure second place in the league table.
Yeah, there was so much drama, Wes, it's hard to pinpoint specific things, but is there anything that stood out to you in terms of that Matchday 3 that you think possibly changed proceedings in the whole tournament?
Yeah, I think looking at it, I think I was quite surprised and actually kind of quite impressed by the maturity that Boavista showed in their tactical approach to the game. But, you know, we mentioned on the commentary in Matchday 3 that they tried to lock down their defence and nullified that Juve attack. Obviously, the second game it didn't pan out quite as well, but that first game they really showed a bit of maturity, and I'm expecting them to take that forward today as well.
Yeah, we've kind of touted them as a bit of a dark horse. Maybe we should be starting to class them as potential to go right all the way. Before we go on more on this, we're going to take a look at the MVP and the best goal from Matchday 3, because of course at the end of the season we will also be looking at the highest number of goals, the highest assist and the best defence as well. But right now let's take a look at all of the action from Matchday 3. Defensively, as Wes keeps pointing out, has been brilliant from Boavista, and they're in again here. Chance to wrap up this first game. It's 2-0 to Boavista, and look at the celebrations. They are going wild. They've now got to shore up the middle 2 sections and try and go late on for the equaliser. As Johan plays it through, they might go straight away. They've got the equalising goal inside the opening half an hour, and that is the perfect response from FC Nantes. It's in towards Edouard. This is the moment. This is the biggest chance of Celtic season so far, and they've snatched a point. Dembele has a chance to pull the trigger, doesn't, goes left towards Lionel Messi, cuts inside, left foot shot, rocket into the far corner. They're 3 points down already. There's another chance here, they're wide open at the back, and it's a goal's been taken, and it's a great finish.
Yeah, an amazing, amazing match day, of course. We're joined on stage by Mr. Jordi Ochu, the Executive Director of EMR. He's going to be giving the awards out. Firstly, we're going to start with the best goal from match day 3. Let's take a look at the goal, and then we'll tell you who won.
They've now got to shore up the middle 2 sections and try and go late on for the equaliser. As Johan plays it through, they might go straight away. They've got the equalising goal inside the opening half an hour, and that is the perfect response from FC Nantes.
Yeah, a lovely team goal it was as well. And of course, the scorer of that goal was Kepa. Congratulations, Kepa. Walking away with 10,000 euros. Incredible. How does it feel to win the award?
I'm very happy, to be honest. My team helped me. That was team goal, so big credit for my teammates, Rox and Asba, because without them, not possible to score a goal like this.
Indeed, it was a lovely team goal. Congratulations and good luck for today as well. Now we turn our attention to the best MVP, the most valuable player, of course. Let's take a look at the highlights from his performance, and then we'll tell you who won.
I mean, that's more than some players coming into today's match day actually had. I mean, that's more than Celtic entirely.
It's in towards Gelson Martins, and he tried to go for the manual goalkeeping.
It was, of course, one of the greatest players currently on the planet, Us Makabal. Congratulations, MVP from Matchday 3. Another 10,000 euros to his name. A lovely smile there as well. How does it feel? Same question. How does it feel to win this award for MVP?
I'm very happy to win this trophy. But for me, Lotfi and Kidziu, my teammate, deserve two trophies. For me, the last game, the most important is to take 6 points. And this is, like French people say, is a cherry in the cake. It's a proverb in France. And, for me, the most important is to win against Nantes.
A cherry on top of the cake, says Us Makabal. Congratulations again. Best of luck to you as well today. Let's take a look at all of Us Makabal's action as an MVP from Matchday 3.
Moment, you know, Nantes have got an answer for everything at this point, but as we see, as they make their way through,
lovely pass, left foot shot into the corner. Time and time again, the goalkeeper's come up trumps, but it does not matter.
I mean, that's more than some players coming into today's match day actually had. I mean, that's more than Celtic entirely.
It's in towards Gelson Martins, and he tried to go for the manual goalkeeping. Again fired in towards Slimani. Then the runners go off him. It's in towards Augustine. They can't do anything about it. Manual goalkeeping again.
Can come again.
It is through towards Pellegrini to win it for AS Monaco. It's just too easy. Yeah, so a lovely goal from Kepa and, of course, a wonderful performance from Usmakabal for the MVP award. And just a few stats coming up for you of his performance from the day. There he is, looking in fine fettle on that photo as well, I must say.
I mean,
talk us through it, Harry.
It's really hard to argue against him being the MVP of the previous match day. He's probably the undisputed king at the moment of eFootball PES. I mean, current world champion, current leading goal scorer, current leading assister in the eFootball.Pro season so far. And you can see his stats right there, 7 goals, 10 assists. That's more goals contributed towards than some clubs in the eFootball.Pro season so far, if even scored themselves. So undisputed king for me.
Yeah, it's a crazy prospect. Wes, where do you start with this guy at this moment in time?
He simply is the best player on the planet at this time, and for me, it always seems to be whenever the spotlight is brighter, he grows into it. Some people shrink, some people don't perform that way. He sees that spotlight, that's his stage, and at the moment, eFootball.Pro is Monaco's house at the moment, and you know, he's front and centre of their performances.
Absolutely. Now, we've talked about Matchday 3. We now need to turn our attentions, of course, to Matchday 4, which is why we're all here. The drama is going to continue. Harry, the Chan man, talk us through what we're going to see today.
Well, our first game of today is, when you look at the two positions in the league table, Barcelona versus Schalke. Barcelona 5th in the league at the moment, Schalke down there in 8th. Schalke actually on a 4-game losing streak. They won the first 2 games of the first match day, have lost every game since. So you'd say maybe that one favouring Barcelona. Looking a little bit further on, we have FC Nantes, versus Arsenal FC as our second match. Juventus versus Manchester United. Again, 2 teams split by goal difference, I believe, at the moment. By 2 points in the league at the moment. So again, that's another close matchup in the table. Boavista, who arguably we've written off so far, contributing towards surprise results against teams that are argued to be stronger against them. Go up against FC Bayern München, who find themselves second in the table. And then finally, for me, our game of the day, a potential banana peel, a banana skin game for AS Monaco. Currently undefeated, they go up against a very hungry Celtic FC side who find themselves a little bit further down the table than maybe they would like, but have a chance to really make a statement here today. If they get a win or even take any points away from AS Monaco, they're going to be considered at this point a real contender.
Yeah, some titanic battles today, Harry. Wes, very quickly, is that the game that you would pick, or is there another game there?
Well, I think the curious thing for me is Arsenal.
Okay.
And it's more to the fact that they're at the foot of the table. The great thing about this league at the moment is that nobody's completely out of this yet. Arsenal have got some work to do.
2 wins, like we said before, programme, and 6 points, and they're up to 10 points.
Yeah,
so
all of a sudden
place.
you find yourself in the top 4 rather than being at the foot of the table. It's all still to play for, and I think that Arsenal-Nantes game is going to be the game to watch.
Yep. Let's take a look at what the players are doing currently right now up in our training room. We should hopefully have some live feed coming soon. Guys, talk us through what's going through, especially Wes, what's going through the heads right now, Mr. Pundit.
Well, Mr. Pundit, I
there
like
that.
In terms of
probably better than Wes Meister General, I suppose.
It probably is. But in terms of these guys now, they're all relatively comfortable with it. I spoke with some of the United guys before broadcast. They only want a couple of games just to get used to the flow of the game, and then that's it, because you can do too much. And I think in scenarios like this, it's very much just trying to relax, get comfortable with where you're at in your team, and then try and take that performance on.
Indeed. Harry, what would you be thinking if you were a player right now?
I'm probably thinking if I'm towards the top of the table, like Monaco and Bayern München, who have a little bit of a gap and a bit of a safety net, as you said at the top of the show, Wes, maybe start taking some risks. I mean, we played a warm-up game a little bit earlier on, and you took a shot from very, very far away, and as soon as you scored it, you were like, this is the type of goal that these professional PES players can score, and hopefully we see more of that today, because it was a beautiful goal, by the way.
It really was. We talked about the players, we've talked about what's happened and what's gone. Let's get straight to the first game of the day, which is, of course, Schalke 04 versus FC Barcelona. And, of course, the players for FC Schalke today will be El Matador, Gul and Merriman as well, as you can see on your screen there. They need a big performance today, of course, but equally, it's a massive game for Barcelona. We have Guerrero, Henry Quino and De Palma as well. A titanic battle to get us underway. looking back to the table, Harry, how's this going to affect everything?
So, as I said before, Barcelona sitting on 8 points. We really haven't seen the best of Barcelona so far. We've seen, I mean, their record, 2 wins, 2 draws, 2 losses. So pretty consistent in that regard. But I still think we're waiting to see how they settle in together. And they're one of those teams at this point that can't really afford to take those risks. They need results, and we haven't really seen them break away as we thought we might see them do at the start of the season. On the other side, again, Schalke won those 2 games against Celtic on Matchday 1. Ever since, have yet to win a game. So I want to see Schalke, again, turn around their fortunes and really play to the best of their potential.
Well, let's wait no longer. We have the players waiting in the wings. It's FC Schalke 04 versus FC Barcelona. Let's get straight to all of the action.
Yeah, we want to play better than the last 2 match days. Last 2 matches we had 0 points, and that's not enough for the playoffs. But we have problems with our team, and we have the lowest offensive players in the league. But we have to deal with it now, and yeah, we try to get points from Barcelona.
We're training a lot, and we hope to have a great game and win in this match day.
Lovely to hear from the players there, and they're ready with their controllers in hand to start the day. So let's get things underway. FC Schalke 04 versus Barcelona. Let's do this. So Schalke on the left-hand side of your screen and Barcelona on the right. Huge clubs in the world of football, and a huge, huge day at the office, Wes, for Schalke.
Yeah, and
they need to bounce back, don't they?
Yeah, and it was interesting to hear that they've analysed their team and they understand that offensive options, they don't really have that many. It'll be interesting to see how they've formulated that into their tactic, because as we've seen, that they tend to not really have an out ball. As we mentioned, kind of first and second match days, Harit was pretty good for them. You had Rahman, who comes off the bench as well. They've got Bergsaler, who's kind of like a point man up top. But looking at it, it's just going to be interesting to see how they actually play it out. Looking at the formations here, you've got Schalke setting out in a 4-2-3-1. Barcelona, curiously, looking at a 4-4-2 at this point, which is a bit of an interesting option. So
yeah, Harry, we talk about how it's such an important day for Schalke, but Barcelona are only sitting 2 points ahead of them in 5th place. Equally, you'd have to say that they need to probably get something out of today as well, if they're really going to start to look for the top of the table.
Yeah, you might argue that they need to buck their ideas up just as Schalke do on the other side. It's really tricky to figure out where these 2 clubs are at the moment. Would love to listen in and just have a little listen to what they're saying right now as they maybe set up their team tactics.
And as soon as you said that, they stopped talking, which is great.
That's fine. But realistically, for me, this is about 2 different clubs that I'm not sure where their mental state's at right now. Obviously, we speak about that losing slump that Schalke are on at the moment. Barcelona equally yet to come out with a real statement win with 6
2 wins,
points.
2 draws and 2 defeats says it all really about Barcelona's season so far. They've kind of been... the word "ish" is not used very much in broadcast, but that's kind of how I feel their season's gone so far, Wes.
Yeah, it's been a long time ago since match day 1 where they stole it at the death against Juve. It's a very long time ago, and looking at how they've played since then, they haven't really, as Harry alluded to, they haven't really came to the party with anything that would suggest that they are destined for those top 2 spots. I think if you were to take a poll at the start of the league, yep, they would have looked on paper as a great team to put your money on. But actually, when it comes to actually playing the game, there's many different things that can happen. So
does that surprise you, considering they've got the likes of Griafera in their ranks, one of the greats of eFootball, PES?
I think it's surprising that in terms of how their chemistry is working at the moment, is that it doesn't feel as though it's as fluid as it could be. I know you alluded to a lot of, well, actually, there's just a lot of Guifera just talking at people. There's not really a lot of kind of communication going along. We could probably see more of that, and that might actually lend itself to actually building a bit more of a team ethos rather than it just being solely down to one guy to lead the charge.
Yeah, and Harry, have you got any facts and figures, the stat man, in terms of Schalke, for example, and what they might be looking to do, or are you going to go with the Barcelona contingent?
I think I'm looking at Barcelona here and just looking at their overall shots on target. I mean, 16 shots on target across, however many games of PES they played, 6 games of PES. That really should be a higher output for a club that is the caliber of FC Barcelona.
Indeed, well, we are underway already in match day 4. Schalke kicking from left to right in the blue and white home strip, and Barcelona right to left in their away strip. And it's some early possession here for Schalke down the right-hand side. And Harry, how would you approach this if you were Schalke?
I think you have to try and rattle Barcelona off the start, and it seems certainly that's what they're going to try and do. I mean, an early goal would really settle the nerves and just give you that bit of confidence that you need, that Schalke, I feel like, at the moment are lacking.
In towards Rakitic. First chance here for Barcelona, but the chip-through ball was just too much to evade the control.
Schalke certainly seems to be settling the game down a little bit here, which is, again, what you want to see them doing. You want to see them, try and grab the game by the scruff of the neck with a bit of possession. But just as I say that, Barcelona able to turn over the ball. So then, Schalke once again trying to attack here. Wes, not sure if you are with me. You are?
Oh, fantastic.
It's
okay.
Which is good. Sorry about this. We're experiencing some technical difficulties. Here is Harrit on the ball for Schalke. Just offside there, I believe. And that's been sort of a tale of Schalke's season so far, Wes, hasn't it? I mean, just a little bit out of sync with each other when it comes to the attacking gameplay.
Yeah, and it's always we mentioned about how Schalke have played with each other for quite a long time and that they know each other's games, but even still, nerves can jangle. You can misread a pass. You can take one step one step the other way, and you can really get caught out, especially in stat balancing mode. What with the physicality and those different types of stats can really kind of cause a bit of an issue.
So, thankfully, someone has unplugged Adam Butcher's microphone, so we don't have to listen to him anymore. He will be back with us shortly. Junior Firpo able to intercept, and now Barcelona with an attack. Here is Suarez. Albert trying to get round the Schalke man. Back to the Uruguayan, using his strength there to hold up the ball. Messi in support here as well. Scrambles through to him, but just a little bit lackadaisical there, and now a chance maybe for Schalke to counter, but that's going to allow Barcelona an invitation back. Messi's in behind here, feeds it back to Rakitic, off the post. Early chance for Barca, but just outside the post.
Yeah, well, you can see that Barca are trying to make inroads. Schalke not really doing too much at the moment, but I think that it's going to come down to, I feel this game will come down to one chance, and if they can put it away, then I think that's what we're looking at right now.
Well, we saw it on match day 1 against Celtic FC. That's the 2 wins that have come for Schalke so far, sitting on 6 points, all of them coming from that first match day.
And I'm back.
He's back from the dead. Welcome back, mate. Where'd you go?
Just went for a chill, to be honest. It was an early start, so I had a little 10-minute break there. Technical difficulties aside, we are back live, and you can listen to my Dorset tones as the ball gets played down the right-hand side to Dembele. And thanks for stepping in there, Harry, of that chance as Rakitic plays it across the face. And I've come back at the perfect time because it's Luis Suarez and it's Barcelona 1-0 to the good.
Well, we said it might come down to the first chance and the first goal in this game, and it's fallen to the Catalan club. It was a lovely passage of play. We'll see it here in just a moment. And really, it's lackadaisical defending from Schalke. They might feel a little bit hard done by. Their players maybe could have done more, but it's Rakitic just able to feed the ball across the face of goal, and Suarez, well, he makes it good.
And Wes, this is worrying times now for Schalke because they've been under the cosh for most of the game so far, and they're now behind.
Yeah, they're going to need to summon all their years of experience and all of their years within the game to be able to actually get this back and back, you know, before the break. You know, if they can get a goal before half-time, you know, that might kind of kick them into life a little bit. But Barca, again, have kind of dropped down to a defensive style of play now, so you might see them hold the ball a little bit more and play a little bit more possession that they're already known for.
Indeed, and this could be the statement victory potentially for Barcelona that we've been asking for, and it's Schalke looking to respond though. But it's a poor pass and cleared away up towards the halfway line, back in Schalke possession towards Harit down the left-hand side. Piqué comes across. That's food and drink for the man of many talents as he plays it forward towards Sergio Busquets, blocked by Gattuso.
I mean, looking at those stats there, Adam, I mean, 11 goals conceded is, I mean, it's not great, but then when you look at the goal-scoring form as well, I mean, 3 goals across 6 games of PES. As a team for Schalke, they need to turn their fortunes around in at least a goal-scoring form.
Yeah, they certainly don't score enough goals. Even the goals, the games they did win, as they tried to have a shot from the edge of the area there, even the games they did win at the start of the season, I think they were 2-1-0s. So they certainly need to get on the front foot and make their chances count as well. But it's Barcelona who are countering as Dembele finds Suarez. Now Rakitic chips it in towards Lionel Messi, looking really dangerous again. Good defending. Pinball around side the 6-yard box, finally cleared, but Barcelona looking to assert their dominance and get what could potentially, Harry, be a killer second goal.
Yeah, cleared by goal in the end, but there have been murmurings, and even El Matador, the team captain, said in an interview last match day, you know, we need a bit of backup here from Schalke, a bit of business in the January transfer window, because our attacking playing options aren't really as good as some of the other teams in the league. But I don't think you can put that goal-scoring form down to the personnel you have. I think you have to look at the players that you're playing with just not being on the same page and maybe not being up to the same calibre as everyone else.
Yeah, and Wes, Harry talked about the personnel for Schalke 04. How does that affect the way they approach a match? Because, of course, they will have strengths and weaknesses, as any squad would. What are the strengths of Schalke that they need to kind of focus on, do you think?
Well, they have physicality across the pitch. As we mentioned, they've got Bergstad, they've got Uth, I believe, on the bench as well, who are quite, you know, they're not pacey forwards, but they can certainly bring the likes of Harit and bring the likes of Rahman into the game. So, you know, if you have to take a hold-up approach to the game as opposed to trying to just, you know, counter-attack teams, you might need to take that approach.
So, second half underway, and it's all to do for Schalke, the German Giants, as Busquets plays it forwards. Good interception, though, and now Nurkan hack down on the halfway line and a chance to possibly get the big boys forward from the back, launch it in. Well, they may go short, as often happens in eFootball PES. They do go short to Becker. It's a really sloppy pass, but they've got away with it. Stasic down the left-hand side to Harit, who's probably been their most dangerous player so far, and almost a shooting opportunity, but a good pickpocket there from Barcelona. Now they come forward in sways down the left-hand side through Jordi Alba and Rakitic, etc., but he's held back. They still maintain possession, though, and then they give it away.
Yeah, a little bit fortunate there for Barcelona to retain possession just for a little while. This one, if left, will be a Barcelona throw, but elects to play it back inside. One thing I will say, though, is Henriquinho has impressed me early on. It was Guifera, the captain, to slot home the only goal of the game so far, but Henriquinho on defence has been really solid, making some promising runs up top as well.
Here's a chance for Schalke though, as the ball gets played in towards Gattuso. Good header away. Harit still with possession again. It all seems a little bit rushed at the moment, doesn't it, Harry?
A bit unimaginative for me from Schalke. Why not, instead of playing that risky ball, just retain possession, really suffocate Barcelona? Instead, they're now on the counter.
But for a poor pass, possible tied legs coming in as we approach the 2/3 mark in the game, the 60-minute mark, when we do often see changes. Wes, what would you do in terms of changes here for either side, really?
Well, I think for Schalke, they really need to kind of have a look at their shape that they're playing within, although they might get a lucky break here.
They might do indeed. It's in towards Gattuso! And Schalke are back with a bang just when you may have been writing them off at home. They grabbed the equalising goal, and it was a wonderful finish, wasn't it, Harry?
Oh, it really was. And that's going to instill some confidence, and you can see relief is the body language we're seeing up there on the stage. A smile from El Matador, that's something we haven't really seen in too many match days so far. We'll see the goal here again. It comes from a break, and this was, again, a bit fortunate in the midfield, but that's some of the fortune that I feel like Schalke so far this season have been on the receiving end of some poor fortune, and they get lucky there, and luckily they are able to put the goal in the back of the net.
They are indeed. And Wes, we see this time and time again now with this manual goalkeeping. I know we bring it up quite a lot, but that to me wasn't well used at all.
No, you have to assess the situation. In that type of situation, you want to actually give Schalke the opportunity to go, okay, we need to make it, you know, we're going to pick our spot. You know, I think as soon as they saw a manual keeping, you know, or a manual keeping option,
it just freed the whole goal up towards the far post.
One, it frees up the full goal, and two, Schalke, it gives them every impetus to just hit it first time, whereas you can at least make them make a difficult decision.
So why do they do that then? Why did Barcelona try manual goalkeeping there? What would be the benefit from that position? Because it wasn't as if it was one-on-one, for example. You know, it was still quite a long way out.
Yeah, I think realistically, I think it's instinct. A lot of these players play 1v1, and they'll have their own ways of doing things. When it comes to co-op, you kind of forget that actually you're staring down the face of it with two teammates that you've got to kind of, you know, put your trust in.
Yeah, so 1-1, Schalke with a timely equaliser there just when people were starting to doubt their potential for the season ahead. But Barcelona have kind of gained momentum back, shackled away there as Barcelona starting to suffocate Schalke in the final third as Dembele has the chance of cross but goes back onto his left foot, and he's quite fortunate there, Harry, to get a corner.
Yeah, in the end, a little bit lacklustre, but I'm seeing a lot more strength in defence from Schalke, which is one of the questions we were asking about them coming into the day, looking at their defensive record. Some changes coming in here, though. Chance for both lineups to tweak things. Already I'm seeing Barcelona's tweaking in turning one of their defensive or central midfielders into more of a number 10 in behind their two strikers.
You kind of get the feeling that, as we just listened to some of the players, you kind of get the feeling that a point apiece in this first game, both sides might not be too disheartened by that.
Yeah, I think looking at it, I think it's a fair result at this point. I really do. I haven't seen enough from either team to kind of say that they deserve to take the three.
Yeah, I think obviously both teams will be wanting all three from this first game, but realistically it's been a bit of luck here or there.
Lionel Messi crosses in, headed goalwards by Piqué, didn't quite get enough on the header to really test Langer in the Schalke net as he thumps the ball downfield. 19 minutes remaining for one of these two sides to grab what would be possibly an unlikely winner at this moment in time, as it's quite even across the board. He goes down under a challenge. Referee is unmoved, and there were many Schalke fans inside the stadium which wanted a penalty there as it's headed in and over the top. The goalkeeper came and missed. Oh no, he didn't. He got a timely shoulder to the ball there. Unorthodox goalkeeping, but it certainly worked, and now the corner comes in and punched away again. Brilliant goalkeeping for a second time in as many minutes by the Barcelona number one.
Still pinned back in their own third here, though, so need to keep their wits about them. Now's the time for Schalke really to put Barcelona to the sword. A goal here would put them in great stead towards those 3 points.
Yeah, you felt for them after going behind so early. but they've responded really well, and they're just as likely to grab a winner at this moment in time. It's a really hard one to call this, as a real mix-up at the back there from Barcelona. And it's going to be a corner, and Schalke just ramping up the pressure here.
Yeah, they can't seem to deal with this Barcelona. What can Schalke conjure up?
Such an important part of the game, set pieces, as we've seen over the last few weeks. Boavista #1, probably, Wes, in terms of their ability to use set pieces so far.
Yeah, I'd say them. Monaco as well have been quite prolific with it, as Griezmann breaks.
Yeah,
He's got
really
Messi
opening up here. Messi can't quite get on the end of it.
It's a very open game here, Adam. I'm not going to lie to you. It's certainly both of these teams recognising at this stage of the season, you know, 6 points here or even 4 points.
Straight away, though, this is a more offensive performance from Schalke, isn't it? And we touched on at the start of the game, start of the day, should I say, that we might start to see the shackles come off.
Yeah, I mean, 6 or 4 points for either team here would be the difference maker at the end of the season, potentially. So it's good to see both of these football clubs recognising that, and the players really going for it.
7 minutes remaining here. Schalke 1, Barcelona 1. Can one of these two sides grab a winner to really propel their season? As Barcelona come again down this left-hand side. Jordi Alba plays it across. It's a risky one, but Gerard Piqué made the most of it. Now on towards Griezmann. He's away from the defender. Big chance here for Barcelona. What a save from the Schalke goalkeeper, and that was probably the best chance of the second half, Harry.
Yeah, no chance either for a corner to come in, as it's a strong hand from the keeper. Cleared away from the defender. Pressure still on, and importantly for Schalke, still time for a counter potentially here as well. So
as much as these two sides have been fairly equal, you wouldn't write off any one of them grabbing a winner, and that might just be Barcelona, as Messi's cross just can't get on the end of the outstretched striker in the middle because it's blocked out at the near post. But that's a poor clearance there, and groans around the studio as Lionel Messi goes through. He's away from the defender, balls it across the face, and somehow it's gone the wrong side of the post. But Barcelona knocking on the door. The wolf is outside the house. Can he come in? That's the question. Sergio Roberto with the set piece. 2 minutes of added on time, says the fourth official. In towards the 6-yard box, punched away by the goalkeeper. Is there time for a counter-attack? No, it's been wrestled back by Barcelona. Roberto plays it in towards Messi. It's going to go all the way out of play and possibly might be the last attack of the game so far.
Yeah, people in the studio recognising no more time. So 1-1, the first game between these two clubs. That is how it will finish.
A really intriguing first game as the referee finally brings it to an end. A really interesting one, that, guys, because it looked, after going so early behind, that it'd be a tough one for Schalke to respond in, but respond they did, and I think 1-1 was a fair result across the board.
I think so, but when you're looking at the complexion of the two clubs and their fortunes so far this season, you'd say Schalke will be the happier with that point after being on such a losing streak without scoring many goals in those losses. To get a 1-1 draw against a team like Barcelona, who at the start of the season we were maybe questioning as a team that could be within the top 4, maybe even the top 3 clubs, I think they'll be happier than Barcelona there, who might have argued they let it slip after going up 1-0.
Yeah, so that point for Barcelona leapfrogs Manchester United for them, should I say, into 4th place so far. Of course, they have a game to come, and Manchester United have 2 games to come as well. And that point for Schalke lifts them to joint 6th with FC Nantes and Boavista as well. So, like you said, an important point potentially going forwards at the end of the season.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's worth noting, we bring it up almost every single match day, but you only play your opponent club once per season, once per match day. Obviously, you play 2 games against them, but you only get the opportunity to face up against this club once per game season. So
12
I mean,
pointers across the board.
Essentially, it is a 12-pointer. So any points dropped here or there could, I mean, it's an opportunity for teams around you in the league to leapfrog you potentially.
It is indeed. And that's what's so fascinating, Wes, that, you know, if it was just the 3 points, it would be a little bit, you know, more cagey probably across the season. But knowing that there's 6 points at stake, it's such a big incentive to go out there and get them, isn't it?
Yeah, and it allows you to have some type of kind of mental reset. So, you know, if the first game goes badly, you have the opportunity to rectify it in the second. And I think you know, as it was kind of last season, you had the tie element, so it was a case of, oh, well, if we win the first game, we can draw the second, and that would be enough. Whereas this time, it's points are on the board in every single game, and I think that's what kind of makes this more intriguing as the season progresses.
Formations-wise, are they pretty similar to what we just seen?
Yeah, looking at how they're setting up, it's pretty much as you were in terms of kind of team selection. It'll be interesting to see, though, you know, kind of why, you know, at least a focal point of a number 9 isn't really being implemented by Schalke. You know, you look at who they're playing up top, and you've got actually is Bergstaller the better option. Because against PK, as we talk about physicality, if you've got Bergstaller who's backing into him, he'll physically be able to hold it off and allow Schalke a little bit more room, a little bit more time to play. So it'll be interesting.
It kind of was paying off in that first game. The likes of Harrit joining the attack, etc., using that tactic.
Yeah, and exactly, and that's the thing. You have to play in a way that suits your team that you have in front of you. This isn't at home where you're playing, you know, with just the team that you want to play with. This is your team that you have set out with, and this is the team that they play with.
Yeah, and in terms of, Harry, in terms of, you mentioned Henriquinho, for example, he impressed you in that first game. Is there anyone else that stood out to you, or is he the standout man over the two teams?
I think the captain, El Matador, did so well after getting that equaliser against FC Barcelona, really steadying that back line, steadying the defence of Schalke. We'll need to do much more of that, I predict, here in this second game.
Well, indeed, we are underway in the second of the first match game of the day. Harrit on the left-hand side. It is Schalke that come forward first, and there's a lot of space here for Mirkan. Chance to shoot, surely. Great block, and somehow scrambled away. A lightning start for Schalke as they look to take the game by the jugular.
Yeah, great footwork there from a Schalke man. Able to get a more likely shot in.
That's a wonderful cross in towards Mirkan.
But Barcelona in the end throwing bodies in front of the ball as they continue to do. It's been certainly not the most fundamental of defences from Barcelona, but you know, bodies in front of the ball is always going to do.
Indeed, showing great tenacity there in the defensive third as Luis Suarez joins the attack on the left-hand side, flicks it back to Jordi Alba, support from Rakitic in the middle. Great control, lovely flick. This could be one of the goals of the day if they can get it. They can't. It's great defending in the end, but that was wonderful approach play from Barcelona, and they're still on the attack through Rakitic. Clipped in towards the near post, cleared away only as far as Busquets. This is a great response here from Barcelona, and again, stunning defending from Schalke. This game's starting to open up already in just 10 minutes gone.
Yeah, stunning defending once again from the captain, El Matador, not once but twice repelling the Barcelona attacks. Unfortunate they're an attack, but it's bounced their way.
It has in towards Kutuscu. Good challenge, just about holding up the Schalke player. Now Barcelona come again. This game is ebbing and flowing at this moment in time. We're just waiting for that one moment of magic to unlock the door as Luis Suarez puts it in towards Rakitic. Back to Suarez. Lovely first touch away from the defender. Oh, just got held back. Again, a few half-hearted appeals from the Barcelona contingent. Referee waved them away, though.
Great physicality once again from the captain, El Matador, continuing his defensive work here in the second game.
Looking to accumulate those points for best defence of the day for sure, as Schalke again managing to smother the Barcelona attack. But Wes, Barcelona, they're starting to look pretty impressive, aren't they?
Yeah, they're starting to get their passing move going here. As you can see, Dembele into Rakitic. Oh, that's so prime. Oh, what a save! That's a fantastic save.
Unbelievable stop there to deny Luis Suarez, because that was the best attack we've had so far in the opening first half of the first half, as Rakitic plays it towards Jordi Alba. Barcelona just aren't giving up the ghost here. They want to continue until they get the breakthrough, but the door is just about still closed, Harry.
Just about, but it's important here for Schalke to not allow Barcelona to move up through those gears. If they get into fourth or fifth gear,
oh, what a ball that is in towards Kutuscu. First touch is incredible, wonderful save. Mirkan, another stunning block, bodies on the line job from Barcelona. And we mentioned about momentum. It nearly shifted back there, didn't it, as it gets played in again towards Harrit. Cleared away.
Credit Guifera. It's the captain on one side for Schalke, and Guifera now for Barca, stepping up.
Harrit in towards the near post, cleared away by PK again. They were queuing up there, the Schalke strikers, as Jordi Alba now brings it away, and it seems to be happening in waves between the two sides. There'll be, 5 minutes where Barcelona have all of the play, and then it switches down the other end.
This is wonderful.
Now it's back in Barcelona territory again. Suarez, great save by the goalkeeper. How many times have we said that today?
It's wonderful play there from Barcelona. Unlucky not to be rewarded with a goal, but they're really ramping up the gears now.
It's a free kick as Henry Quinho is felled on the edge of the area under the astute guidance of Lionel Messi, and it will be that man over the free kick. We often see them play it short, but he's gone for goal straight away, and it's straight down the throat of Lange. He's not going to be beaten from there.
The reason I pick out Guifera on the Barcelona side is because it was his manual goalkeeping that prevented that one-on-one from being a Schalke goal. So credit to both captains here, El Matador's defensive work and also Guifera's goalkeeping.
Schalke this time forcing the corner. A goal just before half-time could be so crucial in either of these two teams' seasons in towards a near post, and it's an easy claim in the end from ter Stegen. And it's volleyed down towards Jordi Alba. They maintain possession here in their own half. Crossed in towards PK, chance to switch it out towards the right-hand side. Semedo forward towards Messi, who's had a bit of a quiet game, but we know he can burst into life in an instant as Henry Quinho again is dispossessed. And Goul can bring the ball away. Now forward towards Goul again, and it's Kutucu. Had numbers over there and didn't use them, did they?
Yeah, good defensive work, I suppose you could say, from Barcelona, but just a bit of hesitance on the ball allowed the Catalan club's defensive contingent to get back and again get behind the ball as we enter added on time now in the first half.
Last attack of the first half. It's in towards Rakitic. He fires it forwards towards Suarez, who strayed just the wrong side of the defender. And it looks like we are ending the first half how we started the game and how we ended the first game. A draw, stalemate.
It's high octane though. You might look at this game and see 0-0. I think the difference maker, it could easily be 2-2, but I think the difference maker here coming into half time is what changes these two football clubs make going into it. I'm liking Barcelona's two men up top. That I think they've recognised in a 3 versus 3 competition, if you have those two strikers up top, they're already in positions to either make runs off the ball for the third man controlling a midfielder, or hold up the play for that third man as a midfielder to run in behind. So I'm liking their formation choice. I'm not sure whether or not it's going to be the difference maker. For me, it's all about who they can bring on and what Schalke can do maybe to counteract that two-man striking force of Barcelona.
And Wes, out of the two teams, who would you be most happy with if you were in that camp right now? Which camp would you prefer to be in, Barcelona or Schalke?
I would prefer probably to be in the Schalke camp at this point. I think that, as Harry alluded to in terms of shape and setup, they're solid in their approach. It's just a case of they just need to get a little bit of the rub of the green, so to speak. And if they happen to get that, they could come out of this with 3 points.
Jordi Alba down the left-hand side, plays it in towards Luis Suarez. First attack of the second half, deflected cross in towards Rakitic, scrambled away again. Mirkan pops it off. It's a poor pass, though, straight to Dembele. Barcelona come again through Rakitic. Jordi Alba finds Messi. Messi, another chance to get a shot away, possibly. Lovely footwork. And it's just a whisker wide of the near post.
Yeah, just something to pick up on just in that passage of play. We're noticing that every time that ball goes forward for Schalke, it just keeps pouring back. And they have so many men that are kind of in their own third, that when it gets up to Kutucu or it gets up to Harit, there's not enough players up there to actually be able to play that back in and get it going again.
And also, if you don't get that pass up to one of the front men for Schalke, Barcelona are immediately coming right back at you. So something to look out for, definitely.
52 minutes gone here between Schalke and FC Barcelona. Just Rakitic wins it back again.
Forcing it a little bit too much for Schalke at the moment.
Yeah, Barcelona have certainly started this second half the better of the two teams. It's fired in towards Dembele. Again, the offside flag is raised, but the pressure just beginning to mount here.
Just want the German club to maybe settle down a little bit here. They need to realise what is on the line. They are still at 0-0. No reason to force these passes and go
for where they are in the table, though. Is a second point good enough here?
Certainly not, but I mean, it's better than 0 points, which if they keep playing the way they are, I feel like Barcelona are more likely to score next.
Dembele in towards Suarez, hacked away by Sane. We know that momentum is such a key thing in the eFootball.Pro League, and so far Schalke doing a lot of soaking up at the start of this second half, and we know it can switch in an instant and they can be back on the front foot as they are here through Mirkan. Forces a corner, and they can possibly look to try something here to break the deadlock. Often in such tight games, it is a set piece that can be all the difference. On this occasion, it wasn't to be. It was a poor one, but still in Schalke possession. Boujalev. Now Mirkan. Back to Boujalev again as PK can't quite get a full foothold on the ball to take possession back for Barcelona. That's a really poor pass, and it allows Barcelona to come away through Sergio Busquets. Lovely turn, nice flick in towards Dembele. First time pass. Again, it's all a little bit rushed at the moment from both sides. 64 minutes gone, and we're just waiting, aren't we? It seems to be the lack of quality now in this second half.
Yeah, pause queued up here by the Barcelona boys. I must say, though, leading up to that corner, much better from FC Schalke. They were switching the play and, playing it back to their defensive men, not forcing the ball forward, which was something they were struggling with earlier on in the game, and it was allowing Barcelona almost, free roam in the midfield when you can't get the ball up to those front men.
Now, Wes, we've noticed from the Barcelona formation there, the wide diamond in midfield. It's something we're not massively accustomed to this season from a lot of the teams. What does that provide? What does that offer you if you play that formation?
Well, it gives you a lot of width going down both flanks. We look at Barcelona in terms of the weapons they have. You've got the likes of Dembele, you've got the likes of Rakitic, who can come and play an auxiliary left mid if needs be, but they're deploying him out wide. You've got Sergio Roberto. You've got players that it provides you a bit of an opportunity. You lose something in the middle.
I was going to say, does it leave you a bit open in that midfield battle?
Yeah, it leaves you a little bit to be desired there, and I would have thought that Schalke may have tried to exploit that weakness by packing the midfield, but
Busquets, lovely flick forward towards Griezmann. Again, just seems to be that final pass isn't quite happening at the moment, but a goal now for either side between Schalke and Barcelona in this final 20 minutes would see the victor with 4 points from today, which is no mean feat.
It would certainly put the hairs up of their opponent and would really force them to commit more personnel forward, which might even lead to even more goals. So if there is a goal left in this, it would be crucial.
Oh, it's a mistake defensively. The back heel somehow found its way through. Finally, the danger was cleared, though, and now there's a chance on through the middle. If he can find the right pass, it's a bit wayward, and Semedo's able to head back towards ter Stegen. It's one of those games, it just needs that little spark, doesn't it?
Yeah, it needs something. It needs something to bring it to life, and it looks as though at the moment Barca look like they're in the ascendancy, but you can never count out Schalke and that counter-attack they have.
Out towards his right-hand side, Rahman on that counter-attack, as Wes just suggested. Now a chance to cross it in. He's dillying and dallying, though he can't quite get in towards that danger area. Now he crosses in, cleared away. No real numbers in the box, though, when that ball came in.
Yeah, the surprising thing for me is that they haven't deployed, instead of deploying a centre forward, they've gone with putting a winger up top. And honestly, if you're going to play in that type of way where you want the centre forward to be your focal point, he has to be strong, and they haven't got anybody that can hold that ball up that end of the pitch, and at the moment it just keeps inviting Barca back and back and back.
Messi, it's a poor pass by his standards. Now Sergio Roberto up towards Semedo. Of course, Henriquinho, the man controlling him. Oh, that almost found its way through to Sergio Roberto, who would have had space to run into and get the shot away as it opened up for him like the Sea of Moses. But now the counter's on here for Schalke. Is there one big chance towards the back end of this match? Again, it's another poor pass, and how many times have we seen in this second game the quality just hasn't quite been there?
Barcelona have a chance here, and a real chance for a counter with Sergio Roberto coming forward. But it is snuffed out by Schalke. Good defending there, but oh no, here comes Messi again.
It's in towards Jordi Alba at the back post, chance to win it, right foot shot, in off the post, and that goal might be the difference between Barcelona finishing in the knockout stages of this season, because that was a crucial goal at a crucial time.
88th minute of the game, and it always seems to happen to Schalke. Great goal, credit Barcelona. We'll see it here again in just a moment, and what a time to do it as well. It all came from just no assertiveness at the back, led to a 3-on-2. They found the extra man, and well, it's off the inside of the near post. Well, very difficult to do.
Indeed. Just when we were saying it was lacking that little bit of quality in the final third, up pops Jordi Alba. And the right foot shot rattles in off the inside of the post. And Schalke are absolutely furious. And why are they furious, Wes?
Because they haven't made the most of the half chances they had in the first half. They haven't made enough of the second game. And now we see that changes are coming in, but it could be far too little, far too late.
Indeed it could, and that goal, as I said, might be the difference between Barcelona finishing in that top section and going through to the knockouts, and equally it could leave Schalke just too shy.
It could leave them put adrift at the bottom of the table. It could, you know, obviously if results go the other way today as Barca take the ball again, you're really kind of worried for kind of Schalke after showing early promise in Matchday 1. Was that kind of a false dawn almost?
Deep into injury time and a chance for a second here, and Barcelona have finished this game in tremendous form, and you'd have to say on the balance of play have deserved their victory if they are indeed going to get it, which it looks like currently they are, as the ball is behind for a corner.
Well, we said it might happen. Whoever gets the first goal might be rewarded with a second because of the amount of players that Schalke now, with little time on the clock remaining, have to commit forward. Only 2 centre-backs they're playing with. That's why it is such a mismatch there at the back, so could be 2-0.
Surely they might just hold this ball in the corner, Harry.
You'd think so. I mean, just make the 3 points certain, make Schalke tactical value, or again lead to another corner, as this may well be. Just choose off more time on the clock and allows you to be that much closer to the 3 points, or in this case 4 after the first game draw.
Another performance from Barcelona which has kind of been in keeping with their season. They've played pretty well across the board. They haven't been electric, but they've got 4 points, and that 1 point for Schalke could be pretty damaging this season. Wes, that was a great last-ditch end really for Barcelona. They have to say that they deserved it.
Yeah, I think on the balance of play, I think you'd say that they deserve it. I think it was, it's showing a bit of the mentality that we always knew that Barca had. It was just the fact that we were waiting for them to showcase it. And I think, looking at the way that they are conducting themselves and looking at the way they are playing, they're doing enough. We're not expecting them to be kind of, blitzing teams and going winning 6-7-0, but they're doing enough to get themselves the points that they need, and I think that can at least be commended for the way that they're playing at the moment.
And that might be a huge result in the scheme of the season, like I keep saying, but that has allowed Barcelona to leapfrog Manchester United and Juventus into 3rd spot. Of course, those 2 teams have 2 games to play, and as we know, that's 6 points potentially up for grabs, so it can sway this way and that between now and the end of the day. But 12 points for Barcelona now, sitting 1 point behind Bayern Munich, and Schalke, on the other hand, played 2 games more than Celtic and Arsenal, and sit only 2 and 3 points ahead respectively.
Yeah, I think looking at it, you're worried at the moment for Schalke in terms of that's what now. That's they came away with 1 point, but it's 1 point in 1 point in 6 games now. I think that's a worrying trend to start with.
So we mentioned how a lack of goals could potentially be a real problem for Schalke, and it's proof so again there. They, especially in that first game, they played some pretty nice stuff, but they just didn't quite have that end product.
Yeah, and I know that obviously they made mention of attacking options that they have, or lack thereof, but I think even then you still need to find a way to play with that Schalke team. It's it's easy to sit there and say, oh well, it's just the players that I'm playing with, it's their fault, but you find a way with these teams. There are unfashionable players within this league that you end up playing with.
So you'd have to say that Schalke were good enough for that point in that first game, but the second game was a bit of a different story. Even though it wasn't a goal fest, it certainly The goal coming so late, obviously 88 minutes, but they deserved that win, didn't they?
Yeah, the pressure was mounting second half, and you know it's an error. It's a little bit of a defensive error because they're left with 3v2. Jordi Alba's free at the back post. That's it.
Yeah, well, I believe Mr. Chan Man, Harry Channon, is in the studio with the players from Schalke. Let's go and hear what they had to say after that game.
Yes, thank you very much, Adam. I am here with the guys from Schalke 04. El Matador, I hate talking to you guys after such a disappointing result. Do you see it that way? You got a draw in the first game, you scored an equalising goal. Do you see that as a positive, or are you still a little bit disappointed with the overall result?
Yeah, we have to handle with our team, and we are not good in offense to handle our defense problems. So yeah, I thought in the second game we have a very good impact in the game. So maybe we were the better team. And then PES happened. So yeah, couldn't see the goal in the 88th minute. So yeah, very unlucky today. But I want to thank Konami because all teams are equal. You can see every week how equal it is.
So unlucky to concede in the 87th minute, as you said. Is there anything maybe, as you said, I mean, with the right foot, is there anything maybe that you can do formations-wise that can counteract maybe the personnel difficulties you guys are having?
Yeah, look, we played 4-3-3 against Juventus, and you saw what happened. We played 4-4-2 against Bayern. Scored no goal, conceded one, and now we played 4-5-1 because we have no attackers.
So let's talk about Matchday 5 coming up. You guys play against Arsenal FC. They're at the bottom of the table at the moment. Do you fancy your chances against them? How are you guys going to approach that game?
Yeah, I think it's a 50-50 game and the last chance for the playoffs, I think. Yeah, let's see what happens next week.
All right, do or die time for Schalke 04. Guys, thank you so much. Unfortunate only to get 1 point away there from FC Barcelona. Adam, back over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Harry. Obviously, it's a bitter pill to swallow, isn't it, when you don't quite meet the high standard that you set for yourselves. But I mean, he touched on the fact that defensively they weren't quite there. That last goal for Barcelona, it showed an inefficiency defensively, really, didn't it?
Yeah, which is Schalke-like in their approach. We normally herald them for how good they are defensively. So to have a defensive issue or to have defensive problems, it is unlike Schalke to have that. So it's interesting for them to pick up on that, and like I said, they need to find a rhythm going forward.
Yeah, from a very unhappy camp to a very happy camp. Obviously, a late goal for Barcelona, taking away 4 points from today. Harry, how are the guys?
Yes, thank you very much, Adam. I am here with Barcelona and Guifera. You guys just took 4 points against Schalke. You must be very happy with that one.
Yes, I am very happy, but I was waiting 6 points. But with the circumstance of match, 4 points, it's good. Schalke has a defense very well, and I'm very happy with my teammates, and we'll continue training for evolution.
So next match day you play against league leaders AS Monaco. How do you fancy your chances against AS Monaco? What do you think about AS Monaco?
Monaco, in my opinion, is the best team. Defense are very strong and in attack very fast. So we'll go to training a lot in next week, and I hope to win Monaco.
Awesome, Guifera, guys, thank you so much. Barcelona coming away with 4 points. A little bit disappointed there, I heard, but either way, they are the victors of that match overall. Adam and Wes, back over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Harry. I mean, when you set such high standards for yourself, you're obviously unhappy when you don't take maximum points, but do you think 4 points was a fair result, and do you think you'd be happy if you're a Barcelona player?
Yeah, because I think they're still picking up points even though they're not playing their best.
It's the same as what we said at the start of the day, isn't it? They're kind of... We don't feel like we've seen the very best of Barcelona, but they are still kind of chugging through the season, aren't they?
Yeah, they're still finding their feet, but whilst finding their feet, they're still finding ways to get points out at the back end of it. And I think
that's potentially worrying for other clubs that are watching them possibly growing into the competition?
Yeah, because if you are winning games or if you're getting points when you're not playing your best football, when you do play your best football, all of a sudden it's going to be a different kettle of fish.
Indeed. We now go to the second game of today, which is, of course, FC Nantes versus Arsenal. So for FC Nantes, we have playing AS Babisk, Kepa and Roxa as well, as you can see on the screen. And then Arsenal, we have Alex Giardi, Christopher and S. Venom as well. So 6 incredible players again. How do you see this one, guys?
I think for me, if you're Arsenal, you're looking at yourselves at the bottom of the table, right? And you're looking at your opponents here coming off a tough week against AS Monaco. You're hoping that form maybe continues. Obviously, AS Monaco, dominant force at the moment in the eFootball.Pro. They have a target on their back. But FC Nantes may be second-guessing themselves after that performance. And you can see some of their performances here. Capable of scoring goals, FC Nantes, but they were really sort of quelled by AS Monaco last match day. So you're thinking maybe Arsenal looking towards the AS Monaco blueprint, if you will, to stop FC Nantes, and maybe they will, maybe they'll try and employ some of their tactics here today.
Indeed. Let's hear from some of the players right now. This is the words we got from earlier on today.
We're expecting at least 4 points. We know Arsenal is a very good team, but we practice a lot these 2 weeks, and I think me and my teammates are ready for at least 4 points.
Like all games, you are working hard, and you will try to take the 6 points, even you know you are playing a very good opponent.
Yep, lovely to hear from the guys there, and they're waiting in the wings. So without further ado, let's get to the second game here today. We have, of course, FC Nantes versus Arsenal. Wes, who's going to win this one?
I'm picking Arsenal for this.
Yeah.
I think they're going to take 4 points here. I know that Roxa alluded to it in the interview that he believes that Nantes are going to take 4 points, but I think it's actually it's more there for Arsenal than it is for Nantes. As you mentioned, Harry, coming off the back of a disappointing kind of results that they've come out at the back end with, I think it might lead into this match day.
Yeah, it might lead to that form carrying on from last week. I think if you're FC Nantes, you have to recognise the calibre of opposition you were playing against last match day as opposed to this match day. I mean, last match day you were playing top of the league, this match day you're playing bottom of the league. So Arsenal really need to buck their ideas up, and when we talk about teams that are running out of time to get into the knockout phases, Arsenal probably one of the most important ones at the moment at the foot of the table.
Indeed, so foot of the table Arsenal with 4 points, FC Nantes with 7. This is a titanic battle again, 6 points at stake for both these two sides. Let's get straight to the action right now. FC Nantes versus Arsenal. So, of course, FC Nantes on your left-hand side of your screen in the canary yellow, could you say?
I'll call it, yeah. They're actually known as the Canaries, I do believe, over in Ligue 1.
And what sort of red would you class that as for Arsenal?
Not sure. Rose? Rose red?
That's a bit lighter, isn't it, I think?
That's a good point.
Anyway,
I haven't got my colour chart with me, unfortunately.
The important thing, of course, is the result from today. Of course, Kepa had a great performance in match day 3. Wonderful team goal. He was at the end of it. We touched on how important this is for Arsenal. We seem to be saying this a lot about Arsenal every week, that they just don't quite have the mustard right at the crux of the game. We need to see something today, don't we? We need 4 points, rooted bottom of the table. We need a big performance from them, don't we?
Yeah, I think if we were, we just had that comment there about Barcelona, about the fact that they're, they haven't found their feet, but they're still getting points. Arsenal haven't found their feet, but also aren't picking up points at the same time. I think if they had picked up points, I don't think there'd be half as much focus on it as it is. I think that makeup of the team, it can work. It's just they need to figure out how it works.
And Harry, in terms of FC Nantes, not quite the same potential issues that Arsenal have had so far this season, but they've been a bit Jekyll and Hyde, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. I mean, when you think back all the way back to match day 1, I believe, when they played against Boavista, they had opportunities there to take all 6 points, and they weren't able to snatch the win there. So yeah, they certainly have been, I mean, chalk and cheese between match days. We've seen the great Nantes and we've seen the lackluster Nantes. And which one are we going to see here today? That's the real question.
So, Wes has gone with Arsenal. Harry?
I think it's tricky for me to really comment until we see how they're
Classic
playing on the day. Yeah, right on the fence. If I was going to say anything, I would probably lead towards FC Nantes based on what I've seen in the team lineups. I mean, I believe Arsenal playing with a 5-man midfield, that can really compact FC Nantes back, but when Nantes have those 3 strikers, essentially, they could really catch Arsenal on the counter. And if the communication isn't quite on for Arsenal FC today, obviously we have, I believe, 3 different nationalities for Arsenal. If the communication isn't there, or there's a bit of a breakdown, that defence could be very, very leaky here today against FC Nantes, who have proven they can score goals.
Yeah, in terms of Arsenal, I hope I'm wrong in this, because I think that this could be quite damaging for them. But I have a feeling, due to that Jekyll and Hyde nature of FC Nantes, I've got a feeling we may see a strong performance from them. Obviously, Kepa fresh from his best goal last week, and I just feel this today they may just get it right, and it could be, like I said, damaging for Arsenal. I think we could see a 6-pointer for FC Nantes, but like I said, I hope for Arsenal's sake in this competition that would root them, and that would be unfortunate for them.
I mean, let's look at the goal-scoring form between these 2 clubs coming into today. Arsenal only scoring 5 across 6 games of PES. That's not a very good record to have. On the other side of things, FC Nantes, 12 goals. So they're averaging about 2 goals a game, if my maths are correct, which I do believe they are. So I'd
You're
be
really
worried.
happy about that
I
as well,
really
aren't
am, yeah.
you?
It's simple mathematics, but
2 times 6 was
I
it?
nailed it. I think it was, yeah. But
Really
either way,
solid maths.
the proof in the pudding is the fact that Nantes at the moment way above the table than Arsenal. But as you said, 6 points up for grabs here. All 6 points go to Arsenal. They're above Nantes in the table. So that's why every game in the eFootball.Pro is so important, and this is one of them.
Yeah, when FC Nantes get it right, they are electric. And Arsenal are the team that are going to have to contain them today. And or, you know, we've talked a lot about the strengths of FC Nantes, but have we just not seen enough from Arsenal so far to really have an idea of that? Because again, like with a lot of these teams, they are a newly formed team, and they may just be yet to hit their stride.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about, you know, we talk about the individual brilliance that Arsenal have almost every match day. We talk about how good these players are individually. It's just a case of finding their flow and finding their rhythm with, you know, being as a trio as opposed to playing on your own.
So match 2 of match day 4 is underway, and it's Arsenal on the front foot. And what a start this might be for Lacazette. Smothered by the goalkeeper, but that was a really bright start from Arsenal, and something we sort of tend to see from FC Nantes.
Yeah, vintage Christopher tactic that is. I remember back in PES 2019, he would always go for that straight from the kickoff. But
The man of all tactics.
Looks like they are compounding pressure early on FC Nantes. This is definitely a design play, but they've weathered the storm for now. We'll see if it keeps coming.
Yeah, it's one of those tactics that if you get it right and you get the early goal, it can work wonders. But if you don't, you can fatigue late in the day, in the game, and succumb to a goal down the other end. Lacazette, Aubameyang on the turn, gets away from the defender. Good strength, though, shown. And Nagu clears his lines up towards the halfway line. Koulibaly, who's been an absolute man-mountain for FC Nantes so far this season. And then Johan in towards Eamon. Chance for 1-0 to FC Nantes. And that is a gilt-edge opportunity that at this level you have to be burying.
I mean, through one-on-one, it was Roxa, I believe, who was fed through. And my, that's a bad miss.
Bad miss indeed, and that was a huge moment in this match. Just 9 minutes on the clock. Arsenal with all of the early play, but it just goes to show in an instant the game can change, and they really should be behind. Aubameyang in towards Pepe. Good strength shown by him, and he's forced a corner here for Arsenal. Again, someone of Christopher's age in the game, you would expect they've got something up their sleeves here. It's going to be Pepe to take the corner on the far touchline. 12 minutes gone, still 0-0 in towards the near post. Oh, it's a swing and a miss there from the head, and Johan tries to flick it around the corner towards Eamon, who missed that huge opportunity just minutes earlier. Lacazette finds Maitland-Niles, back towards Lacazette. The chested control runs through to the goalkeeper and hacked away.
So early signs And something that I noted before this game started, FC not playing with that 3-man attack. For me, they're not spreading wide enough, and so far it's been too much down the middle.
Niles in towards Lacazette, fired off the post and turned home by Pepe at the back post. And it's just the start that Arsenal wanted.
Absolutely. And it comes back to what I was saying from FC Nantes. The players just too compacted in the middle of the pitch, allowed Arsenal to grab the ball back. We'll see it again here in just a moment, but let's take it straight down the line. Bit fortunate in the end with the amount of FC Nantes players that were back to have this ball find all the way into the back of the net, but straight to the byline. Off the post, I think it was. And then finds another Arsenal man.
He just showed more determination at the back post, didn't he, Pepe, there? Because it was a 50-50 ball, and he just said, I'm having this. This is 1-0 Arsenal. And he fired at home. And outside of the FC Nantes chance, which was a huge one, don't get me wrong, Arsenal have started this game in a completely different vein, haven't they, Wes?
Yeah, they're very much on the front foot. They're very much putting this Nantes team under pressure. You know, as Harry alluded to, in terms of the way that teams are playing, if you can apply pressure early on, then you know it's great. If you've got teams that then escape that pressure, that's where the danger is. But at the moment, Arsenal are all over this Nantes team.
They are indeed, and they're in again here through Aubameyang. The goalkeeper thought about coming, he didn't, and it's Pepe! And it's 2-0 to Arsenal, and in the blink of an eye, this game could be going away from FC Nantes.
Yeah, we talked about the awareness, and we always talk about this, about how these players will look for the risk-free chance. You know, we all looked at it and going, well, that's Aubameyang that's going to shoot there, surely. Spots a man at the top, and it's an easy goal in the end.
It's that one extra pass that you'll see being played, as you said, Wes. Right here, you're thinking maybe take the shot, but no, man in support. I think it was Alex GRD. We will get confirmation of that in just a moment, but wow, tremendous supporting run, as well as the awareness to not take the shot and poke that one home. 2-0 to Arsenal.
I mean, and it wasn't just that cut across pass. It was that first pass as well.
Pass,
it was
like
superb,
batter, yeah.
Absolutely superb. And they seem to have found their feet, this Arsenal team. I hope I'm not speaking too quickly, but they seem to have found that
it seems to me that they've noticed that after 3 match days that it just wasn't working, the tactics, because we've often seen from Christopher, for example, he's very pragmatic, he likes a lot of possession, he's not that aggressive in the final third, he likes the slow tempo, and it simply hasn't worked, because that tactic has been used by Arsenal across the 3 match days. They've started in a completely different vein, and it's really paying off. Now, from a Nantes point of view, they look completely shell-shocked. They obviously weren't expecting these tactics.
Yeah, you're maybe looking towards Roxa and Kepa here to really support AS Monaco, not only in the defensive capabilities and the defensive duties, but also for them to step up in an attacking sense. I mean, 5 goals, 5 assists for Roxa, and Kepa's up there with 3 apiece in each category as well. So now's the time for them to shine.
The old first cliche of the day, the next goal is all important, as Arsenal, if they were to get a third, would be home and dry. Arsenal, on the other hand, no, that was Arsenal. FC Nantes, on the other hand, if they were to grab the goal, it would make it 2-1, of course, and very much game on.
Worth noting as well, that goal takes Alex GRD into the top 10 goal-scoring list, and when you think about Arsenal's goal-scoring form this season, it's not been the best, so that'll be a big plus for them. They'll be happy with that one.
They will indeed. Now, of course, in terms of goal difference, Arsenal would still be quite a long way behind FC Nantes, but they would be level on points. 32 minutes gone here. 2 goals to the good. Pepe finds Aubameyang, back to Pepe. It's very quick, it's very fast, free-flowing football this from Arsenal, and they're in again here through the Frenchman Lacazette. Good challenge though from Homewu, one back by Lacazette, and Pepe now on the right-hand side. He's popping up all over the place at the moment. Certainly player of the day so far for Arsenal, as Loser finds Eamon, who they'll look back on that early chance, that gilt-edge opportunity, and it could have been oh so different, but Johan's in again here. And the referee's halted proceedings. Just waiting for clarification. Looks like an offside decision.
Looks like it. FC Nantes, good little bit of build-up there, really, and they seem very confident in their counter-attacking approach, willing to find the extra man, and play that extra pass, and that might be a bit of a dangerous game here to play against Arsenal as they come forward once again.
Very, very impressive performance from Arsenal so far. And Wes, we talked about the high intensity and high pressing, for example. Have you seen anything else from Arsenal which has enabled them to get this 2-goal lead?
They just seem to be more confident. They seem to have just found that confidence of the way that they are playing with this team. They seem to just be at ease with having the ball at the feet. And
we might have to revisit that because they were anything but there defensively, but they've managed to survive.
But even there, they're playing it out from the back. Normally that's you're hitting clearance button and that's it. Whereas actually they're comfortable enough to actually play it out.
It's been a remarkable change in tactics for sure. Something that you'd have to say, based on the results up to now, was very much necessary as Kolasinac heads forward towards Lacazette. That front three of Aubameyang, Lacazette and Pepe has caused FC Nantes problems all afternoon as the first half comes to an end. The final attack of the first half. Of course, if you're an Arsenal fan, you don't want to be conceding here right at the death of the first half as the ball gets played in towards Koulibaly, but pretty much sums up FC Nantes' first half. They've had next to nothing in that attacking third other than that huge missed opportunity on 7 minutes.
Yeah, and if they were able to get another goal very soon, they might look back on that as a chance that could be a difference maker between points in this game. But Arsenal, with that mini period of counter-attacking play, scoring 2 within around 3 in-game minutes was, well, I mean, it is the difference maker here at half-time.
Wes, what would you do now if you're FC Nantes? Because it looks like they're not changing a great deal.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it, there's conversation there between Roxa and Kepa. And they aren't. I think that they're still confident in the system they're working with.
I mean, we talked about how poor Arsenal have been this season so far, but individually, they've got 3 incredible players there, so it's no surprise that we're seeing this. It's just a surprise it's taken this long into the competition, but FC Nantes with the first chance of the second half, and that could have been really, really important. As it happens, it's gone over the top. Whether it took a deflection or not quite sure. I think he went for the chip. It's just nestled on the roof of the net. It will be a goal kick.
It's a good point you make about Arsenal, and when you look at the actual sum of the parts, you'd say they really should be further up the table than where they find themselves. And that question we will have to come back to about why it's taken so long. Maybe one for me to ask after the game in the mix zone.
Koulibaly in towards Eamon, and it's an instant response from FC Nantes. And we talked about how brilliant Arsenal were in that first half, but defensively, Wes, they were all over the place there.
Yeah, and it's like we said, Nantes have gone in at half-time, haven't changed anything, and instead have believed in the process. They know how they can play. They know how they can unlock teams. We know that Koulibaly is their point man, but it's a fantastic first-time finish there.
And Harry, this is so brilliant because we waxed lyrical about Arsenal in that first half. Yet one more goal for FC Nantes, and they could be 1 point or none if they could score 2, which they clearly can.
Yeah.
And then we're talking about another meltdown, really, for Arsenal.
Arsenal really need to keep their heads here, because if I remember back to, I mean, Matchday 2, I believe it was, they were in a similar position where they went 2 up. Confirmation on the goal scorer, captain AS Monaco. Really need to keep their heads here, Arsenal. Again, you can't afford, like you said, another meltdown. When you are so far down the league, you need these points.
FC Nantes really on the front foot, pressing. This is the sort of FC Nantes that we were talking about prior to kick-off, what they can do, and we didn't see in that first half. They've really starting to go up through the gears now.
Yeah, free-flowing, counter-attacking gameplay. This is what they were going for with that 3 attacking triplet up top, and it's taken a first half to really oil up those gears, but they are moving through them now.
All hands on deck for Arsenal defensively. They need to survive this early onslaught in the second half. They've got a fortunate offside decision there, which will alleviate some of the pressure. They probably need to get around that 60-65 minute mark, still at the same scoreline. If they were to concede again in the next 10 minutes, Harry, you'd feel pretty worried.
I mean, for them, it's not worth thinking about at this point. I think
They need to get back to doing what they were doing as well, don't they?
Knowing Christopher and knowing Alex GRD, they want attacking gameplay, and they will certainly want another goal before FC Nantes get theirs.
Again, it breaks down in the heart of the midfield. FC Nantes come down the left-hand side through Blas, and now Limbombe, chance for a cross in towards Koulibaly, but Holdings across to make the clearance. Just can't quite get out at the moment, Arsenal, and this is becoming increasing pressure here from FC Nantes, penned in, but again the offside flag relieves a bit of pressure.
Yeah, and this was a pause cued by Arsenal. We'll see what attacking changes they make, if any, or whether or not they'll just shut up shop and try and hold this goal advantage they currently possess. And
they're changing formations by the looks of things, possibly to a.
Looks like they're changing to plan B.
4-4-2.
Yep, there is, as you said, that plan B. Maybe bringing a man back and playing more deep in front of the back four, hoping that these counter-attacks from FC Nantes can be repelled a little bit. It's an interesting tactic.
I was going to say the issue with that is though is that you're gambling that Nantes aren't going to be able to get a second goal, and the issue then becomes you've made your substitutions, you've changed your tactics to be more defensive. If you then find actually it turns to 2-2, you've then got to try and find a gear.
To then change it back.
Yeah, once you've took substitutions are final. We don't have roll on, roll off.
In this position, would you try and go for a third and try and kill the game off then, as opposed to dropping deep and playing a more defensive system?
Yeah, me personally, I'm more of an aggressive player. I would want to rather try and push the issue, get a third, and close this out.
Pepe tries the back heel, doesn't come off. Simon makes the block, and now forward towards Eamon. Still, many Nantes fans will be looking at this game and just thinking back to that early chance he had when the score was at 0-0, but they're still well in this time. If they were to get 1 point at least from this first match, they would be more than happy after the start they had. But Arsenal will, of course, be a threat on the counter-attack, especially through that man Pepe, who's had a brilliant game, but second half he's been a bit stifled, Harry.
For me, that holding midfielder for Arsenal, I believe it's Guendouzi playing that position. For me, whoever's controlling him for Arsenal needs to not venture too far up the pitch, because, again, despite having that extra man sitting in front of the back four in that counter-attack from FC Nantes, they still looked a little susceptible, so here they come again.
Simon blocked, and Holding now finds that man Guendouzi. Now, Aubameyang tries to find Mesut Ozil, but it's been pickpocketed there from FC Nantes, and Simon finds Blas on the left-hand side. Again, they're ramping up through the gears down the left-hand side. Another chance here for the equalising goal, in towards Eamon at the near post, and somehow Socrates tried to clear his lines, and it's ricocheted off his own player. As my voice jumped through the octaves as well, and now it's in towards Limbombe again, and somehow it's gone the wrong side of the post.
Oh, I think there was a man on there at the near post, Wes.
Yeah, well, there was a man on there, and I think even Arsenal might have accidentally given away a corner here. You see there, Medley gets a final touch. Is that going to be a corner?
Real heart in your mouth moments here if you are an Arsenal fan, because you had a tremendous first half. A first 45 where you were 2-0 to the good, dominated probably 40 minutes of that first half and looked every bit as much as what we expected this season. But second half, they succumbed slightly more to the cagey, nervous affair which we've seen from them in the opening 3 match days. They need to hold out here and get an invaluable 3 points, because if they don't, it'll hand all of the momentum to FC Nantes for that second game as well, Harry.
Absolutely. Do want to hear what Arsenal are saying. Seems very quiet at the moment, as Captain Christopher will be making the changes and tweaking to try and keep this 2-1 lead. It's difficult really to say at this point who would get the next goal. Yes, Nantes have been hounding them with pressure, but that counter-attack from Arsenal, as we saw in the first half of this game, is always going to be on. I'm not sure whether it still will be on after the changes.
Torreira coming on for Aubameyang. It's another defensive change here for Arsenal, as the header is plucked out of the sky. Of course, we talked about what a damaging result it might be if Arsenal were to allow this lead to slip, but equally if they were to hold on, you'd have to say they've shown great mettle as Oh, it's another chance here, though, for FC Nantes, and Eamon makes it 2-2. And the man who missed a gilt-edge opportunity in the first half after just 7 minutes has grabbed an unlikely equaliser. And now, Harry, you'd have to say, if you're a Nantes fan, you'd want to go and get the winner.
Now it's game on for FC Nantes. They have, as I said, been hounding Arsenal with pressure, Wes.
Yeah, you can see there, I don't know who it is, but you can see the red. I'm sure I think
it's Alex Giardi.
It's Alex Giardi. You can see there's a little bit of panic in between his players, so like he couldn't quite get the right defender that he wanted.
Had 3 Arsenal players going across to that first player, and it left 2 open in the middle.
Yeah, it's that human error. It's that human error where you couldn't quite get the player you want, and by the time you have got the player you want, it's too late.
I mean, amazingly, from FC Nantes, we've seen in this match exactly what we were talking about. We've seen Jekyll and Hyde. They were pretty woeful in that first 45 minutes, and if they played like this second 45 minutes across the board in every single match day, or the majority of match days, they'd be well up the top of this table, wouldn't they?
I think Christopher here has actually completely reverted the changes that he made just moments before to try and maintain the lead. There is Kepa, confirmation of the goal scorer for FC Nantes. 4 goals so far. Decent return from the man who was not even present at match day 1, so he's really been filling in the blanks here and there for FC Nantes.
So 79 minutes gone. Arsenal were 2-0 to the good at half-time and looked to be plain sailing towards the first 3 points of the day, but 2 second-half goals for FC Nantes have allowed the score to be deadlocked again at 2-2, and now a goal you feel from either side would be the winner. If Arsenal were to get it, that would show tremendous mental ability, but you'd have to say, on the balance of play, if we were going to get another goal, you'd have to say momentum is in the favour of FC Nantes, but we've seen so many changes in momentum across the match days as Pepe goes in. Oh, he's put it wide of the target. A huge chance for the man who's already got 2 goals. He was on for a hat-trick. It looked like it was just going to open up and nestle into the top left-hand corner, but he's put it wide of the target.
Nayaz Babisk has been a stellar defender, a real star in defence for FC Nantes in this game against Arsenal. He's looked particularly shaky. A bit unfortunate to just almost lay off that ball to an oncoming Arsenal player, but they're in here maybe.
Fired away by the goalkeeper. 4 minutes is all that stands between this game ending in stalemate, or can potentially one of these 2 sides grab an unlikely winner now. Kolasinac out towards Guendouzi. The Arsenal players have reverted, as you said, back to that more attacking high press as Torreira and Pepe on the left-hand side look to really cause problems. Hacked away by FC Nantes, and now it's the French side who are looking like they might go and get a late winner. 3 minutes have added on time. Probably just time for one last foray forwards for FC Nantes. It's fired up towards Ndulu, headed away by Holding, and now Mesut Ozil.
There's a chance. One last chance maybe here for Arsenal.
Finds Nketiah now. Simon back towards the centre-back, fired away, and surely this game is going to end in stalemate, but that's a poor touch there and hacked down because he knew if he allowed him to get away, it was potentially a huge opportunity for FC Nantes. Can they take advantage? Socrates booked for the foul, of course.
Surprisingly, only a booking.
In towards Holding. Could this be the moment that the season could change? And the referee, he's not given a penalty, has he? Oh, it's right on the edge of the area. A metre outside. There were heart-in-the-mouth moment there for many of the Arsenal fans. They thought he was going to point to the spot, but this is still a huge opportunity.
You have to shoot here, surely. Roxa.
Limbombe up over the wall, deflected wide of the target.
Into the 5th minute of 3 added on.
Hoops and hollers all round the studio, up in the training room, because all of the players for the other clubs are watching with bated breath, because they know that another goal here could be crucial in their own season.
Well, surely this is the last kick, and you can see there that exactly what Nantes are doing. They're selecting players to join the attack what that does is that gives you more people in the box at set pieces. So, for example, with the likes of a last-ditch corner, they have now selected all of their defenders up there. So there's more players in the box, there's more problems, and I don't think there'll be enough time in the game for Arsenal to break.
3 minutes of added on time it was. We're deep into the 5th minute of added on time. So as for sure, this will be the last kick or last attack of this match. Whether we see the attack in its entirety, we'll have to wait and see, as again the studio holds its breath. Blaze in towards a danger area, headed away, only as far as Simon. Chance to win it for FC Nantes. It's a penalty!
Oh, wow.
The referee has pointed to the spot, and the drama is excruciating here. And it's a penalty,
and it's the
to
captain,
win it.
Captain AS Monaco.
Captain fantastic.
Versus
Lynn
captain.
Bombay. A chance to win it for FC Nantes from 2-0 down to 3-2. They've snatched 3 points, and this could be massive for the French side this season.
That is huge.
Unbelievable. How did they do that? From 2-0 down, we were writing them off. And I think it was the 96th minute in the end, they get that penalty. And as you were talking about, Wes, throwing that amount of bodies in the box for FC Nantes is always going to lead to a potential for a silly challenge.
It caused so much confusion.
It's chaos.
Here it is
Absolute
again.
chaos. And to be honest, I didn't even. I was looking at the play on the left-hand side because the cross was coming in. The players were over in the middle for the tap in. It was only you waving your hands, Wes, that noticed that he'd actually brought him down.
Well, that comes with the nature of when you're looking. Like we have a view here where we can see everything. You can't throw challenges in like that, especially when the ball's getting played off. You can't do that. Even if you're even trying to block shots, at that point you just need to stay on your feet.
And it's all over here, and in the most dramatic of circumstances, Arsenal were 2-0 up and they've thrown it away, and FC Nantes with quite possibly the greatest comeback of the eFootball.Pro season so far. They snatch it 3-2 with a 95th minute penalty winner, and nerves of steel, I have to say, from Limbombe there.
Absolutely. It was captain versus captain in the penalty situation. We had Christopher controlling the goalkeeper for Arsenal, captain for Arsenal, of course, and captain Ayaz Babisk on the end there for FC Nantes, who drilled it home. Unbelievable.
I am shell-shocked by that, and to be honest, I'm shell-shocked as well, not from the viewing side of it, but also thinking from the mentality point of view for these two squads now, because if you're Arsenal now, that could be so damaging.
I mean, look at
but
Christopher.
Equally, if you're FC Nantes, it can make you feel a bit invincible right now.
Oh yeah, no, without a doubt. If you've gone and won a game in that fashion, bearing in mind injury time had been exhausted, it was only because the ball was still in an attacking phase was that time still ticking. You know, if you're Arsenal, you're going to feel aggrieved because it's happened deeper into injury time than what was allotted. But it's like you mentioned, it's the metal and it's the nerve, and it was the awareness to keep the ball alive.
I mean, it ticked into 96 minutes
Yeah.
of added on time. I mean, but that was the pressure that they were putting them under, because it was 3 minutes of allotted time, but the ball, the danger never dissipated. So surely the referee had to play all the while the danger was in. He had to play it on.
Yeah, well, this is it. As long as the ball is in an attacking phase of play, the referee cannot blow the whistle. And
I mean, many people up there thought it was a penalty moments earlier, didn't they? And it was a free kick on the edge of the area.
That's right, yeah. And you think back as well to the tactical foul that Venom came in with Socrates, where he was only booked. I mean, that could have been a red.
But we also thought that was the moment that they'd saved the game and come away with a point.
So Arsenal, they really did everything right apart from giving away that penalty, and in the end, it was their demise.
I mean, shell shot, like I said, we've now got to go on to the second game. Where do we start? Because we've touched on the mentality from both these squads now. They've got to try and start fresh, because Arsenal need to do what they did in that first half, but do it for longer, if it's possible. I mean, did they run out of legs? Did the fatigue set in?
The interesting bit about the Arsenal tactic was, and I only caught it as we were going in and out of the game stream, because I know that Christopher is lightning fast coming out of screens, so he doesn't want people to have a look at tactics, but their particular advanced instruction they had set was gegenpress. The gegenpress, it basically makes all of your players just turn into pressuring the ball at every turn, whether that played a part in tired legs, which then made bad decisions.
Well, we touched on that gegenpress right at the start of the game, didn't we? They were playing that for the opening 45 minutes, and when it works, it's great, and when it doesn't, you do get tired legs. But it kind of happened on both fronts. They got the 2 goals up, but they still suffered in that second half.
Well, that's what we talked about. You can escape that press. If you can escape that pressure, you're going to leave gaps. And I think as you wore on into the second half, Nantes decided to kind of turn up.
Well, Nantes have started on the front foot here, and it's headed goalwards, and somehow it's come back off the line. And FC Nantes have started the second game like they ended the first.
Yeah, Koulibaly, I think it was, but a chance now for Arsenal to counter with the captain Christopher on the ball.
In towards Maitland-Niles, lovely chance here, right foot shot straight down the throat of Oliero.
Maitland-Niles there, caught very late. Surprised the referee hasn't brought that one back. Very late challenge.
Maybe he saw a lot of eyes on him after the penalty decision in the 96th minute of the last game. You never know. Guendouzi finds Aubameyang now. Lacazette back towards Aubameyang again, and Arsenal again started this game pretty well, as they did in the first game. Now Lacazette joins the attack again. Still can't get out here, FC Nantes. Pepe, by far Arsenal's best player. He had a huge chance for the hat-trick in that first game, didn't he?
Absolutely he did, but I'm intrigued about this FC Nantes counter. They're playing the ball into space where necessary, which is exactly what you want to do.
Oh, it's a mistake there from Kolasinac. Manages to get it away, though.
I tell you what, these two teams' play styles are matched up absolutely perfectly for a tremendous affair. Neither one really willing to sit back and be comfortable in possession. They're always going for the jugular here, Wes.
Well, you think about it this way, is that Nantes know that now they have 3 points in the back pocket. They want to go and get 6 and get themselves back in the mix for those top 2 slots. And Arsenal are having to come out because they needing to get themselves off the foot of the table.
The worrying point of view for Arsenal is the fact that certainly they came out of the blocks so quickly in the first game, which caught FC Nantes by surprise, because they weren't expecting them to play like that, let's be honest.
Yep.
But now they know they probably are going to play like that. It's going to be interesting to see how they actually deal with that.
Yeah, it's the
added insight.
The element of surprise, it only works for so long, and maybe it was only a half of football that Nantes needed to really kind of realise what was going on with Arsenal.
Amen. In towards Johan. Chance to cross it across the face. Oh, somehow it's gone all the way along the goal line, and no one was there. Just the faintest of touches, and that would have been 1-0.
I think that was a shot that just dragged across the face of goal. Unfortunately, from that angle, it is so tough to get an effort on target, let alone beat the keeper and score. So, promising signs for FC Nantes. Arsenal need to be wary.
Maitland-Niles. Of course, aiming in that first game was exactly what we've been talking about from an FC Nantes point of view. In the Jekyll and Hyde, he missed that huge chance in the opening 5 minutes or so of that game, but then he went on to score one of the most important goals of their season so far. I believe it was AS Monaco as well.
Yeah, looking at the composition of FC Nantes as a team, if they come out of this with 6 points, I think they're the team really we should be talking about to rival AS Monaco. I mean, just looking at the last game, Roxa, the leading goal scorer for them with 5 goals, wasn't even needed, wasn't called into action. It was AS Monaco, the captain, stepping up, who has been stellar previously in the season defensively, stepping up with 2 goals, and then Kepa coming in with 1.
Kepa with the long ball forwards.
I was just going to say, if you're talking about teams that are going to rival AS Monaco, I think Bayern Munich might have a word to say with you about that.
Absolutely. Who can forget that the German giants we'll be seeing later on today?
Pepe. 30 minutes gone here, still deadlocked. This hasn't been quite the same level. I think even the players are a bit fatigued mentally after that first game. Well, it's taken a lot out of them.
This is it. For Arsenal, it's important not to let that first game, yes, it's heartbreaking, but don't let that first game and the early phases of this one really let the air out of your balloon. You need to keep that thing inflated.
Because they had a lot to, be excited about with that first performance.
Yeah, they really did, and they still have to maintain that belief that they can
There was a mistake.
Make that same thing happen here.
It's a free kick here. I think it was a foul on Aubameyang, or was it the other way? No, it was a foul on Aubameyang, and now Lacazette is going to line this up in a similar position to where the penalty was awarded in that first game. Fired towards goal, went for the risk option. Didn't quite come off on this occasion.
Yeah, keeper needed that. That was heading for the top corner.
Kolasinac finds Maitland-Niles. Now Lacazette. It's a good period at this for Arsenal, and just as I say that, curse of the commentator, he fires a relatively easy pass straight out of play.
But it would be very, very simple for Arsenal at this stage to feel really hard done by and disappointed with themselves after letting that result slip. They need to maintain belief here that they can still get something out of this tie, despite FC not having, you know, the majority of the attacking gameplay here in this first half of the second game.
So FC Nantes, after today, if the score remains the same, will be sat in 4th spot. Of course, the likes of Juventus, Manchester United, Boavista, who are below them, can also leapfrog them with their games later on as the ball gets fired towards goal, just the wrong side of the post, but promising signs again there for the French team.
Yeah, absolutely. It's, for me, the team I'm worried about here is Arsenal. They need to string or show FC Nantes that they need to be respected, really, because so far FC Nantes have nothing to worry about. They're free to come forward knowing that Arsenal offering up nothing really in terms of an attacking sense.
It feels like Arsenal have reverted back to their previous 3 match days in this second game, Harry.
Absolutely, and again, FC Nantes allowed to bring the ball forward, just a little bit out of sync at the moment.
Good challenge from Medley. Now can't quite get out there, and Eamon's in again here in towards Koulibaly, swing and a miss, and Rob Holding with the clearance, and that brings the first half to an end, and it was a forgettable half of eFootball.Pro, Rez.
But I think looking at it, given how the last game finished, of course, I think you were going to have a little bit of a kind of a let-out of energy. There's a let-out of emotion. I think at the moment, I think both teams are relatively flat because they can't really get themselves back up for it.
Just listen to some of the players there.
Comme ça, t'as raté une passe aussi, entre passes. C'est vrai. Bah oui. Alors. C'est vrai. Tous. Frère, chaque fois en action. I go.
Very vocal there, Arsenal.
Yeah, it sounded like there was it sounded like a little bit of disagreement, but I wouldn't like to sow seeds of discontent. But it looked as though it was a case of Venom trying to make his point and Chris trying to argue the point back. And you know,
that is one of the problems playing co-op. Of course, you will have even teams that have similar playing styles. The teammates they will still do certain things differently. It must be difficult sometimes when you are an elite player to perhaps choose an option that's not quite what you would do.
Well, this is a question that we asked of Juventus. You know, is everyone going to get a say, or is Eterito going to be the man?
Oh, a lovely turn there from Nicolas Pepe. Sorry to cut you off, Harry, because he's in again here. Wonderful footwork. What a finish. And Arsenal have taken the lead in dramatic fashion. And that right there is a huge goal for Pepe.
Absolutely wonderful. Take a look at this bit of skill. And it was Alex Giardi stepping up once again for his team. He has, I mean, such a way with goals about him. We saw it in the previous eFootball.Pro season, playing for his adversaries here. Just take a look at this to beat his man. The first touch.
Lovely footwork there, and he just rifled it top bag, top right-hand corner.
Yeah, and that little step over here, you can execute that yourself. If the ball's coming into you, you hold, I believe it's R2, you can let it run through your legs, and that's the type of thing you can do. It gives you that little bit of space, allows him to throw a trick. Yeah, he throws a trick, and boom.
Little drag over there, and discontent this time for FC Nantes. They've been here before, celebrations all round. Perhaps the so-called disagreement that Wes talked about has actually enabled them to go on and do something slightly differently to grab that goal. Lacazette finds Maitland-Niles. Interestingly, they've been played 2 different playing styles, and they've taken the lead twice.
Yeah, we do need to see, though, Arsenal hold this lead. I mean, if they want to have any chances in the table come the end of the season.
Pepe's in again here down the left-hand side. Great footwork again. Wonderful play across the face. And what a finish that is from Lacazette. And that man again, Nicolas Pepe, is causing problems all over the field today.
Well, I hope for Arsenal's point of view we're not seeing deja vu here. But either way, as you said, Pepe has been the difference maker. Take a look at this tremendous dribbling. It's Alex GRD again, turn provider this time, Wes.
It's that skill move you learnt last week, the double touch. And the double touch, if you execute it there, and especially if you pick the right moments, if these players have the right players in the right moments, in the right circumstances, in the right situations, that's the type of goal you can produce. And it was so easy for Chris to lay that into the back of the net. But it was superb again from Alex.
Wonderful, wonderful goal from an Arsenal point of view. Defensively, FC Nantes weren't the most solid there, but it's so difficult when you've got a player of Pepe's ability in terms of footwork and utilised to perfection there. The little drag over, step over, all the tricks of the trade there from the wide man, and he's been simply unplayable today, hasn't he?
He has, and Alex GRD has as well. If Arsenal are able to take 3 points away from this, I mean, it would be down to that man in the middle of the Arsenal squad. I mean,
who of course played for FC Nantes last season.
Maybe on a bit of a revenge mission here. Either way, he has been absolutely on point. It's Christopher with the goal, but let's be honest, it's Alex GRD who's made it 2-0 here for Arsenal.
Slowly becoming Arsenal's talisman. If players are expecting to create and do damage, it's certainly all the positive things are coming through Alex at this point.
But remember, we've been here before. It's a little bit later in the day, but I think it was around 53 minutes when we got the goal for FC Nantes in that first game. If you were to get a goal, though, from an FC Nantes point of view, the seeds of doubt might crop in again. So you certainly want to survive the next 10 minutes if you're an Arsenal team.
Free kick, though, in a bit of a dangerous spot. We saw the chaos that can ensue from set pieces. Are we going to see something else here today?
Mbombe, score of that late dramatic penalty in the first game, but this one was high, wide, and not so handsome.
Certainly not.
Not like Harry.
Thank you for that one. I mean, just looking at these goals, I mean, every single player chiming in for each squad. It's about who for FC Nantes is going to be that man to step up. Yes, they've been here before, and that's the good thing for them. If there is a good thing about them being 2-0 down, is that the game previous, they've proven to themselves they certainly can come back from a place of adversity. Can they do it here once again?
So far, so good for Arsenal. Pretty much identical possession for the two sides. And another performance in this second game from FC Nantes that leaves a little bit to be desired.
So far, we'll see what they can conjure up with after their changes. I'm done writing off FC Nantes after that miraculous comeback previous game.
One of the greatest comebacks of the season for sure. One of the greatest games we've seen. The drama left my heart palpitating as Maitland-Niles tries to twist and turn. And I mean, it looked like he got the ball to me there, but referee's always right, I suppose.
Yeah, well, we've been asking, you know, both of these teams and across the league as a whole for players to start taking risks. You know, both of those goals from or at least both of the, you know, the goal and the assist from Alex, both come from executing skill moves. You very rarely see skill moves in eFootball.Pro.
Taking the game by the scruff of the neck.
Taking it on his own back and going, look, this is mine, and we're going to sort this out. And to be fair, that at the moment, it doesn't look like, I mean, there's some pretty harsh challenges flying in at this point, but I can't really see where Nantes are going to find their feet here.
Something that FC Nantes haven't been able to do. They haven't kind of gone out of that risk area. They've been very safe and very predictable almost. Maybe they need to try something a little bit different.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, for me, it's fun to see. Well, not fun, but it's interesting to see Arsenal employing the same tactic that got them in trouble in the previous game.
Going to that 4-4-2. And
I mean, not particularly custom tactics, but hacking them down and preventing Nantes from playing their own brand of football. Well, yes, we're a bit later on in the game than it was earlier on.
I mean, that's very Christopher, isn't it?
It
the
is.
sort of cynical.
We'll call it professional.
Professional. Well, yeah, you know, you get in front and then you try and stifle the game a little bit. Anything in particular you're seeing here, Wes? I see you keeping a close eye on what Arsenal are doing.
But they're still playing with gegenpress, which was kind of their downfall last game. If you have gegenpress on for 90 minutes, it can completely tire your team out, whereas if you sometimes need to let it go a little bit and potentially change it up. I mean, their subs are in the right place. They've took the right time in terms of that kind of magic window of 60 to 75 minutes. They've executed their subs the right way. It's now just a case of closing a game out, and there's an art form even to that. We've seen it with Boavista where they play in a professional manner. They close a game out, they keep the ball, they suffocate a team, and maybe that's the approach that these guys need to take here.
Well, certainly get a bit of gamesmanship here from Arsenal. They are trying to waste a little bit of time down on this near touchline with some much needed possession, and then the throw comes in towards Kolasinac, fired in towards Nketiah. Wow, what a volley goal that would have been, but blocked in the penalty area. Still in Arsenal possession, and this is not what FC Nantes want. If you're an Arsenal fan, you are absolutely loving this right now, because Kolasinac has the ball down in the corner, and with 15 minutes remaining, they are still 2-0 to the good.
Yeah.
One goal, of course, could change this.
Arsenal need to be very careful here. Yes, they are having great spells of possession, but if FC Nantes can string together a couple of passes as they have here, they have 4 men up top that can be used in a counter-attack.
Simon finds Eamon. Eamon off towards Blas, back towards Eamon again. Another chance here for FC Nantes in towards the danger area. Dulu just couldn't quite get on the end of the cross, but they forced a corner.
They have, and this is what I was talking about. If you cut off the second pass from FC Nantes, great, you're still pinning them back in their own penalty area, but as soon as they get into a little bit of space, they're going to have so many bodies pouring forward. But Arsenal really need to keep their wits about them, and you can see on the right-hand side of your screen how they are adapting their formation to respect that and recognise that the counter-attacking threat that's going to come in these final few moments.
It's a little bit of fear for me, this strikes us, though, is that they are fearful of the fact that it's almost like they don't trust themselves defensively to keep this lead.
So 3 points here for Arsenal would see them leapfrog Schalke and Celtic. Of course, Celtic still to play. Things getting a bit tight in that sort of 4 to 7 spaces in the league as Saka plays it forward towards Kolasinac, but one back by Blas, and FC Nantes come again. A goal now would make a real nervy end to this match. Great challenge from Aubameyang, but it's been given away again. One back by Nketiah. The chance to counter is on here through Saka and Aubameyang as well. Lovely turn again out towards Saka. Lovely footwork again. Switch. Crossfield ball towards Pepe. Poor first touch, but they still have possession, and crucially, with only 5 minutes remaining, they have the ball, and FC Nantes are looking like they're going to end this game in defeat.
Yeah, this is Arsenal killing off the game at this point. Smart thing to do after the previous match's result, and they still are threatening in an attacking sense, but they don't want to take any risks. Now that, I mean, after Nantes have proven in the previous game how strong they could be, and that's why we're seeing fouls like that.
Yeah, there's that foul again, and they were able to snatch a dramatic 96th-minute winner in the first game, but even for them, and for their standards, it looks like it's going to be too little too late, but they might get a consolation. Oh, what a save from the goalkeeper.
Captain Christopher there stepping up with a bit of manual goalkeeping. Just a slight adjustment down to the keeper's right, I believe it was. We'll see it here again in a second, but it was enough to push that one to the right-hand side of the goal. A strong right hand pushes it away for a corner.
90 minutes are up. It's another corner. 4 minutes have added on time. The goalkeeper's come forwards. A goal now, it would well and truly be squeaky bum time, but I don't think it's going to come unless the flick on can't go goalwards. And now Aubameyang has a chance to counter through Saka, and they could really put the cherry on the icing, but it's a poor pass. But anywhere will do for Arsenal, because that is job done, and Arsenal will finish today with another 3 points as the ball gets headed in towards Eamon. Guendouzi fires the ball away. It's been a truly remarkable performance in terms of mettle and mentally. How impressive was that, Wes, from an Arsenal point of view after the heartbreak of that first game?
Well, it's powers of recovery. I mean, even in that first half, we didn't see a lot from Arsenal or even from Nantes, but their ability to recover from what was absolute heartbreak, to be 2-0 up in the first game and for it to to fall away 3-2 in the fashion that it did, there's some serious mental resolve there that they've been able to, and they drew on their experience. Alex Giardi, former player of Nantes, has played in this last season. Venom, who's a relative debutant. Chris, who channeled all of that experience to get themselves back into the tie. But even looking at the body language of some of them as they come off, both of them look really disappointed.
Just seeing Chris there, and he's shaking his head, obviously because of that first game. They've got 3 points on the board, and they still feel they should have got more.
Well, you could easily make the case that they should have had 6 if they'd have taken that kind of professional mentality that they had in that second game and transported that to the first game.
They were so good in that first half of the first game, weren't they?
Yeah, and it was a little bit of not flicking the switch to kind of go, right, actually we need to get on with this, but I think there's a little bit of fragility there with Arsenal. I think had they have taken that professional approach that closed out that second game into the first, we'd be sitting here saying that Arsenal have 6 points and, all is rosy in the...
Do you think FC Nantes were complacent in that first game?
I think they were just
thinking they were going to get a bit of an easier tie.
I think they were just caught unawares by the approach from Arsenal. We talked a lot about how much pressure they put Nantes under. Every time that they got the ball, they were on them in 2s and 3s. But as we said in the commentary, if you can escape the press, then actually your players are already tired, and then you've then got places to go and play the ball into. So I think Nantes, that they will, they'll learn from that experience, of having a team that will constantly press you.
Just looking at some of the highlights, the replays of the actual matches here. Of course, we will be going to the mix zone to speak to some of the players shortly. Of course, we can touch on the 96th minute winner from the penalty. Is there anything else that stood out over those 2 games that you thought were potentially season defining?
I think it's a little bit of what Alex was shown in the second game. I think it's that individual brilliance. If you have creative players in your team, allow them to be creative, allow them to do something risky, because you know what? These players are top, the top of their trade. These guys know how to play this game and know what works. Let them do it. Let them go ahead and play. We saw 2 examples of skill that you haven't seen from anybody else. The only other player that I've seen throw a skill move is the Palmer that plays for Barcelona. Everyone else is just pass, shoot, tackle. You need somebody to add that element of risk, and that if Arsenal can channel that in the right places, they'll be going into the top 6.
Indeed. Well, we are going to go live to the mix zone now to hear from, firstly, FC Nantes. What a tremendous last-minute winner in that first game. How do they feel, Harry?
Thanks, Adam. Let's find out. I am here with FC Nantes. Roxa, talk to me about that first game. An amazing comeback. How did you guys feel when you got that penalty and it was this man right here to score it? But how did you guys feel? Were your hearts in your mouth at that point?
Yes, I think that was the craziest game so far. They had 2-0 for them. Kepa and Asba told we need to believe in us, and we start to play, score fast goal in second half. After that we score another, and last minute we have a free kick for a very good position, but didn't score. And then a corner kick, then Asba play pass and penalty. And when Kepa said to me, I hope I'm not shooting. So me too, and Asba shoot. So it was perfect, really good, but amazing game.
The captain stepping up. Second game, you went 2-0 down once again. Couldn't score this time though, and unfortunately fell to Arsenal. What was the difference between the first game and that second game where you couldn't pull off the comeback?
Second game, we maybe because we need to be honest, we have a lucky in the first game because we win, and the other game we have post in the first half time, and I think we didn't have more opportunity after. And let's be honest, the Arsenal scored very good goal. I think the best goal for this round, and deserve win for them. So I think that's true. It's deserved win for them.
Matchday 5 in 2 weeks' time, you play against Manchester United, a team around you in the table. Talk to me about them as a team. How are you going to approach that game in Matchday 5?
Yeah, next game is Manchester United. They are a very good team. I will play against my friend O'Neill, and I hope we will win. But it will be hard games, and I think we have 2 weeks to prepare, so we will train hard, and I think we could win at least one game.
Roxa, thank you very much, my friend. I hate interviewing you because you're so much taller than me. That's FC Nantes. They come away with 3 points against Arsenal. Adam, back over to you if I can remember your name.
Everyone's taller than you, Harry. Hey. Really nice to hear from the guys in the studio there. Really bittersweet, wasn't it, for FC Nantes? Because they come from the highs of a last-minute winner to win it 3-2 from being 2-0 down in the 96th minute. Yeah. And then we were all sat here going, well, they're obviously going to go and win the second game because their tails are up. Arsenal are going to be completely deflated. And it just didn't materialise.
Yeah, I mean, it's an outpouring, as we said. It's an outpouring of emotion. It was an outpouring of, of pressure and relief. And you do sometimes get into that mode where if you're playing games back-to-back, if you've had such a finish to a game where it's, oh, well, we've just, we've stole it with the last kick of the game, you then kind of are then like, everything is kind of laid out on the table, then you're like, oh, okay, well, I've got to go and play another game now. And it can sometimes have that effect where you go, well, actually, we're okay, we've got 3 points. But as I said, that takes completely away from, obviously, the Arsenal boys who we're going to speak to in a minute, takes away from that individual brilliance we saw.
Yeah, so Arsenal, on the other hand, not a great result in the first one, won the second game, again bittersweet. Harry, how are they feeling?
Yes, thank you very much, Adam. I'm here with Arsenal, who come away with 3 points. We're going to talk to Venom first and foremost. The first game, up 2-0. Obviously a bit heartbreaking to throw that one away. What went wrong? Were you just unlucky in the end to not come away with any points in that first game?
After pretty much the 2 goals leading, we got maybe afraid to keep pressing, and so we got pushed from Nantes. But as you just said, as you just saw, Nantes were way happier than us, and we shared 3 points. That pretty much tells the game. It's not possible to receive a penalty in 96 when the referee gave 3 minutes extra. It's unbelievable.
Bit unfortunate there. The second game, though, so much better for you. You went 2-0 up and were able to continue that lead. What was the difference between the second game when you went 2-0 up and the first game?
We played, like in Rocky, with the eye of the Tigers this time. And we have the best goal until now from my mate Alex. He did really a good job with Pepe. And so I think we deserve not 6 points, but at least 4 points. It's okay with 3 points, and we are just improving.
All right, Venom, thank you very much. I'm going to turn our attentions over to team captain Christopher. You play Schalke next match day. Talk to me about them. How are you going to approach that one? Do you think they're going to be a force after today?
It's a good team, Maybe they are composed about some players have a lot of experience, so you have to respect them. Today they play well against Barcelona. Unfortunately, they took only one, but maybe they deserve more. So you will continue to work. I'm very proud of my teammates because actually we are working really hard, doing a lot of sacrifice. And like Amy said, at least we deserve more. That's why my face was not so happy. But I'm very proud of the team and of my teammates. And of course, if you continue to work like this, you will reach our goals.
Arsenal guys, thank you very much. A congratulatory 3 points for the Gunners. Adam, back over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Harry. Again, great to hear from the Arsenal guys there. We talked about it being bittersweet as well for them. They seemed far more disappointed by that.
Well, yeah, because you have a 2-0 lead. You have a 2-0 lead, and as Venom alluded to, he feels as though they were a little bit kind of scared to kind of carry on in the way that they were playing. And rightfully so. I would be annoyed if I'd gone 2-0 up in that fashion and was that kind of on the front foot in the game. I would be annoyed that I'd lost that game, especially in the fashion they did. And I know he made mention to obviously a penalty given in the 96th minute, but the ball is still live and the ball is still in an attacking phase. The ball's still in the box. The ref isn't going to blow up for full time when the ball is inside your own box. So it's
it's heartbreaking, but at the same time it's
you
the laws of
understand.
the game. Yeah. Of course, make sure you follow us on all of our social media channels for all of the latest and greatest information on the tournament as a whole. And remember, we have our MVP award and best goal from this match day will be announced in match day 5. We now turn our attention to the next game, which is, of course, another huge match between two giants of the game, Juventus versus Manchester United. For Juventus, we have Illustatore, Eterito and Lo Scandalo as well. And then, of course, for Manchester United, we're just waiting for the players here. Ostrubuch EC O'Neill and Cams as well. 6 great players, a titanic game, 2 great teams. Let's hear what they have to say.
Well, we try to win this match with Manchester United. It's a new challenge for us because we play today, or better tomorrow, without Piazza. So we need to learn how to play, and we change tactic and formation for adapting in the game. So we will see tomorrow, but we try to win.
I think Matchday 4 will be hard again. Juventus is a very good opponent. They are in 3rd place and they have 2 points more than us. They are a very attacking team, and hopefully we can get them in the counter and win the games.
Great to hear from them, and it's always difficult at this stage because these 2 teams, similar to Barcelona, you'd have to say, have kind of chugged through the season and showed glimpses of what they can produce at the highest level, but equally a few disappointing results as well.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. It will be interesting to see what kind of team Manchester United field. I mean, we've had a few teams so far this season, you know, utilise the 4-man squads available to them. You think back to Boavista and FC Nantes, who we just saw in Matchday 1. Both have players unavailable to them due to other commitments. The first time, really, though, we've seen a squad rotation where there hasn't been other commitments was Manchester United last matchday. So it's an interesting dynamic. Obviously, you are allowed to use and rotate as many squad members as you like here in this 3v3 competition. So it'll be interesting to see who they decide to field today.
Indeed. So let's go with the next match, another huge game. Juventus versus Manchester United. Can't wait. So Juventus on your left-hand side in the famous black and white, and the equally famous Red Devils, Manchester United on the right-hand side. A familiar lineup from what we saw in match days 1 and 2. How do you see this one, guys?
I want to see how Ostrovic settles back into the lineup. I mean, he was their leading goal scorer coming into matchday 3. A tactical decision it was in the end by Manchester United not to field him on that match day. Ultimately didn't really work. I'm looking to see him prove a point here and say to Manchester United, look, I don't care what tactics are involved, I am unbenchable. I need to be in the starting lineup every single match day here in the eFootball.Pro. So he's a player I'm going to be keeping an eye on in particular in this matchup.
Wes, who have you got your eye on for this one?
It's actually the Juve captain. I'm very much looking forward to seeing how Eterito actually kind of structures this team, and more importantly, how Juve play as a unit. You know, we've seen, as we said about Jekyll and Hyde in regards to Nantes, I think we've seen Jekyll and Hyde from Juventus as well. They were arguably unlucky in matchday 1 to not come away with some more points than they did. It'll be interesting to see how they go.
And along those lines, are we waiting to really see the best of Scandalo in this trio? Because, of course, a great player in his own right by himself, but as part of this trio, of course, in previous tournaments, Luca and Ettore have played with Alex, for example, who now plays for Bayern Munich. Does it take a little bit of time to sort of start playing with a new player, and do you think that moment is now?
Well, I think when you look at it, I think Lo Scandalo, I believe, is the only player with a match ball. He's the only player to have scored a hat-trick, so he's bedded in well. I think it's more a case that we haven't seen the best of Juve as a whole. I'm more looking forward to seeing, or more looking to see how Ettore actually imposes his will, because I don't think we've seen the best of him yet. I'm genuinely looking forward to seeing how this pans out in this game.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right in maybe highlighting Eterito as a player that hasn't taken over games as maybe we might want him to for Juventus. When you look at a player who you could arguably say is mirroring him in terms of 1 versus 1 performances back in the old PES League in PES 2019, Özmakabil, leading goal scorer, leading assister, absolutely doing the business for AS Monaco. Obviously has that support network around him with Kilzu and Lotfi as well. But you could argue the same here for Eterito, and he's really let his two teammates shine as opposed to, you know, really taking the games by the scruff of the neck as we maybe expected him to do so this season.
Well, that's right. Along those lines, talking about Özmakabil, you'd have to say that currently in the world of eFootball PES, Guiafera, Özmakabil and Ettore are probably you would have to say, three of the best. And we've only really seen the best of Özmakabil in this competition. We're still waiting to see the best of Guiafera and Eterito, of course.
I mean, you could argue that maybe that's the other two just waiting to settle down into a co-op competition. But, I mean, Guiafera, reigning co-op world champion. On the other side, Eterito has won multiple co-op world championships right back in previous PES iterations. So these two are no stranger to these types of co-op competitions. But, I mean, we'll have to see how Eterito plays today, see if he can potentially, you know, maybe push himself back into that superstar conversation, or whether or not he's happy to let his two teammates really, you know, share the load with them as well.
Yes, we touch a lot on Juventus. Let's turn our attention, of course, to their competitors today, Manchester United. Three huge players. Cams goes back a long, long way, trained with Özmakabil for many years, a great French player. El O'Neill, one of the most passionate, emotional, brilliant at times players over the years in the PES League as well, and different competitions, of course, here in eFootball.Pro. And Ostojic, one of the greatest young players in the game as well. So have we seen enough of them yet?
I think we're still, and again, we're still waiting on some of these teams. We are still waiting for that defining performance. And, you know, I know we've alluded to Austri coming back in this match day. Let's not take it away from Almighty DS, though. He's a quality player in his own right. So I think it's a case of they're able to take players in and out that are kind of
it's
level
a nice
with
luxury
each other.
to have.
Yeah, it's great. It's like, you know, you have a selection issue in the sense of all three of your players at any one time can be taken in.
So we're underway, and it's Manchester United who start on the front foot as Douglas Costa tries to clear his lines, and it ricochets back to Manchester United as McTominay and Dybala now picks the ball up for Juve, a chance for them to breathe. It was a pretty explosive start from Manchester United. They weren't able to capitalise, and now Cristiano Ronaldo, of course, a former Red, finds Cuadrado, a former Premier League player as well, and now Greenwood on the left-hand side, one of the brightest young players being used by Ostojic, also one of the brightest young players in their respective campaigns, as Rashford turns it in towards Greenwood and fired away.
Certainly an early start that is promising for Manchester United. When you look at the two teams' form, obviously last match day, Manchester United only able to gain 1 point against Celtic.
First real chance here for Juventus. Cuadrado across the face, and who else but Cristiano Ronaldo to turn home at the back post. It's a lightning start for Juve, and it's a stunning, stunning goal.
And who else but Cristiano Ronaldo? Who else but Eterito, the man we were talking about to step up? It's him with the tap-in. Credit, obviously, to his two teammates fashioning the goal, but that's what we wanted out of Ettore. That's what we wanted to see out of him here. The two men alongside him combining to, well, the pass to the assist and then the assist itself, allowing an easy tap-in. And for all the work that Manchester United did in the early stages of this match, it's Juventus striking first.
Well, it's like the Juventus boys heard us talking about what's the team spirit like in the camp, and they've produced one of the team goals of the day so far, as Manchester United now need to find a response. We're only 15 minutes down, and it's something you don't want to be against the team like Juventus, who can take the game away from you once they get in front.
Yeah, definitely not. You don't want to be conceding first, and it's scary for Manchester United as well in prospect when you consider, I'll come back to my point actually, as
Cuadrado finds Cristiano Ronaldo. It's 2-0. Juventus, exactly what I said, explosive. From 1-2, they're taking the game away from Manchester United, and it looked like it might possibly be Cristiano Ronaldo second and Eterito second.
It is Ettore, and my point was going to be, if you let Juventus score early, we haven't really seen them since the match day where Lo Scandalo got the match ball for a hat-trick. We haven't seen them stretch their legs. Look at this, wide open, a defensive mistake from Manchester United. And it is Eterito with his second in under 20 minutes.
The 1-2 back towards Ettore, and the hooked finish into the bottom left-hand corner. Cristiano Ronaldo against his former club. What a finish.
What a finish. And it's a miscommunication at the back there for Manchester United. Something they need to try and steady going on to the rest of this game. And honestly, as we were talking about Ettore not really stepping up, that goal actually levels him with the joint top scorer of his club. You can see the stats there. Il Distratore and Eterito now both with 5.
Imani Miller dispossessed by Rabiot, and now Dybala brings it forward again for Juventus. There's so much space in the heart of that midfield, and Manchester United are in danger of throwing this game away inside the opening 20 minutes. It's Dybala, lovely footwork, great challenge there from Phil Jones to deny him, but Manchester United are well and truly on the ropes, Harry.
Absolutely they are, Wes.
Yeah, I mean, this could get ugly. If Man United don't arrest this slide quickly, this could get very, very ugly indeed. Juve seem to be all over them. Every time that ball goes into Ronaldo, it's almost like it's a lightning bolt for United, and the alarm bells are ringing immediately.
I can't believe how open they are in the heart of the midfield at the moment as Greenwood picks the ball up, places it through towards Rashford. This could be a great response. Good stop down, strong hand to his right-hand side. Nice response though for Manchester United.
It's another just little shift from Eterito here, using the manual goalkeeping. Just that micro step to his right allows a strong parry around the post.
Micro step, not even a small step.
Not even a small one.
Smaller. Rashford whips it in towards Greenwood. Back with that man. Come up through the ranks at Manchester United, and well and truly a first-team player at the moment.
Look at the space on the right for Dybala.
And it is that man who picks the ball up, holds off Maguire, now finds Douglas Costa. There's space all over the show at the moment on the edge of the United area. Douglas Costa, good challenge from Taylor and hacked away up towards Imani Miller. Now Paul Pogba tries to keep possession but gives it away. It's all got a little bit scrappy.
It has, and I think this is the avenue that you do want to take if you're Manchester United. Yes, it is a bit scrappy. It's not the cleanest football you want to see, but
you probably want to try and slow the tempo down a little bit.
Exactly. You want to stop Eterito getting onto that goal-scoring rampage, but, I mean, they're very leaky here at the back.
Eterito this time showing his defensive mettle with the header from Bonucci. And now Scott McTominay under the astute guidance of Eldridge O'Neill. One
Great
back
interception.
though. Chance for Lascandalo to bring it forward out towards Ettore on the left-hand side using Cuadrado. Cuadrado tries to find Ronaldo, but that's a poor pass.
Tell you what, credit Lascandalo for that interception with Rabiot, I believe it was. It was so well read, and this is the good thing about this Juventus squad we were talking about before the match. Eterito happy to share the load with these two players, Luca and Lascandalo, both chiming in when needed.
Rashford tries to find Imani Miller. Now, of course, we're very, very early. Let's not jump ahead of ourselves, but we talked about waiting for a defining moment in Juventus this season, and this might well be it, as Maguire finds McTominay. Now, Paul Pogba finds Rashford. A goal now for United could be huge in the scheme of proceedings, as Rashford has support on the right-hand side. Instead, he goes left, and it's almost broke for Greenwood, but the goalkeeper smothers, the former Arsenal man, of course.
Yeah, the touch just too much, a bit too strong for Greenwood to really corral that one in and make a reasonable chance.
Paul Pogba, 1 minute of added on time, and a chance for the manager to really bring some heads together and work out, try and figure what's gone wrong in the opening 45 minutes, but it could get worse as Ronaldo smells blood here, smells Red Devil blood.
They're looking really, really static in midfield, Man United. The minute that ball goes in, it looks really laboured, try and get it forward. On the flip side, when it goes to Juve, they have options, they have quickness, they have dribble, they have everything that they need to get forward.
Why have they got so much space in the attacking third, Wes?
It's more a case of how they're setting out as a trio. They're able to make runs independently of the person who has the ball, but they're making smart enough runs. You'll see it with Ettore, you saw it with that second goal. Definitely is that understanding of getting the ball out to Douglas Costa and then to receive it straight back when you have that right space.
Now, of course, we must say that we shouldn't write off Manchester United. We've seen it already today. A 2-goal cushion is not enough sometimes in eFootball.Pro, but Juventus a possible different kettle of fish to Arsenal, maybe?
Yeah, they've certainly proven it so far, and so far this season, that once they score first, they are unlikely to drop points.
Greenwood finds Rashford. Oh, what a chance there for Marcus Rashford. The right foot shot outside of the boot. Bit too close to the goalkeeper, and it's palmed behind for a corner, but it's a good start to the second half for them.
Yeah, I think this is, again, Ettore just with that little micro adjustment with the goalkeeper, pushing it round, making it short.
Possession in favour of Manchester United, turned home, and it's an unlikely finish from an unlikely man. It's Nemanja Matic who turns it home, and the goalkeeper didn't look like he knew what was going on there.
Certainly not. Looks like by the reactions it was a Cam's goal. We'll get confirmation in just a moment, but that's the goal they needed to start off this half. They're playing down their celebrations because they know it's a little bit fortunate for it to dribble all the way through. But Nemanja Matic gets one back.
Well, Wes. Are we about to see potentially another huge turnaround in eFootball.Pro?
Well, United are not shy of comebacks, and you know we know the passion that they have, and they're trying to temper it at the moment because they understand that this next 10 or 15 minutes are absolutely crucial.
I tell you what, if you see a second goal for Manchester United, you know for a fact the celebrations will be far, far different. All three of them will be up on their feet as Rabiot plays it in towards Ronaldo. It's an interesting challenge from Taylor. The referee just electing to give a free kick and no caution.
Had a chance to play that quickly, did Juve, but respecting Manchester United's potential for a counter, let's just get bodies forward and make sure this one is staying in at least a United third.
Los Gandalo fires it in towards the danger area. It went a little bit further than Manchester United would have hoped for, but Lindelof was there finally to clear it away. Now Bonucci, of course, Ettore. Now Ettore plays it through, all the way through towards Cuadrado and cleared away. It's got a bit scrappy in the last 5 to 10 minutes or so, but this will, like you said, Harry, this will probably suit Manchester United.
Probably would, yeah. I mean, right now Juve look a little bit suspect in defence. Yes, they're dealing with any attacks that United are coming up with in open play at least, but as long as there is a bit of miscommunication at the back, we saw it for the first goal of the game. I mean, it's easy to capitalise if you're not all on the same page, and that's what maybe United are banking on here.
Cuadrado finds Ronaldo out towards Douglas Costa. Support from Dybala. Chance to turn onto his favourite left foot. Now in towards Douglas Costa. And it's another clinical team goal from Juventus. A brilliant move from start to finish. And they've got their 2-goal cushion.
And it's right back, as you say, to that 2-goal cushion. And it's a marvellous team goal. We'll see the replays again, and it will show just how in sync these three are for the old lady. Juventus absolutely on fire in this game, and United, well, they were banking on a bit of a mistake and miscommunication at the back. It's not come, and they have conceded once again.
It really was a devilish goal against the Red Devils there.
Got nothing to say.
That's 2 goals and an assist for it. All right, don't worry, I'll rein it back in for.
I apologise for that.
Thank you.
But yeah, that's an assist now for it already to go along with the 2 goals. Again, was the performance that we expected out of him. Is that he's now again proving his worth, and so are his teammates. His teammates in this as well have been fantastic. Eldis Tutore and obviously the Scandal have both played very well indeed as well.
Well, we've seen 3 great goals, but they've all been great team goals, haven't they?
They have, and it's important for me that Ettore has answered the summons. He's, heard the call and he has answered it. He's stepped up here well and truly in a big way for Juve, and in a game that, when you look at the table coming into this match, I mean, Juventus and United just split by 2 points in the table. So this is a real important game.
So Wes, what are you seeing here from Manchester United in terms of their tactical tweaks here?
It looks like they're, if you're looking at it, yeah, they've got a couple of tactics set up. One being a diamond, so that it's almost like they're trying to kind of push players forward and get more forward. But as we already said, in their normal formation, they were incredibly wide open.
Yeah.
So if you're going to go down the route of playing a
well, look,
formation
it's just
there,
left Jesse Lingard there by himself at the moment. And
yeah.
It allows players like Rabiot to really get in around him and then start to free the likes of Dybala and Ronaldo. And it is the former here. Dybala onto his left foot, back towards Khedira. Now Rabiot, good challenge there from Harry Maguire, steps forward. Manchester United looking to hit back for a second time in this match to make it 3-2, and then it would be a grand stand finish potentially, Harry.
Potentially, but we will see if United have that in their locker. So far, it's all Juve and they're attacking in numbers.
Dybala, good challenge, and Maguire again. It's difficult because from a captain's perspective, he won't be happy with conceding 3 goals, but he's played pretty well as Jesse Lingard now joins the attack, plays it in towards Imani Miller! And it's a second goal for Manchester United. And for the second time today, they've come from behind. They now need to go again and get the equalising goal.
And it's that miscommunication we were talking about, and maybe that United were banking on. You can see the post-mortem analysis already happening at Juve, but look at this, beautiful run. Just gets stuck on a Juventus player, but if anything, that helps out Imani Miller, as it is going to be a United grandstand finish. Let's see if they can complete this comeback.
Well, we thought the FC Nantes game would not be beaten today and potentially even in the season, but could we be scheduled for another barnstorming finish here? As what would you do now, Wes?
I think if you're
in both shoes,
if you're United, you need to press on. If you've gone and taken that goal, don't just sit on the formation you've got. Try and push players forward. You know, granted, you've got to
have they been playing gegenpress so far?
These guys haven't been, not from what I can see at this point. But you can see there they're looking at how their defence is pressuring. So you can see there they've switched their kind of point of defending out to focusing on the wide players, because that's where your likes of Dybala and Cuadrado and Douglas Costa are getting free. If you're Juve, you need to just kind of cover up a little bit, you know, and like we say, if you've got opportunities, make sure they pay.
Well, they've made 2 changes along those lines. They've actually taken both of those players that you mentioned off, Cuadrado and Dybala, both being changed. They've done a lot of running, made up a lot of ground in this game, so tired legs might be a sensible option to give them a bit of extra spark in that attacking third for a counter-attack, but they've got to be careful here because Manchester United are growing into this match, and it's in towards Rashford. Great chance, Imani Miller. He's hit the post. What a chance for Manchester United, and it should be all square.
And it was Cams with the shot. Honestly, I'm not going to berate him too much for not putting that one in the back of the net, because not too sure he was expecting that one extra pass. It was a lovely passage of play from United, but now Juve can come right up the other end.
And not to mention the extra pass, there was a manual save in there as well. I didn't quite catch who it was that pulled it off.
Yeah,
but
he tipped onto the post,
it was a brilliant save.
Harry Maguire now finds Rashford. United come again. Said this time and time again over the decades as Phil Jones now fires the ball forwards, looking for Juan Mata, but one back by Juventus mentally now. We've got to see a really strong performance from Juve, as a few hearts in the mouth moments from players in the studio as the ball got fired back to the goalkeeper. He took it on the chest. Good period of possession though, Harry, from Juventus here, just to kind of stifle the game, but now actually almost got on the counter-attack.
Yeah, nice idea there to play the extra pass. I think you're looking to take a touch there just to make the defender commit to one of the players, either the player on the ball or the player off the ball, and then you can go from there. But Juve killing this game off, time ticking down now. United, they're running out of it.
Higuain finds Ronaldo. A 4th goal would be well and truly game over, but it doesn't look like they are going to go for that option. It looks like they may just try and keep the ball in the corner or not, in towards Ronaldo, and he's trying to fire it goalwards, and that might be a decision that could come back to haunt him as David De Gea fires the ball forwards. We're deep into the final minute of the allotted 90. All eyes on the 4th official as he walks towards the edge of the technical area. 3 minutes of added on time. Is there one last chance for a last gasp equalising goal? That is a cynical foul, a tactical foul, a gamesmanship foul on the edge of the area, but Harry and Wes, it gives them a chance.
Yeah, it's not the area you want to give the free kick away for, especially with, as we saw earlier, with not pushing players forward. United could easily, and as you can see, they're making minor adjustments, but they're pushing players forward. They want to have as many options in that box as humanly possible.
Yeah, and you can see on the other side the complete contrast. Look at the wall of players Juventus have brought back here. 5 midfielders in front of those 4 defenders.
You can see why they would do it, but equally,
it's risky.
I mean, it's going to cause some real confusion if they can play the ball into the right areas here, Manchester United. There's going to be bodies all over the place.
And we saw the late penalty given against Arsenal for FC Nantes. That could be a very similar situation here. So this is such a delicate situation for Juventus to take care of. And you're right, with that many people back, it can be very, very confusing.
It's the old 2-3-5 formation.
Yeah, ladies and gents, do not go anywhere. We are deep into added on time in this match between Manchester United and Juventus. 2 amazing clubs. And it's an amazing scoreline so far. It's 3-2 to Juventus, but with the final kick of the match, we could see potentially another incredible turnaround. From 3-1 down, a chance for 3-3. It's in towards Harry Maguire. It didn't quite have the legs. Are they going to get another opportunity? It's back in towards Matic. In towards Martial, tries to turn to get the shot away. Hacked away. And surely, with the referee, with the whistle to his lips, brings the game to an end. And a really, really important 3 points for Juventus. But guys, Manchester United took them all the way.
They did not make it easy on Juventus by any stretch of the imagination. Yes, Juventus were up 2-0 and 3-1 at parts, but United pushed them all the way, and that will give them hope in this second match we have coming up. They don't get any points out of the first game, but can't afford to be too hard on themselves. Based on what we just saw, they really did not give anything away, apart from, obviously, those 3 goals.
So a great solo performance from Ettore there. I believe the match ball?
No,
just
the 2 and
just
an assist, though, for the 3rd. So really stepping up, as we were asking him to do. And already joking around with his teammates, knowing that, yeah, that one was maybe a bit close for comfort, but in the end, they know the result. They got the 3 points.
Yeah, it's quite funny seeing Ettore mid-game when they've just conceded a goal, and then him after the game.
After the points have been secured.
Laughing and smiling as if nothing's happened.
Yeah.
We all saw him berating, that's not even a word, is
berate?
it? And berate, that's the one. Berating his players after the second goal came in from Manchester United.
On the one side, you have Eterito, you know, laughing, joking with his teammates. I want to see the opposing captain, Eldridge, really step up in that similar situation, you know. Not so much laughing and joking, because you can't have that mentality after you just lost the game. But head down, let's talk about, you know, some more tactics, maybe what we could do differently from the first game. That's what Eldridge needs to be doing right now. And of course, maybe consulting the almighty DS sat behind him as well. United with their 4-man squad, still able to consult him between games. And, you know, he's an extra pair of eyes, just as Lutty is for Bayern München.
That was my next point, is that, I mean, don't get me wrong, I've not really been paying much attention to what he's doing today anyway. But I certainly remember from Bayern Munich's point of view how much Lutty is involved in those tactics. Do you think we need to see that from DS?
I think it's a case of, for at least for the almighty DS, it's a case that if you can see something, call it out. You know, you can see, you know, you don't need us to start calling it out up here when we're, you know, we're just commentators and we're sat here going, actually, you're being overrun in midfield. There needs to be some type of, like, even just cue a pause and just take a second to just go, what's going on? Like, you know, at least with obviously
that second
with Bayern
pair
Munich,
of eyes can be so important.
Yeah,
I
mean,
at this level.
When with Bayern Munich, obviously it's exactly the same. You can see how much Lutty is involved with that kind of, you know, actually looking at stuff and analysis. I think the same needs to be done with United to really take them to that next level.
So 5 goals split between the 2 teams in that first game. 3 for Juventus was enough to beat Manchester United 3-2. We are into the second game now. Another 3 points at stake. As it's Juventus who get the first attack underway, but it's in the grateful arms of David De Gea.
Yeah, do not adjust your sets or go anywhere. I feel there are way more goals to be had in this one here, Adam.
Scott McTominay, one of the breakthrough stars of Manchester United this season, turns and finds Nemanja Matic. Now, Nemanja Miller won back, though, by Chiellini, a stalwart of the Juventus back line over the years, Harry.
Yeah, a backbone to that Juventus line, even when they were, you know, under a bit of adversity at their football club. He was always there, always faithful.
Cuadrado heads it on towards Dybala. The right foot volley straight down the throat of the Spaniard.
David De Gea there, gratefully gobbling that one up. I think it was Los Scandalo with the shot.
Oh, it's a poor back header there, and Mason Greenwood almost capitalised on that horrific error of judgment there. Heart in the mouth moment there.
Yeah, it's all a bit scrappy. And both back ends, I feel like if either of these two teams were to go on and maybe challenge the likes of Bayern München or AS Monaco, they would be put to the sword with this kind of slapstick defending almost. Certainly needs to be shored up later on in the season.
It does look a little bit haphazard so far as Rashford comes away again. He's got support from Greenwood straight through the middle. There's the pass in towards Greenwood, cuts back onto his left foot, can't get the shot away, and De Ligt did brilliantly actually to fire it off the attacker and out for a goal kick. But again, we mentioned in that first game, a stop-start, cagey, nasty game really probably favours Manchester United, and it's kind of started in that vein.
Yeah, it has, but Juve always dangerous as they are here. Almost getting a chance off there, but can't fault United in their approach play. Obviously, both teams' defences not as on point as maybe you'd like them to be, but United still, you know, creating chances. It's not like we saw in other matches where they haven't had that creative spark, all those opportunities falling their way. I feel like there are opportunities for them in this match.
Chiellini heads away, only as far as Marcus Rashford, back to McTominay, 20 minutes gone, fired in towards Paul Pogba. Great flick in towards Rashford. Oh, what a goal that would have been.
Tremendous find. Just a little floaty ball there at the man on the far post, and fortunate to come away with the ball here, and it looks like it's going to be Dybala.
In towards Dybala, can't get the shot away, smothered again by David De Gea. That's a big chance that, Harry, just couldn't quite get the ball out from under his feet.
Yeah, Dybala and Captain Eterito, you'd bet your house on him scoring them.
Rashford finds Greenwood, back to Rashford, lovely one-touch football from Manchester United. The shot was blocked by Bonucci, and now Douglas Costa can bring it away, but Juventus can't get out at the moment. Manchester United camped inside their half. Pogba out towards Greenwood. They need to make this pressure pay though, otherwise they could succumb to the lightning counter-attack from Juventus. Cuadrado, support from Ronaldo. Ronaldo tries to find Dybala. Good defending again from Phil Jones.
Just seems to be in the midfield at the moment. Well, as I say that, it's Juve gaining control, but most of the time it has been United winning that midfield battle. Matic, Pogba, McTominay, all stepping in when necessary and finding the ball to the front three.
That's a lovely ball towards Damani Miller. Crosses in towards Greenwood. Oh, anything, a hair's breadth or anything would have sent that goalwards, but he's missed it.
He did so well to get in front of his defender and his man, but like you said, any kind of connection on that, it's going goalwards.
Damani Miller, plays it through Rashford, one-on-one, surely 1-0 to Manchester United. Oh, he saved it. He's put it straight at the goalkeeper, and that is a huge, huge missed opportunity, Wes. And did you see something there? Because I know what I saw.
Yeah, I know what I saw too. It was it's manual goalkeeping, but it's like we alluded to earlier. That's a point where manual goalkeeping benefits you, because I think it was Ettore again who's gone to manual goalkeeping, but he's making United make a choice before he makes a choice. He's not committing, and he's not, he's not presenting them with an easy opportunity, and as a result, it's a great save.
And the United man with the chance was actually Cams, and you could see him second-guessing himself as soon as Eterito made that shift over to the near post, really made him think about where the ball needed to be placed, and just didn't fancy himself with Marcus Rashford to go for that far post where the goal was more open.
Yeah, McTominay caution there for that foul. A huge missed opportunity, regardless of the brilliant manual goalkeeping. You would put your house on Rashford putting that in the back of the onion bag, but as things stand after 37 minutes, it's been really a half that's been dominated by Manchester United, surprisingly, in terms of what we saw in the first game, how disjointed Juventus have been, and they have had 73% possession, Manchester United.
Yeah, they've had their odd opportunities. Let's not, write Juventus off completely. I mean, you think about that Dybala one-on-one with Eterito, that could have been a goal, but you're right, the majority of chances certainly have come United's way, and it's because of this midfield battle that currently they're winning.
Yeah, I certainly haven't written Juventus off, because I know for a fact that if you do not score when you're on top in this game, you can and often are punished, and Juventus are one of the best teams to do that. Scott McTominay, of course, now walking that tightrope on that yellow card as Cuadrado now finds Ronaldo on towards Dybala, and this is the sort of attack we saw them in the first game. Douglas Costa, a chance to go 1-0 up, deflected! Oh, it's trickled wide of the far post, and it should have been 1-0.
Look at this dummy here by Eterito, just to allow that ball to run across his body with Dybala, and it's allowed the run to come in from Lo Scandalo, and it just trickles agonisingly wide for Juventus.
It does indeed, as Osterbuch comes across with Paul Pogba to block that cross. But they've elected to change corner kick taker. It's in by Cuadrado in towards the near post, and it's headed in. And look at exactly what I said. If you do not score when you're on top at the highest level in eFootball.Pro, you will be punished.
It's the bait and switch at that corner. They set that up as though that's been drilled into Ronaldo, and they've completely taken that man that you stand in that spot on the touchline to block that cross. Instead, they've just gone, actually, we can just do it elsewhere. And it's Dybala with the acrobatic finish that is absolutely stunning.
World class from Juventus, and just when you think that it might not be their day in this second game, right on the stroke of half-time, a perfect time to score. They've gone 1-0 up, but can United make an instant response? Paul Pogba can't get the shot away, and somehow the old ladies scramble it away, and it's finished at the end of the first 45 minutes. Manchester United 0, Juventus 1, and that really was a smash and grab, Harry.
It was. I mean, United with, you could argue, more clear-cut opportunities. Yes, the shots at half-time in more favour of Juventus, but you have to think a couple of those shots came towards the end of the half. United unfortunate not to get at least a goal in that first half. They can't get too down on themselves though.
Douglas Costa finds Ronaldo. They certainly don't want to concede a second. Bookending the first half and second half, that would have been, but it's gone just the wrong side of the post from a man who usually hits the target.
I tell you what, for Juventus, this Eterito and Lo Scandalo combination, there's been 3 or 4 different opportunities and passages of play that have been created by those two alone. Il Distratore obviously covering in defence and pressuring as he is just there to prevent any forward progression from United, but Eterito and Lo Scandalo really on the same page here for Juventus.
The thing is that we mentioned how they weren't quite on top in that first half, but of the chances they did create, they were big chances, and obviously they took one of them, and that is always a threat. When you're a team and you're playing okay, but they're half chances, you'd be a little bit concerned. When you know you can create something out of nothing in most games, you know you're always going to do okay.
Yeah, and that's where a team like that will favour this type of game, where it is a bit scrappy, both teams having opportunities. When you favour your own fortune over the other teams, you're always going to be in better stead than maybe your opponents would be.
Speaking of fortune, fortune favours the brave. Can Manchester United do something in this second half to turn the tide as Rashford shoots towards goal? It's deflected and takes all the pace off the shot, and it's an easy save for Szczesny.
Laid it back in the end to Cams. I think Cams, once again, similar to that chance in the first game of these two, wasn't expecting that extra ball, so Rashford, controlled by Cams, had to take a touch, and if he'd struck it first time, maybe it would have been a bit of a cleaner connection. Maybe there wouldn't have been a deflection, and maybe it would have been a goal.
Sorry, I just keep cutting you off there.
Right,
I kept thinking you'd finished. I'm just looking at the stats, actually, and it's remarkable how we've had so many games so far. Monaco haven't even played yet, and Özmakabal is still top of the assists and goals with 7 and 10, respectively. He's 3 goals better than his teammate Kills with 7, joint with Roxa on 7 as well. What a remarkable season he is having, and we are going to see him very, very soon. The man of the moment, the team of the moment, AS Monaco in their matchup. But right here, Juventus looking for the double as Cristiano Ronaldo goes in again, crosses towards Cuadrado. Good defending, Harry.
Yeah, Lo Scandalo there, trying to repay the favour to Eterito, but like you said, good defending. United hanging on for now, and the longer this stays at 1-0, the longer there is a chance for United to get something from this game.
2 goals in their first game, so we can't write them off. All the while, as you said, it stays 1-0. But the longer the game goes on and the tired legs, you would be inclined to start seeing a few mistakes, and that may allow Juventus in on the counter-attack. 70 minutes gone here, and it's still Juventus pressure and possession, which is a little bit surprising. Or do you think Manchester United are just trying to stay in this one at this moment in time?
Yeah, I think at this stage, you know, you weather the storm and you try and stay on or within 1 goal going into that last 10 minutes. And I suppose it would be a little bit worrying if you're playing for Manchester United, the lack of output you have. You know, you haven't really had a chance in this second half. That needs to change, really.
Douglas Costa, challenged by Harry Maguire. Just 15 minutes are all that stands between Juventus and 6 huge points, which would see them joint on 16 points with AS Monaco. Of course, AS Monaco can stretch that lead again with their 2 games later on today. But certainly, if you're Juventus, you need to be there or thereabouts by the end of today. So drop points here in terms of going for those elite spots. You'd be a bit disappointed having got to 80 minutes with 6 points in the bag. Paul Pogba, Scott McTominay, is there a moment of magic for the Red Devils to snatch an equaliser here? Cuadrado, Dybala, or is there, on the flip side, something from Juventus? A cynical foul there.
Smart one, though, by Eldridge. I think Juventus would have been home and dry with that counter-attack, and I was going to ask the question, at what point do you make some changes and make some substitutions? Because United have been almost specialists of late goals this season. I'm thinking back to last match day against Celtic. For them to equalise, I'm pretty sure they were able to get one in, well, the latter stages of the game. So we'll see what the consensus is for United here, what they can do, whether or not they believe they can get themselves back into this game and secure at least a point. It wouldn't be the best of results for them with Juventus around them in the table, but a point is better than none.
It is indeed. I'm just, while we've got a brief pause in play, I'm just looking ahead to the next game. Bayern Munich versus Boavista. That's a really, really tough one to call, because as good as Bayern Munich have been, and they have been, Boavista have put in some incredible performances and probably have been a bit hard done by across the season so far and deserve possibly points-wise more.
Yeah, I think the way that they are kicking themselves out in games going forward now, they seem to be adapting their tactics more to the teams that they're playing. So I'd expect to see, you know, a similar, different type of game plan for Bayern. Obviously, at the moment, we're still stuck in this game here, 8 minutes left.
That is a clue to not go anywhere. If you're thinking about leaving to go and get a cup of tea or something, do not dare, because we've got so much action coming. And remember to follow us on all the major social media channels for eFootball, PES and eFootball.Pro, as well, as it's hacked up over the halfway line. 5 minutes for Manchester United to grab what would now be an unlikely equaliser. Nemanja Matic finds Greenwood. Still they go in search of 1 point. They could have had 6 at the start today, but they certainly would be happy with 1 as things stand, because at the moment they're going away with nothing. But it drops towards Greenwood on the edge of the area. Now Taylor can't get the shot away. Cries of shoot from the fans. But Juventus, as they've done time and time again over the years, like a brick wall at the back. Gonzalo Higuain finds Ronaldo. The counter's on here. It's a real chance to wrap the game up. The goalkeeper comes and he misses, but he's put it wide of the target. And we've seen one of the goals of the season and one of the misses of the season right here in the eFootball.Pro Matchday 4, because that was inexplicable.
Look at Eterito's reaction. It was, well, I'm sorry to put you on blast, the man in the middle, Il Distruttore, head in hands moment.
Wow,
oh, no.
wow. They may still...
It doesn't matter anyway.
It doesn't matter. They have come away with all 6 points, and that miss will not go down, but it could have done.
Well, at least they can laugh about it now.
Yeah. Wow. Well, at least at least we can watch on and feel a little bit more like they are one of us, and they're a little bit human.
Yeah, no, definitely. Certainly shows a human side to PES players, is that even players at the absolute highest level can make some routine errors, that being one of them. But like I said, they'll be able to have a chuckle about that. Coming away with 6 points now.
I mean,
it sets them up brilliantly for the rest of the league.
Well, like we said, it now puts them on 16 points, joint with AS Monaco, still to play, of course, but certainly up the right end of the table for sure for those knockout places. We talked about they're needing a performance. I mean, I still didn't feel we got it in that second game. The first game possibly, but they allowed Manchester United back in it, so I still think there's quite a lot for them to work on, Wes.
Yeah, I think, you know, we asked for a performance from the captain.
Yeah.
We certainly got one from Ettore, and to be fair, the way that the guys played, they were unlucky not really to have more goals. To be in my estimation, the way that they played, the way they passed the ball, the way that they combined, they could have easily have had more goals.
Yeah, because they could have scored more than 3 in that first game, and certainly looking at that miss at the end, I mean, if they had come away with a 2-0 victory, we would have gone professional, job done, brilliant, on to the next. As it stands, just the 1-0 was still enough for all 6 points, and I mean, it's back to the drawing board for Manchester United now, isn't it? They've made a couple of tactical changes over the last couple of weeks, and they what do they do from here?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to take a bit of time to kind of assess exactly what happened and why. At least in midfield went a little bit missing in game 1, and in game 2 they weren't able to really assert themselves in the game the way they did. You know, they managed to get themselves back into the game in the first game.
It's like they were good going forwards in the first game, but they were open, as we mentioned, and the second game they rectified the open approach, but that comes at a cost. They weren't able to create in the final third because of it.
Yeah, and we talked about it. We talked about risk, and we talk about, you know, how players are equipped, and we talk about how they don't like taking the risky approach. And to be fair, they clearly took a couple of risks, and they clearly didn't work. Whereas Juve, they seem to be well at home with how they were playing this match day. And like we said, they're top of the table now with Monaco, and they're looking very comfortable up there.
Yeah, 2 goals for Etorito, 2 goals for Lo Scandalo. On the flip side, of course, we'll get to Juventus very soon. We are going to go to the mix zone with Harry to hear from the guys from Manchester United. Interesting to hear from them where it went wrong in match day 4.
Yes, thank you, Adam. I'm here with Captain Eldridge O'Neill from Manchester United. Close margins in those 2 games against Juventus, but ultimately no points. You must be pretty disappointed with how those games went. How do you see those 2 games?
Yes, I'm disappointed, and I think my teammates are disappointed as well. We started off good and then conceded 2 quick goals in the first game. We knew Juventus is good in attack and they are very clinical, and we didn't score our chances in the first game and in the second game. And if you don't score your chances, you lose. So yeah, it's on us once again, but we need to be more clinical in attack. So.
Match day 5 coming up in a couple of weeks' time. You have some time now to figure out exactly what you guys are going to try and fix after today. It's a team around you in the table again in FC Nantes. How do you see FC Nantes' performances so far? How are you guys going to prepare for that match in the next match day?
Nantes is racking up points in every match, actually apart from Monaco, but yeah, everyone drops points against Monaco. So, but Monaco is a good team. They are strong, and we played well today, but didn't get any points. We just need to, combine our strong defense with finishing, and if we do that, we can take 6 points. But if we don't finish, or if we leave gaps in defense, it's going to be hard to finish in top 6 even. So, yeah, we need to work and train. So.
Eldridge, thank you very much for your time. Manchester United there. Unfortunate not to come away with any points against Juventus.
Yeah, thanks, Harry. Listen to the guys there, obviously very disappointed. He said it needed to be more clinical. Do you think that was the case? Do you think they did enough and just weren't quite clinical enough?
I don't really think of too many gilt-edged chances that they had where I was thinking, oh, but they should have scored that and that would have changed the game. I think it's more a case of, it's not necessarily how clinical they are, it's more a case of how are you moving when you're going forward through the gears. Are your players in the right spots? Are you passing to the right players at the right time? You need to work on that cohesion rather than just going, oh, well, it was just the attacking chances that we had. They need to work on their actual attacking flow going forward.
Yeah. We're now going to go back to the mix zone with Harry to listen to what the Juventus lads had to say. 6 points, brilliant day at the office. What's going through their minds?
Thank you, Adam. Yes, here with Juventus captain Etorito. 6 points there against Manchester United, a team that was around you in the table. You must be very happy with how those 2 games went.
Yeah, we are so happy about these games. We take 6 points. Maybe we are in top in the league. Me and my teammates, we training a lot yesterday and today for search a new formation because we played without Piazza. So we are happy about the game and all this.
Talk to me about the miss at the end of the game. I mean, this guy over here, Distratore, unfortunately not able to get that second goal, which might have helped you out in the goal difference. I mean, how do you miss that?
I speak with him and he told me he pressed square and the stick up and he missed. Maybe he can run into, but it's okay.
The next match that you play against FC Bayern München, another team that is trying to catch up to AS Monaco with you guys in the table. How do you see them as a team and how are you going to prepare for that match?
Sure, we will play versus Alex team. We played with him last year in 3v3, so we know how they play and they to us. So it's the same. We will training a lot for no miss the chances. I'm joking, and it's okay. Only training and try to win each game.
Ettore, thank you so much. Juventus coming away with 6 points against Manchester United. Adam, back over to you.
Yeah, great performance from Juventus. Great performance from Ettore, the main man there, the captain. Just one quick question about Manchester United. They started so well, stagnating a little bit. Are they in danger of missing out?
Not quite, no. Because of the nature of the league, as we've seen today, your positions can violently go up or down depending on your results. So one good match day for them back in the running.
True, right. On the screen we have the results so far from today. Of course, Schalke drawing the first game with Barcelona 1-1 and then losing 1-0. The Spanish side coming away with 4 points. FC Nantes winning the first game against Arsenal 3-2 and then losing the second game 2-0. So 3 points shared. And the game so far after 3 games, the final game there, Juventus, I don't know what I was saying then. the Juventus 3, Manchester United 2, and Juventus 1-0 to the good. 6 points and happy home and hose for Juventus there.
Yeah, it's a perfect match day for them. They've come in, they've got their victories, and they're off home with 6 points, and as it stands, tying the top of the table.
Indeed, indeed. So we've heard from the players, we've heard from the Harry in the mix zone as well. We're now going to obviously turn our attentions to the next game, which, as I said in commentary, is a hugely interesting one. FC Bayern München, who have been, smashing teams aside, really, in terms of being clinical in front of goal and very solid at the back. And Boavista, the dark horse of the competition for me, and they've been steadily improving and perhaps haven't had the points to show for it.
Yeah, and their performances have been getting better as time has gone on, and the way that their game plan adapts, it's not like they have like a one-size-fits-all formation. They have, at least the way they are setting out is they have a formation for every occasion, which is great because it shows a bit of professionalism from them, is that they're researching their players they're playing against and that they're able to kind of adapt their team to work that way. On the flip side of it, Bayern Munich, as we've mentioned before, those guys go into kind of researching their footage to a pretty molecular level. So they're kind of very similar in approaches at this point, and it'll be a fascinating watch to see who comes out on top.
Yeah, so we're going to take a look at the two teams. Of course, Bayern Munich are going to be playing with Alex Augustil, Jose and Mestre as well, but of course on your screen we flipped it reverse. I just tried to spice things up here. Of course on your screen is Alex, Jose and Mestre, and then for Boavista as well we have Barbosa, Joker and Yiu as well. So sort of 3 players for each team that we kind of expected. And we actually have some videos from the 2 teams. Let's hear what they had to say earlier on today.
Well, we expect a very difficult match day like the others, but like the first day, we are here to make our points and trying to win both games.
Well, after the last match day, we took the 6 points. It was hard, so we expect the same like all the match days. So Boavista is a really difficult team to play against. So they are going to face us as they did with Juve and Monaco. They stole really great points. So it's going to be a tough match. So we will do our best.
Very confident mood there, the Bayern Munich lads, and so they should be. They've had a brilliant season so far. Is this a potential spanner in the works, Harry?
Yes, I think so. The way that we've seen Boavista perform against, as we spoke about a bit earlier on, maybe some of those teams we might have favoured in front
AS
of them.
Monaco,
AS Monaco,
Juventus.
stealing points against both of those two teams, which, I mean, really, they're the only team to not have lost both their games against AS Monaco. Yes, it's only a draw, but still, when you think about the attacking calibre of AS Monaco, the fact that they were able to match them tit for tat in that match and goal for goal, you know, it's still very impressive, and I think they could do the same to Bayern München very soon.
Yeah, and Wes, we'll get to your opinions very, very shortly, but I'm being told the match is ready, so let's get straight to the action. We have Boavista FC versus FC Bayern München. It promises to be another stellar game. Let's go. It seems like if you're a Boavista player, the big games just keep coming, doesn't it? There seems to be no easy game. Of course there is no easy game in eFootball.Pro, but I kind of feel they're due a bit of luck in terms of what their performances are going to produce in terms of points. Is it going to be today though, Wes, because Bayern Munich are a hell of an outfit?
Yeah, I mean, they are an incredible trio, as we've waxed lyrical before about Bayern Munich, but this Boavista side, they have something different. It's the way that they approach their games. You know, as we're looking at how they are setting out their team, let's just take a look at it, because you can see there they have multiple different kind of scenarios and how they're trying to plan out. They're going back to this 5 at the back that was quite worked for them very well in Matchday 3 against Juve. It worked quite well. So the fact they're reverting to type, it's good. The only problem is that with a team like Bayern Munich, who go into the detail, they do research the team, they may have already looked at that formation and have already picked it apart. So it's going to be interesting this opening half of the game, let alone the opening match, to see how they combat each other.
We've seen so far this season that Boavista tend to do better in the first game in terms of a bit of a shock performance, shock result. And then it sort of falls away a little bit in that second game. It might be something to do with that. The teams aren't quite used to playing against this formation. One thing I must say is Boavista's celebrations are pretty impressive. I do enjoy watching those, and I hope to see more of them today.
Hopefully, and if you're a Boavista fan or even a Boavista player, you might be expecting this club right now on your screens to have been watching that previous match, knowing that Juventus were around them in the table, and again, even Manchester United within 5 points or so to their club in the eFootball.Pro League table. And thinking, okay, maybe we need to win these 2 matches against Boavista. And we've seen in the past, Boavista always rising to the occasions against these, I want to stop calling them stronger teams, but teams that we expect to beat them, and they always come out and shock us. So I'm no longer writing off Boavista. I feel like they could really be a team to be reckoned with if they do get to the knockout stages of this competition.
I certainly think if they get something out of today, their fixture list, the fact that they've played Monaco, they've played Juventus, they've played Bayern Munich after today, they would probably then look at maybe the next 2 or 3 game weeks and thinking, here we go, we could string some points together, and we could, because they've taken points from those games where we might not have expected them to.
Well, if you roll it back to the very first interview that we heard from in Matchday 1, it was, we're just aiming for top 6. And looking at where they are at the moment, they are very much in a position where they'd be very happy just being nestled into the pack. And I think, if they do come out with something today, it'll be awesome. And I think then you can maybe shake off that debutant tag that they have.
Indeed, indeed. So it's Boavista versus FC Bayern München. And commentators for the opening period here will be Harry Channon, of course, and Stuart Wesley. And I will be back shortly.
Oh, thank you very much, Adam. Yes, a match in which It is finally poised. We've seen Bayern München in previous weeks really get off to some flying starts. And it was almost won again there. But this really is a game they cannot afford to overlook their opponents. As Boavista have proven, as we alluded to, or even spoke about pre-match, whereas they really rise to the occasion and can string together some strong performances as Bayern München win a corner here early on.
Yeah, and that's what we talk about. We talk about how players and teams being able to kind of perform outside of what we would define as their regular patterns. It seems like every time Boavista come up against a team that aren't fancied, it tends to be above their station.
Yeah, it just seems like we are making sure competitive integrity is at its highest here, making sure there are no technical difficulties with our players up there on the stage. But you're right about saying Boavista nestled in that area of the league table at the moment, especially when you consider, I mean, we were talking about earlier Bayern München looking at Juventus as a team around them in the table. I mean, Boavista, United dropped 6 points essentially today. They are 2 games down with no points to show for it. Boavista just 1 point behind them in the table. So certainly something for Boavista to play for here today as well. Goretzka into Vriet, across goal. He's hit the post. So close to the opening goal. Very difficult to miss. Still in here though for Müller. It's Jose with the shot, Captain Jose. And it's Thomas Müller to put in the first goal for Bayern München. The goal-scoring machines absolutely finding their form early on here today.
Harvey missed the first chance, Xerxes. Clipped off the post, but you can see it's a bit of an outpouring relief of the fact that they've managed to score here. Again, fortuitous deflection, gets into a spot, but again, if you're presented with that opportunity, you're hardly going to kick the ball out of play and say, oh, well, I didn't deserve that opportunity. You're going to stick it away, and obviously Müller did so here.
I believe it was Captain Jose. We will get confirmation of that in just a moment, but you can see disappointed are the Boavista boys. Bayern München on top of the world.
Wonderful start there for the German Giants, and not one you wanted if you're a Boavista player, because you've generally taken most games early by the scruff of the neck. They haven't. They've allowed the initiative to go to Bayern Munich.
So correction there, it was not Jose. It was actually Alex Alguacil, the player for Bayern München, to stick that one home.
Which is surprising because he's not been huge in terms of goal scoring this season. He's played second fiddle to the other two, really, as the ball gets played in towards Cassiano, but the offside flag is raised. A good high line there from Bayern Munich.
I think you can maybe forgive Alex for maybe not stepping up to the goal-scoring form that he hit, I mean, in previous seasons, as well as, you know, in other PES competitions. But, I mean, it's the qualities that he brings to a team, especially in a 3 versus 3 competition, that, I mean, you can't really measure. I mean, you just think about the teams that he's played alongside. I'll come back to that.
They're in again here.
Think about the teams that Alex Alguacil has played on. I mean, world champion Eterito was a world champion in co-op with Ettore. So he obviously brings something to a team competition like this, which, you know, you maybe can't measure in the amount of goals or the assists that he gets. He's certainly a mastermind to bring to Bayern München, and good to see him chiming up with a goal here early on.
Well, it's no coincidence that any team that he has laid his hat to has done pretty well, Harry.
Certainly not.
The first world champion at co-op, of course, with Ettore and Luca Tupelli, as Pavard fires the ball downfield towards Xerxes, but it's going to be back in Boavista possession, and they've responded okay. They don't look too flustered by this.
No, and this is something that we've seen from Boavista in the past. I mean, they're not one team to get down on themselves when they do concede early. They know the nature of PES, that it can be salvageable no matter what stage of the game you're at. I mean, think about earlier on today, down 2-0 where FC not against Arsenal and came back.
Oh, it's a chance almost for Paulinho, and good challenge from Hernandez in the end. Higher pass percentage completion, of course, for Bayern Munich, as Thomas Müller runs across to block that early cross. masterminds of decent set pieces over the season so far. That one just didn't quite come off, but they still have possession through Neris, and Idris is down the left-hand side as well, but instead he goes back to Fabiano, now fired forwards towards the danger area. And it's another chance here for Boavista, and somehow it's gone into the back of the net because the goalkeeper, it looked like, was going to claim it easily, and it's gone straight through his hands, Harry.
It has. It's a great finish, but it's a great goal for Boavista as well, and it speaks to their maturity as a team. As often teams might want to try and force the play, they were happy to play it back to their fullback, play it back to a defender. It's a long ball up to a man just to knock it down into the eventual goal scorer. We'll see it again here on the replay. Tremendous maturity.
It's something you mentioned in the Schalke game about how they were rushing the final pass and they weren't recycling possession. That's exactly what Boavista did, and waited for the right moment to play that danger pass.
Even like we saw in the Juventus-Manchester United game, very scrappy. But look at this. It's to win the header is what sets up that goal essentially. But the maturity and, you know, the knowledge of them to say, let's reset and recycle this attack is something that maybe other teams in the eFootball.Pro lack, and it's a reason why we keep talking about Boavista. And I don't know if you've just copped for it, that manual goalkeeping, just guessing the wrong way, and that might be a reason why it's gone in the back of the net.
Wasn't madly convinced by the goalkeeping. It seemed to be going fairly central, but maybe there was just a bit too much S-venom on it. See what I did there?
If he was playing, I would understand. But 6 goals for Barbosa now. Tremendous return for him.
Thomas Müller, of course, tweeting out one of the goals of the week on match day 2, I believe, as Javi Martinez now finds Cuisance, and now it's a chance to counter again here for Boavista. Cassiano finds Paulinho, and this game is sort of turning out how we expected it to, and Boavista are certainly giving as good as they're getting.
They are a very thorny side, Boavista, and that goal for Barbosa now takes him into the top 4, I believe, goal scorers throughout the league with 6.
You'd have to liken them to that little terrier who just won't stop yapping.
Exactly, a very scrappy team.
Ball gets played in, good header away, volleyed acrobatically towards goal, but that's a long way wide in the end, but it could have been definitely goal of the season.
Yeah, why not? Why not have a go from there? But I mean, Boavista, they're all smiles at the moment, and Bayern München, they seem a little bit flustered up there. They seem to be wondering where the adjustments can be made, and they're still trying to figure out this Boavista defence so far.
Thomas Müller, lovely turn there, but the ball just had a little bit too much pace on it, a little bit too much whip. "31 minutes gone here, deadlocked at 1-1. The offside flag is raised, and a great start from Bayern Munich hasn't really materialised so far.
Certainly not materialised in a lead, but they'll be happy to have gotten that early goal just to prove that they can score. Still pressuring Boavista here in their final third, and could be on for a goal.
Thomas Müller, oh, it's a poor bit of defending that. Cuisance tries the left foot shot, saved down to his left-hand side by the Boavista number 1.
Yeah, it's going to be a corner here, and a bit unfortunate there for Boavista. Not 1 but 2 ricochets. I mean, the first to allow the Bayern München man to grab the ball, and then the second after the pass was allegedly intercepted, but in the end it will be a corner for Bayern.
So a bit of backstory if you are joining us today for the first time. Bayern Munich are part of the top leading teams in the competition, sitting in 3rd at the moment with 14 points behind AS Monaco with 16. And Boavista are part of the chasing pack. They're not at the foot of the table, they're in that sort of cluster in the mid. But having played some of the giants, they will be more than happy so far as the ball gets played in. And it looked like Javi Martinez was going to glance that home, but it's gone all the way through. What have you seen so far tactically, Wes?
It's just, again, it's more of the same. With Boavista, it's more of the same. They are trying to play within what they know that their team can do. They're not trying to do anything fancy. They know what works with them. That's why when we say the words long ball, it's meant with kind of that they know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. They need to clear the lines. They know that they're not technically the best team out there, but they're making it work with what they've got. And looking at this here, Bayern are still trying to feel their way through what is a 5 at the back, which they're not quite used to playing against. I think it's going to be a difficult one for Bayern to spot and find a gap in. It might take a moment of brilliance, or it may take an error, or it might take a little bit of slice of luck. But at the moment, it looks as though Bayern are just getting met with this black and white wall that Boavista have constructed.
4 minutes remaining in the first half here between Boavista and Bayern München. And it's 1-1 all square. Bayern Munich taking the lead after just 7 minutes. But a brilliant response from Boavista. They've given more than could be asked of them right now to get that equalising goal, and they've played a lot of this first half on the front foot.
Yeah, they've weathered the storm that was the, middle part of the first half here, mainly featuring attacks by Bayern München. We're getting, a bit of pinball there in the middle of the park, but were able to survive without a clear-cut chance coming the other way. But what's lacking at the moment for Boavista, yes, they're doing so well recycling their attacks and playing it short like they are now and playing it around the back five, but it's about that killer pass, and this is a bit better from them now.
So final chance of the first half. A goal now for Boavista would be a really crucial time to score, but it's not going to come. The referee brings the first half to an end. Thomas Müller after 9 minutes, and then in 24 minutes, the equalising goal came flying in from Boavista after some questionable goalkeeping, you'd have to say. All square, and so far, you'd have to say, on the balance of play, a deserved result in this cagey affair.
Yeah, I'd say so. Bayern Munich may be a little disappointed not to get more goals from their shots.
We were just hearing from some of the players there.
I think it was from Lutti, actually, chiming in.
More through the center. Okay. Sí, sacan ellos, Kick off, chavales.
How's your Spanish, Harry?
My English is pretty good, and Lutti said more through the centre, so we'll see whether or not they'll stop exploiting the wings of that
That's
back
not what
five.
I asked, though. I want to hear your Spanish.
It's not great. It's not great.
Marlon starts the second half.
Wes was berating me for that yesterday, as I tried my best to communicate with the locals here in Barcelona. Didn't go well.
I'm not surprised, as Pavard has the chance to play the ball long into dangerous territory. If they can get the flick on, which they can, they could be in trouble here, Boavista, as Thomas Müller was inches away from recycling possession and getting the shot away, but it's back with Boavista. And as you said, Harry, I think the term you used was thorny, and I think that's a brilliant term. Nobody right now in the world of eFootball.Pro will be wanting to play Boavista.
No, they seem like a team that not only play within their means. There's a risky one there across the face of Reet, just about is a let-off, but they seem to study their opponents as well and frustrate them with this play that they are happy to do, and recycling attacks constantly, playing patiently.
What I find interesting about the way they're playing as well, as we just let this attack phase out as it's played in towards Thomas Müller, is that they mentioned at the start of the season they just want to finish in that top six. That's their aspirations, which is great. They can get into the knockout stages and then go from there. And it seems to be playing like that. They seem to be more than happy with another point from this game. They're at 1-1. They're playing the ball about very slowly, keeping possession. And they look like they're more than happy with a point.
Well, you can see there on the league table, actually I'll come back to that, where they were. They're actually sat, just outside of that knockout phase. But as you said, they've played the big clubs, the arguable tough games here in the eFootball.Pro. And as we said before the game, they'll be looking towards those maybe weaker teams in the future weeks to start racking up those points and propel themselves into that knockout phase at the end of the season.
I think maybe we might be looking at it as a masterstroke, the fact that they are just ticking a few points here and there across the different match days until they accumulate enough points, but they could get a second here. Good defending for Power, surely a penalty.
It's a pen.
The referee's pointed to the spot. He was hacked down. Surely a penalty. And Pavard is booked. It was a really, really strange bit of defending that.
It's Yiu versus Matchday here.
And Bueno is about to step up from 12 yards. Yiu to go 2-1 up for Boavista, and he's done it. And how important may that goal be? The nerve, the determination, the bottle, and we keep talking about how they're dark horses. Maybe we should be looking at them being potential front
runners.
They have to survive this second half against Bayern München. You can see them trying to figure out what went wrong. We'll see it in just a moment. When they gave away the penalty, I mean, it was a miscommunication at the back. Mestre and I think it was Alex at the back, both controlling centre-backs, just sandwiching, and you can see it there. You can't go sliding in the area.
Very similar to the penalty in the Nantes game, wasn't it?
Yeah, certainly. But Boavista, they won't care. They'll take that, and it's Yiu to convert the penalty.
Not flustered, so much bottle. Where did it all go wrong defensively there for Bayern Munich?
Well, if you look here, we're just watching it back on playback there. It's not an intentional slide tackle. It's them trying to clear the ball. What's then happened is that the animation has then took it as a slide tackle, which is then given the penalty. So Bayern will feel rightly aggrieved at this part. You know, to concede a penalty in that fashion, I feel that they'll feel slightly aggrieved.
But offensively, Boavista did such a good job at placing the body in front of that line of clearance.
Oh, 100%. And the way that Boavista have moved forward and are trying to... They've took what they feel is probably the best of Bayern Munich now. They've took the, you know, where everyone's stamina is full. They've took the early, you know, the early goal. They've managed to feel their way back into the game, and that they'll feel, you know, tails are up now. They've got to fight their five at the back. They know how they want to play, and they know how they want to work. I'd say a point for knockouts. I wouldn't want to be playing these in the final, in the knockout stages, because they seem to be able to play very well under pressure.
Certainly
and in one-off games as well. Put my teeth back in.
Yeah, absolutely. And I like the way that Boavista's sticking with this five at the back. They're only making personnel changes here. They're not overthinking or over-analysing this. They know that, you know, the way that they're playing so far is good enough, and they have played possession-based football, and it's been rewarded here, well, with a 2-1 lead.
And just what we were saying, all they want to do is finish in the top six. And with this result, if it stands like this, with a game to play, sixth on 10 points, 3 points behind the team they're playing against. If they were to win again in the second game, we're getting very much ahead of ourselves, but this could be the 12-pointer we were talking about.
Yeah, and that's what we said. That's what, when we were talking about Arsenal earlier, when we were talking about United saying is there a cause for concern, there really isn't, because at this point, you know, all the games, you know, they all are point-winning games.
So let's not forget that Bayern Munich have produced some stunning results so far in eFootball.Pro and are more than capable of turning this game around again as it gets crossed in towards a near post, and it almost happened on cue, but the header's gone over the top.
Bayern can be happy with themselves in that they are playing very solid attacking football. Winning the header at the front post should have been enough to at least produce a shot on goal, or shot on target, I should say. Unfortunately, it just is blasted over, but will this fancy attacking football for Bayern München, will it produce the output and the volume enough to break down this Boavista defence? Will they crack?
Thomas Müller to take the throw on the near touchline. He looks for Hernandez and David Alaba. Idris steps in to take possession back, wrestle it back for Boavista, and now Gustavo plays it down the line, but cleared away by Bayern Munich. This is better from the Germans as they come forward again in waves of pressure as Javi Martinez looks for Thomas Müller again, turns around the corner, but the pass was overhit, and had he got that right, that was a big chance.
Yeah, fortunate there for Boavista, really, considering the man sliding in didn't get the cleanest of connections on it and allowed that Bayern Munich man to come along and create that chance. But Boavista, again, they're keeping it scrappy here in the midfield. Their five at the back is holding strong for now.
Now remember, Boavista were 2-1 up against AS Monaco and drew 2-2 in their opening game and lost the second, and the same could happen here. It's the wrong side of the post. What a chance for Bayern Munich, and they haven't been able to take it.
It's Jose after the scrappy passage of play here in defence, running onto the ball. Why not take a shot there? Went for power over placement and in the end blasted it wide. But this is it. The volume of chances created for Bayern München will keep coming until the end of the game. So Boavista, they need to maintain their concentration levels here.
15 minutes for Bayern Munich to grab an equaliser. 15 minutes for Boavista to possibly take all 3 points. And a big step towards the knockout stages as the ball gets played in, and he's hit the exact same spot as 2 minutes earlier.
I mean, Boavista, if they conceded that, they would have felt very hard done by. So many players with the opportunity to clear the ball and really at least get a handle on possession, but I mean, it's not coming off for them at the moment. That's why they need to steady the ship here and maintain that concentration that has gotten them this far in the game.
Possibly one of the downsides of playing 5 at the back, Wes. Sometimes a bit of miscommunication and too many players too many cooks spoiling the broth.
Yeah, I mean, there's also the fact that if you're playing 5 at the back, you're encouraging pressure from your opponent at all times, because you're surrendering an extra player in midfield, but you can.
Oh, it's happened! Oh, it's an absolute.
It's a clanger.
He has dropped quite possibly one of the greatest clangers we will ever see in eFootball.Pro. Just when we thought they were sailing towards 3 points, they've switched off.
Well, put it this way, Luka Tabelli can rest easy for having mistake of the day.
Safe to say we've seen some clangers.
I mean, that's...
But that is, I mean, to say it's schoolboy is not doing it justice, to be honest, because, I mean, what on earth is going... Look at their faces.
I mean...
What's going through his head?
After all that hard work, it's trying to play safe and get it all the way back. That's really cost them potentially what would be 3 valuable points here against Bayern München, and that lets them right back in the game.
I mean, to say manual goalkeeping can sometimes cause problems.
To say that it can cause problems, it definitely can.
And I'm afraid to say it was the penalty scorer.
The finishing, not too fast.
With the own goal. Let's listen to Bayern München.
How do you respond from that? How do you come back from that? Because that is, I mean, in terms of, you talk about momentum, but that is a real killer.
I mean, a goal straight from the kickoff would certainly help things.
Cleared away, 5 minutes now, and like I said, Boavista were 2-1 up against AS Monaco, drew 2-2, and then lost the result, the follow-up game. Finished that day on 1 point. I think it was match day 2, and potentially we might be seeing something similar today. Of course, they could go on and win the second game. They could even still win this game, but in terms of momentum, to lose a goal like that at the highest level must be a real kick in the teeth.
Calamitous is a word that comes to mind. It just, I mean, it can't happen. Obviously, it's a bit of miscommunication, bit of misfortune again, I suppose you could say. But
when you work so hard in a match to take Bayern Munich, lead 2-1 going into the final 10 minutes, to go and gift them a goal, it's not even, I mean, Christmas is done as the ball gets played through, and it's 3-2. And somehow they've snatched victory, Bayern Munich, surely now from the jaws of defeat. And all Boavista will do is look back at minute 81.
The implosion is complete. Boavista, I mean, they did so well coming back from 1-0 down, going up 2-1, but from then on, it's been all one-way traffic.
But it's the skill in this goal, though. It's not even just the, we talk about the psychological part of this, but it's like we said, it's the extra pass. It's spotting those passes and doing something that's unpredictable. Boavista had sunk into that rhythm of, oh, okay, well, we know how Bayern are going to attack. We know how where they're going to pass to, what they're going to do. Bayern take one pass that's unexpected, and then all of a sudden it creates so much anarchy, because Boavista then are just reacting. They're trying to react to something that they're not used to.
Heartbreaking for Boavista. But unfortunately, when you make mistakes like that, you've only got yourselves to blame, and it's a real welcome to the big league.
Now you can see the immediate reaction from Bayern München, want to protect this goal lead.
We mentioned, just listen to the players here. We mentioned from above, every time I speak. Well, we talked about Boavista, how important them 2 goals might be in terms of crushing their game week. But from a Bayern Munich point of view, is that a sign of potential champions?
Yeah.
To be 2-1 down and to, even though they've had a helping hand, they forced the issue.
I mean, it certainly was a gift to get them back into this game from Boavista. I mean, if they don't concede that own goal, yes, I mean, it was probably looking like Bayern München were going to secure another goal of their own based on the momentum of play, but still, you can't make that level of mistake. But you're right, Bayern München have capitalised and smash and grab.
And the thing is, you could see the intention that Boavista were trying to do. They were trying to retain the ball. They were trying to just play it back and kill some time. But even so, you still have to execute those types of passes correctly. You can't just leave it where you just think, oh well, the gaming AI's got this.
The thing is, I mean, it's finished here. Bayern Munich 3, Boavista 2. We thought that the Nantes game was going to be the most dramatic, and this is right up there. You touched on Boavista looking to see out possession, and they would do that 99 times out of 100 and be completely fine and probably go on to win that game 2-1.
I mean, I'll say this with a degree of confidence: you're never going to see a goal like that again in this league.
I'll hold you to that.
Yeah, you might hold me to that, but I can't imagine that ever happening again. I mean, it's like you said, it is 99 times out of 100. That's the keeper controls it and they play it out and everything's fine. And instead, it was just
gaff of the year.
It was calamitous. It was the gaff. It was the mistake. It was everything and that and then some. It was incredible.
But let's not harp on too much about that, because we have given it a lot of airtime, and obviously it will be heartbreaking for you, of course, the player who scored the own goal, or more so the person controlling the goalkeeper. I'm not quite sure who that was. Where do we go from here now in the second game? Because we talked about teams before having to raise their game from, disappointment, but is there any greater disappointment than that?
Probably not. But if we are going to be considering Boavista as a team that potentially could get into the top 6 and into the knockout phases of this competition come the end of the season, this is the type of adversity they're going to have to bounce back from. And we're about to see what Boavista are made of. You can see, still a little bit light-hearted up there, not, completely letting the game run away from them. They have another game's worth of PES to play, and they know they need to just reset and bounce back once more.
It's so difficult, though. I mean, look at the body language straight away. That would concern me.
It would, and this is where you're expecting a captain maybe to step up and say, guys, it was unfortunate. Let's just move on. We've got a whole other game of PES here. Let's reset.
I mean, if you think about it, if you just think before the error, and I know that we've spoken about it a lot, but for the 90% of that first game, Boavista were in control. Boavista had got back to 2-1. They converted the penalty. They were in control of the game. So all that Boavista need to do for game 2 is do the same thing again.
If we switch towards Bayern Munich, of course, they've got out of jail there, really.
Oh yeah, massively.
Now they're pretty confident they can go on and get another 3 points here.
Maybe. We'll have to listen to what they have to say and see how they want to set up their team here for the second game.
Yeah, you're hearing a lot of Lutti and Alex there. There's Alex on the left-hand side of your screen there.
I know Vamos. I can translate Vamos for you if you'd like.
I can translate Vale as well.
I'll do mine if you do yours.
They're saying, I've been told from our translators, that all they can get from now on is a positive. So they, as I said, they see that as a massive get out of jail card, that one.
And it was a gimme, really. But let's move on. We got a whole other game of PES, and as the Boavista guys will be doing on stage as well, we also need to reset and realise that Boavista have been able to snatch results from big teams in the past. Yes, they got a little unfortunate in that first game with a massive mistake, but they're still the Boavista team that has, taken Monaco all the way and matched them for goals. So we'll see if they could do that here against Bayern München in this second game.
Xerxes plays it in field towards Cousin and now up towards Thomas Müller. Oh, it's a great first chance for Bayern Munich, and Fabiano with a little tuft of hair there to divert the ball away, and that would have been 1-0.
Yeah, if you watch that passage of play back, I think the player controlling Bayern München was basically queuing up his shot before the deflection came in.
It's another chance here, this time for Boavista, and they've started the second game in the best possible way, and we talked about how their mentality might be affected. Well, that's completely blown that conversation out of the water.
Certainly, we'll see what they can do now, having scored first after going down 1-0 in game one. We know the story from then on, but now is their chance to really continue this attacking play. It was a lovely goal in the end, actually, to find a man in that little pocket of space. And Bayern München, I mean, they'll be disappointed with themselves.
They will. The little reverse finish there was a tidy one, and I mean, as they said, the guys before the game, anything now was a bonus for Bayern Munich, but I'm sure they might get anything here.
No, certainly not. We will obviously update those graphics on your screen. It is not 3-2 to Bayern München, and it is not game one. It certainly isn't Jose with the goal.
Xerxes finds Guzan, now back to Xerxes again. Another chance for an instant response from Bayern Munich, and I've said time and time again, the sign of champions potentially, and they've done it again.
Matchday, I believe, with that goal there. Yeah, I mean, Boavista's goal will act as a palate cleanser, but that is very much a shock back into reality that, you know, Bayern Munich aren't going away. So this is going to be quite a grandstand finish, I think, in this game. I think they're going to go toe-to-toe. We saw there again, it's good passing, it's again, goes through the legs of a defender, and, you know, they're there ready to tuck it away. So, you know, expect to see more of this as we go on. I don't think it's going to end 1-1 this game.
It's very un-Boavista-like to concede a goal like that, though, is it? So soon after going in front, I mean, they've been so resolute and so organised and effective defensively, and they just didn't really seem to have anything there.
No, I will put that down, though, to the composition of the team for Bayern München. There are so many players forward. I'll come back to my point in just a moment.
Xerxes again down the right-hand side. Good defending, so good strength there to hold off the run. And the ball trickles down a play for a goal kick.
But the attack that led to that goal, I mean, it was Yiu, the defending man, to go to the ball, but I mean, he's damned if he does, damned if he doesn't, because there's a player waiting on the edge of the box for Bayern München. He went to cover him and instead led that to being the open man for Bayern München, and who then set up the goal. So it's really interesting and intriguing how Bayern München have set up their tactics here very nicely against Boavista.
They have indeed. As the ball gets played out towards the right-hand side by Joker, and now Yiu plays it in towards the danger area, and another chance here for Boavista, and a smart stop down to his left-hand side. Really, really impressive, considering he had a lot of ground to make up the goalkeeper, but more slick football there from Boavista.
Yeah,
stunning
very
save.
slick. Boavista with the late run. It was Barbosa actually coming in, and didn't think he'd get a contact on that, but he managed to in the end, and here we are with a corner.
Barbosa went over to take it with Paulinho, and Mestre comes across using Thomas Müller to block that near post cross. Another whipped in, dangerous delivery, and it's evaded everybody inside the 6-yard box and anyone at the back post, and it was a free header.
Certainly. You need to be very careful here, Bayern München. Yes, their passing is slick in the final third, but you have to show Boavista a lot of respect here and make sure, again, those concentration levels aren't dipping.
20 minutes gone here. Boavista 1, Bayern Munich 1. We've been here before. Then it went to 2-1 Boavista, and then we know what happened after that. Can Boavista this time change the story? As he was down under the challenge there, and a few people wanted more from the referee, but he was having absolutely none of it. It's how to play for a corner.
Got the ball for me, Adam.
To be taken by Paulinho. Now it's into the danger area again. And this time they have a player in the exact spot that they need. And it's turned home. And Wes, time and time again, Boavista from set pieces have been incredible.
Yeah, they've been fantastic. It's all the way through this season so far. They've been great. I mean, I'm almost willing to call you Mr. Adams, seeing as you were like, well, it's 1-1, and then it went 2-1 Boavista, and it's like we said, we've been here before.
It's Barbosa, the goal scorer, which puts him up now to 7 goals, I believe, on the season. Up there with the lofty heights of the likes of Usman Kabil and Kills-You. Tied for leading goal scorer in the eFootball.Pro. What a season Barbosa's having.
His debut seasons go. There's none quite been like this, but he's got a hatful of goals here.
Another chance here. The offside flag is raised.
See a ball going forward.
26 minutes gone. Boavista 2, Bayern Munich 1. History might just repeat itself. I hope for Boavista it doesn't. Another chance here for Cassiano, left foot shot. Oh, it's 3-1. And that's exactly what they need, because now they have a 2-goal cushion. And Bayern Munich is shell-shocked here.
Yes, they are. We were in this position before, though. Don't forget. I don't want to keep coming back to it, but I believe it's Joker to poke this one home, and it's a lovely, just first touch and left-footed strike in the end, firing it into the goal. Great find and one touch, all you need. Back of the net, 3-1.
Back of the net indeed. Wes, how impressed are you about this response from Boavista, mentally more than anything?
Well, it's showing a great deal of maturity. We said this in terms of their preparation and before the games came, and obviously given the circumstances the first game finished in, it's been fantastic to see the response from them. And as Ari mentioned, it was Joker with the goal. That they've seemed to have got themselves back on their feet.
Certainly, and the question is now, I mean, the good thing, I suppose you could say, for Bayern München's cause is that there is still so much PES to play. We are just a third through this match, 31 minutes gone. So still time for Bayern München to come back.
Yeah, you can see there as well, the runs that they're trying to make are just trying to pick off the pockets of space that Boavista's formation are leaving. But again, Boavista just, again, very resolute, very professional in their approach. They just want to get it clear. They want to give their team the opportunity to reset in their formation, and that's where they're feeling comfortable at the moment.
Down the right-hand side, chance to play it into the danger area, headed away, only as far as right on the edge of the area, but Cassiano was able to bring it away for Boavista. Now Paulinho, long switch out towards Idris on the left-hand side, strong header there though, and Xerxes can't get on the end of it, but now he does. But again, given away. It's been a bitty performance in this first half, Harry, from Bayern Munich.
Yeah, it has, and they'll be wondering where their, chance creation has gone in these, past 5, 10, 15 minutes. It's been mostly Boavista, honestly. It looked like creating the next goal-scoring chance, and here they come again.
Down through the middle, cleared away.
And you think back to the advice that Lutty and his teammates were echoing about playing it more down the middle. Maybe they go back to that wing play that was serving them so well in the first game.
Thomas Müller looking for Xerxes again. This time the pass can't quite get through. 3 minutes remaining in the first half here. And it's been a really, really impressive. We've waxed lyrical about how impressed we've been with Boavista this season, but they haven't been able to rack up the points as we've suggested, and this is probably the best opportunity they've got.
Oh yeah, no, without a doubt. I think to be 3-1 up now. It's a totally different, a totally different circumstance than being 2-1 up and being kind of on the back foot. They're very much on the front foot at the moment, and it's only going to be kind of a counter punch from Bayern that's going to set them back off and get them thinking defensively again. But at the moment, Boavista are really trying to hold firm here.
Neres out towards the right-hand side with Idris. 3 minutes of added on time here. Is there a chance for a possible fourth, which would put them 1 foot to 3 points? Or are they happy with getting to half-time with that 2-goal cushion? Well, no, they're looking to go in search of that fourth goal. Lovely one-touch football. He's gone down. There was a few shouts from the Boavista contingent, but the referee was unmoved. It's finished here at the end of the first half. Boavista 3, Bayern Munich 1, and what a response, guys.
Yeah, perfect response. Bit of a soft one that would have been if that was given by the referee. There were a few shouts here and there, but for me, it would have been very harsh on Boavista, who have played much better in that first half. Much better than I anticipated them to play, certainly, after that heartbreaking first game. But let's have a little listen as to what these guys have to say.
Duas assistências e gol 740. Tá, é isso.
Quem? És tu?
Sim. Não é,
Não. Certinho! Aos 60 metemos 5 defesas, se tiver 3-1.
Sim. Mudámos a tática ao contrário. E eles ficam também. Putz, esperem aí.
Overlaps na linha. Overlaps na esquerda, sempre.
Ficar na linha, segurar a bola.
Quê?
Just listening to him, not a lot going on. Looking at the way that the tactics are set out, Bayern Munich seem to be breaking out into 3-5-2.
Are you surprised by the performance levels from Bayern Munich today? Because, I mean, we talked about how they've got 3 points. They're more than happy with that. They talked about anything now as a bonus. Is that the aspirations of a team that are looking to compete right at the top?
I think it's more a case that they've looked at the way that Boavista are playing and they've gone, right, well, it's going to be quite difficult, especially playing in the way that Boavista do, and they've kind of gone, okay, well, we've got 3 points, that's a positive, like, that's fine, like, because again, for Bayern Munich, they've got 3 points now. They're now, what, 3 points ahead of Monaco? So now they've got points on the board. It's now going to be down to Monaco in the final game to then go, well, actually, we need to go and beat Celtic twice to put themselves back on top again.
But then again, in terms of if you're a Boavista player, that's credit of the highest order, really, isn't it? Because a team like Bayern Munich is saying that they got lucky in the first game. They don't really expect anything from the second game because anything's a bonus. So therefore, you probably sat there thinking, this is really, really positive now.
Yeah, I think the way that we're looking at it is, you know, compared to what Matchday 1, where myself and Harry were sat here watching them playing Nantes, and we're kind of going, well, you know, it's a free hit for them. They're now kind of playing their way into actually being contenders for top 6 and beyond. So I think at the moment they just need to, you know, keep their heads and keep going and keep plugging away, because at the moment the way they're playing, it is nullifying teams. You know, it is doing its job, and you know, you could arguably say they were lucky to not beat Monaco.
One big standout stat there, Barbosa with 8 goals to his name, the highest for Boavista and higher than any player for Bayern Munich as well.
If that stat is correct, I'm not entirely sure it is, but if it is, he would be the current leading goal scorer of the eFootball.Pro season for Boavista, and he's been, honestly, great return for it.
Well, let's have a quick check to see if that is indeed the case, and the table has been updated, and he has leapfrogged Usmakabal, who was on 7. Of course, Usmakabal has 2 games to play, and we're into the final third of the second game here for Boavista and Bayern Munich.
I think it's a mark of respect for Boavista and how Bayern München have lined up in this second half. 3-5-2, that's a big sign that they are maybe struggling to break down Boavista.
Bayern Munich looking to out Boavista with the set-piece routine, but it didn't pay off. And that's trickled all the way through to the goalkeeper. Half an hour remaining. Where do they go from here? How do Bayern Munich turn this around? Because they've been pretty much nullified from start to finish.
I think they need to be careful, honestly, not to concede another one. I mean, Boavista here
in terms
had
of goal
the ball.
difference?
Yeah, certainly goal difference, but also for their hopes in the rest of the match. I mean, 3 at the back is so risky. Yes, you have those 2 holding midfielders in the 3-5-2, and I'm not sure that's a foul, you know. For me, that's a good tackle.
Looked a fair tackle to me as well.
But Boavista have proven that they can break very well and score goals, so they need to be very careful here not to concede even more, especially down those wings.
Also, they've got to look at it that it will, no matter how mentally strong you are, it will play on the Boavista lads' minds what happened in the last game. So if they keep it to 3-1 and then maybe with 10 minutes or so to go, nick a goal, and then it will be a case of, right, okay, this surely couldn't happen again.
Exactly. So at 4-1, you're thinking that's probably not likely. So for me, as strange as it sounds, yes, Bayern München need goals, but if you concede a fourth, Boavista probably unlikely to concede 3 in a row. So hold out to that, like you said, 75, 80-minute mark. Get yourself a goal then, and I mean, hope for the Boavista crumble.
The apple crumble or raspberry crumble? What rhubarb?
I'm a cherry man.
You're a cherry man, are you? Okay, lovely. Where's Boavista? Tried and tested, staying with the 5 at the back. How impressed have you been with that formation in particular? And do you think other teams might start to adopt it more?
Well, we see 5 at the back from Celtic a fair bit, and
I know
it doesn't work.
Joss likes,
you know, and the thing with that is that it suits this team. It doesn't necessarily suit Celtic.
Right.
So I think that's the reason why we're looking at this now and going, well, actually, this is perfect for this team. You need to find a tactic, as we alluded to last match day. You find a tactic that sits well with your team, not just what everyone else uses. So I wouldn't like to say that people will start adopting 5-3-2 as a particular tactic, but if it suits their team and suits their style of play, then I'm sure they will.
Indeed, as the ball gets played in towards Pavard, right foot shot past the near post, and really he's got to be getting that on target.
Yeah, I mean, it's a half chance really from that angle. You're probably unlikely to score. He's gone for power.
Complete slicage.
You'd expect the goalkeeper to do well there, though, if it was on target, but signs of life from Bayern München. They haven't really provided us with much to shout about in terms of chances so far, so signs of life from them.
Yeah, I'd be a little bit concerned if I was in the Bayern Munich camp at how they've proceeded with the match day. Even though they won the first game, they didn't look like winning for large periods. The performance levels weren't great, and they were, well, very lucky, let's be honest. In the second game, we've seen pretty much more of the same. Not that great at either end of the field.
No, definitely not. Worth noting, Captain Barbosa for Boavista is 1 goal away. If he were to get 1 more goal, he would secure himself a match ball, only the second to be handed out so far this season.
Koeman into Arp. Remember, 1 goal for Bayern Munich, and it could set up another grandstand finish, and Boavista certainly wouldn't want that, as Pavard finds Boateng. Goes towards Javi Martinez, but instead leaves it for Hernandez. Now back to Boateng. Idris is there. I've been impressed defensively from Boavista.
Yeah, they've been very stout and haven't really... I mean, Bayern München have been relying on mistakes from Boavista, really.
Thomas Müller, that was a mistake defensively, and Thomas Müller almost managed to steal a march.
But there haven't really been that many mistakes to shout about, and there haven't been, you know... I mean, it's mainly been scraps that Bayern München have been feeding on so far.
Because that goal could have caused them mentally to allow mistakes to creep more into the game in the second half, but they've been pretty incredible if you think about it in terms of that attention to detail and the thought process and the way they're playing and not allowing those mistakes to creep in.
Certainly, and they've gotten to this point, the 80th minute. That's what we were asking them to do, you know, with this 2-goal cushion still in play. Need to be careful with these kinds of challenges, though. In fact, the referee's giving it the other way. Interesting.
10 minutes remaining. Can Bayern Munich do what they've not done for large swathes of this first half? A few ironic cheers there as the ball got played back towards the goalkeeper. You remember what happened in the last game as Idris has a chance to play it forwards. Another pop round the corner. This is wonderful one-touch football from Boavista. Still pinballing around, and finally they clear the lines.
So close, and maybe a bit more selfishness there from Barbosa needed. He is on the match ball, but still the selflessness coming in.
They were trying to score the perfect goal, Harry.
Absolutely, and that's a testament to how they want to play PES and how they want to play football.
Manuel Neuer with a long punt downfield. We've seen that many, many times over the years, and now Serge Gnabry down the right-hand side, crosses in towards big chance, stunning save, the acrobatic volley. It would have been one of the goals of the day and possibly the season, but on this occasion, the Boavista #1 produces a world-class fingertip stop.
The keeper making amends there for his blunder. in the first match. Better though from Bayern München once again, but they just can't seem to find the back of the net at the moment. They need a goal soon.
3 minutes remaining, and this will be a huge 3 points for Boavista. Punched over the top again by the goalkeeper. As you said, Harry, he is more than redeeming himself in this game for what happened in the first game.
It's like they're going straight for goal here from these corners.
Might well do. In towards that danger area again. That's a easy claim there for the goalkeeper, and time running out, and Boavista are certainly taking a scalp here in eFootball.Pro. They should have won the first game. They lost it after some quite incredible goalkeeping errors, and that nearly was one there for Manuel Neuer for Bayern Munich.
You can see the smiles and laughs from the Boavista boys. They know this one's probably home and dry at this point. And
indeed it is.
If they'd come out of this side with nothing, I feel they would have been very, very unfortunate, but looks like it's going to be 3 points to them.
Once again, back towards the goalkeeper, fired away deep into the final minute of added on time. It's Boavista 3, Bayern Munich 1, a stunning 3 points for the Portuguese side based on the fact that they allowed the first game to disintegrate before their eyes. What a testament to them, and it's a very indifferent Bayern Munich performance today, Wes.
Yeah, it was very much goes against what we've seen of them as of late. It's very, very. It was un-Bayern-like in their approach, but you know, I think they'll be, you know, as they kind of alluded to when we were listening to the voice chat from them, is that they'll be happy that they'll have got away with 3 points there, because I think, you know, again, for large periods of the first game, they weren't there. Boavista seemed to be very much in the ascendancy, and it showed in the second game that, you know, even after scoring early, and then there was the early equaliser from Matchday, that, you know, Boavista then basically took the game away from them with 2 goals in 5 minutes.
Really impressive from them in that second game to come away with all 3 points after the, let's be frank, devastation of that first game. Seeing the 2 sets of players, they both seem pretty happy. If you're a Boavista player, you know that you've really had a poor bit of luck in that first game. You've allowed 3 points to slip through your fingers, but you've played pretty decent across the 2 games and come away with 3 points after that second game. Equally, Bayern Munich, you've not had a great day at the office. You've been, by your standards, pretty poor, and again, you've still come away with 3 points.
Yeah, and I think that's how they will both look at it. I think for Boavista, again, with their aspirations only being, you know, top 6, they'll be happy with the fact that they've just crept in there, and they're just
crept in there. I like that one.
They've crept in there. They've crept in there. They have, you know, they have double digits now in terms of points, and they haven't you know, they haven't shown a bad performance here. It's one error that's going to define Matchday, Matchday 4 for them.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how the 2 sides perform in their games to come in the season, but certainly the Boavista we saw today is very similar to what we saw before. As we look at some of the stats from the game on your screen, you can see the goals there, and we are also now going to go to Harry in the mix zone, because he has the Bayern Munich players, and it'd be interesting to see how they gauge that game, because it was a very hard one to call in terms of their level of performance. Harry, what's the mood like with the Bayern Munich guys?
From Bayern München, a couple of different games there. You had a comeback in the first, a bit fortuitous. The second game didn't go your way. Talk me through those 2 matches.
Well, it was a strange feeling. We did our best, but it's true that the performance at the first minute in both games wasn't maybe the best. We are very strong mentally. That's what we show in the end of both games. It was really amazing how we performed in the last minutes of the first game. Proud of that 3 points, but yeah, it's a shame at the beginning of the second game we can concede 3 goals at the very beginning of the match. Then we did try back-to-back to do our game, but well, they were really, really in good position in the game. They played with the result. They did a really good performance. I mean, looking forward for the future. I mean, we know the skills. We have everything that we need to be on top. Keep fighting. We came in a good shape. Didn't went really nice. I mean, let's keep it working for the next match day. That it's coming really strong with Juventus. You know, it's really amazing.
Talk to me about Juventus as a side. Obviously, your former teammate, Ettore. Give me an assessment of how they've done so far this season and how you think you guys will stack up against them next match day.
It will be a strange feeling. I used to play with them the whole last 2 years. Well, first time we face one to each other with different colors, and it will be a great fight. I mean, I hope that people at home will enjoy the game. It will be a festival of football. Let's check it out. What we can do, we will do our best. We know how to face them, and let's see.
A festival of football. Alex, thank you so much. Adam, back over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Harry. Alex, always great on the microphone, isn't he? Speaks with such wisdom for the game. They're sitting on 16 points now alongside AS Monaco and Bayern Munich, but AS Monaco now have 2 games to play and can potentially now set themselves adrift from the rest of the chasing pack, can't they?
Yeah, I mean, the fact that, you know, Monaco now know what they've got to do. If they go and take 6 points off of Celtic, it's very hard to see anybody catching them. Very, very hard.
Yeah, and also in terms of Boavista, you know, they're now sat in 6th place with 10 points, and that's a pretty decent return so far with the games they've had to play. Let's hear how they feel after, of course, that interesting moment of goalkeeping in the 82nd minute in the first game. Harry, talk us through what their mental state's like.
Thank you very much, Adam. I am here with the Boavista boys. I mean, Barbosa, an incredible performance, really. Could have been maybe 6 points, though. Let's talk about those 2 games. Obviously, the own goal, a bit unfortunate, but are you happy with how those 2 games played out?
Well, in the beginning, we know that 3 points against Bayern Munich, it's a good result. But when we saw what happened, it's not 3 points is not good. But it was a mistake. But we have the capacity to, in the second game, improve our game, and we made an excellent game.
You have 8 goals. You scored 3 goals in that match, which is a tremendous return. You have 8 goals now in the eFootball.Pro season. The leading goal scorer. How does that feel?
Well, it's always good, but we are here for fighting the team. We want points. It's no problem for me to change the leader of scoreboard, but if we can go to the 6th place.
Next match day, you guys face up against Celtic FC. They need points. They're going to be a hungry team. Talk to me about Celtic FC. What do you think about them, and how are you guys going to stack up against them in the next match day?
Well, I think now it will start our championship. So we faced Juve, we faced Bayern, we faced Monaco, and now I think it will start our championship. Celtic, it's a good team. They have a good team player, and they have a game very, very similar like us, but we are here to make our points, and we keep going on our target and our goal.
Awesome. Barbosa, guys, congratulations. Boavista coming away with 3 points against Bayern München.
Yeah, thanks, Harry. The guy said it there, the Barbosa there for Boavista. He said that their season kind of starts here, but they're already in 6th place, and they've played arguably the 3 favourites for the competition in Juve, Bayern Munich, and of course AS Monaco. So they're a real contender, surely now.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at it from their standpoint, like they said, their competition starts here. But you know, if you'd have offered them, if they'd have looked at their fixture list and said, right, the first 4 games will give you 10 points, you'll be top 6. They'd have snapped your hand off for it, and now they're looking at as you alluded to, their run of fixtures gets a little bit lighter. It's not any less difficult because now you're putting that type of...
It might be a new pressure. Now they're the favourites.
Yeah, now all of a sudden you're going out there and going, well, actually, our competition starts here. But what message does that send to Celtic? You know, because Celtic were, sorry? We're meant to be the easy ones here. Hold on a minute. And they'll end up, putting a performance in. So it's very interesting to see what will happen next.
Yeah, and of course, the resultant game from the final game today, Celtic, might influence that as well. And of course, we will turn our attention to that final game. Remember, you can follow us on all our social media channels for all of the latest and greatest information. And our best MVP and best goal from Matchday 4 will be announced next Matchday and Matchday 5. But yeah, let's take a look at the next game. Of course, it is Celtic versus AS Monaco, who are top of the table. And the players for Celtic are, of course, Ndojoa, Indominator and Hjorka. and AS Monaco is going to be Kilju, Lotfi and AS Maccabi as well. And we spoke to both camps earlier in the day. Let's hear what they had to say.
Yeah, well, we expect a very difficult match. To be honest, yeah, they're on top of the table. It's going to be really difficult, but we want 6 points. That's what we aim for each match day, but we have to be realistic. They are on top of the table. They haven't lost a single match yet, so we have to make sure they lose a match today. So that's what.
For this match day, like always, we expect the 6 points. We are here to win the 2 games. We play against Celtic. We know that it's a difficult opponent, difficult style, but hopefully we will take the 6 points and try to be first at the end of this match day.
I mean, they look so calm and composed, don't they, the AS Monaco guys? This is a very interesting one because we've seen so far today most of the games have been 6th versus 5th and etc. Now we've got top versus bottom, and often in sport, etc. and esports, we see these games not produce the results that we were expecting. Can we see an upset today? That's the question. Or are AS Monaco too strong?
Me and Wes were speaking about this morning, and we think maybe this one could be a potential for, as you said, maybe a bit of an upset, because Celtic, they have to start performing soon. They find themselves once again at the bottom of the table. AS Monaco, they're flying high. They have no real worries at this moment in time. I mean, coming into today, obviously it's not the case anymore. Usman, top of the assist leaderboards and the goals leaderboards as well. So, I mean, they have no worries. They're dominating every single table. So, if you're Celtic, you may be hoping Monaco lapse of concentration and see themselves looking at the knockout stages already.
Well, let's see. Celtic versus AS Monaco, bottom versus top. The final game of Matchday 4. Let's go. So, Harry, bottom versus top, Celtic versus Monaco. Monaco, 16 points from a possible 18, if my maths is correct.
Something
I
like
mean,
that.
how do you stop this team? The only team to have taken points off them was the team we just saw there in Boavista, who got a 2-2 draw. What's their weakness?
It's tricky to say. You have to match them for firepower and goal-scoring ability. And when you look at Monaco and how they're doing with Kilzu, with Lotfi, with the reigning world champion AS Maccabi, I mean, how do you match that? You have to somehow match the goal-scoring output, but it's tricky to do that when Monaco's build-up play is so precise. They seem to slice open defences. Doesn't matter how many men are back on the ball. You can see how Celtic here early on are setting up with the 5 at the back. I don't think Monaco are going to be fazed by that. I don't think that's how you stop Monaco. To be honest with you, I don't know how you stop Monaco, but we've seen them in the past, like Boavista, when they stacked up with their 5 at the back, still able to score goals on any team, regardless of formation or tactics.
And Wes, same question to you. We talked about how do we stop Monaco. Unbeaten in the league, 5 wins and 1 draw. If you play a stifling, stagnating game of football, slow tempo, they find a way to nick a goal. And if you try and play a free-flowing, high-press, tit-for-tat, high goal game, they outscore you. So what do you do?
You build a brick wall in front of the goal. That's how you stop them. No, as Harry alluded to, it is difficult because it's not the first ball that you need to mark with Monaco. It's the second and third, and that's where the problem becomes, because you have Silimani, who's flanked by Balde, who's flanked by Augustin, who's flanked by Gelson Martins when he comes off the bench. It's that pace that you have to stop.
We actually noticed in Matchday 3 that one of the best ways at stifling the Monaco attack is to stop the ball getting into Slimani, isn't it?
Yeah, it's stopping the ball into Silimani, but also even to really kind of, if you really want to try and rattle Monaco, don't contest the ball against Silimani. just mark the ball that comes across, because if they flick it on, okay, great, you've already got the pass marked. If they take it down, Soleimani isn't that great with the ball at his feet. So it's a case of you actually start to try and play into a little bit of a weakness of Monaco, but I just want to see a team put them under some sustained pressure. We saw a little bit with Boavista, but I want to see something where it's like, actually, we see a plan B and C and D from Monaco.
And we talked a lot about AS Monaco. Now let's turn our attention to the team they're facing, bottom of the table with 5 points, and just the one win to their name in the league so far, Celtic. It's a free hit, you could say, but equally, it's not, because they need points.
Yeah, they look like wounded dogs at this point, Celtic. I mean, coming into match day 3, I believe they only had 1 point to their name. And realistically, not the most convincing of performances last match day against Manchester United. Did well to get 4 points in the end, but it's not like you're winning by 2, 3, 4 goals. You know, it's still very close and tight games. So, yeah, certainly most people, as you said, looking at Celtic FC as a free hit, but that's when they could be the most dangerous, when you maybe overlook a side like Celtic FC, who have players like in Dominator, you know, leading the charge, who was in the finals of the eFootball.Pro last season.
Well, I think we said in the last match day that we feel that Man United underestimated Celtic, and Celtic came away with 4 points. So I just feel mentally as well, Monaco, no one's been able to rattle them and get under there, because if you can rattle the likes of Asmacabile, some of his normal game goes out the window. So let's wait and see. We are, of course, underway in our final game of a truly dramatic match day in eFootball.Pro. We've had 4 incredible ones of those as well, and we're not even halfway through the season.
The thing is, when you look at Celtic's record, only 1 win, that would lead you to believe their goals conceded would be in the 20s, but only 11, so it's been very tight, the matches they have lost. But often, they just can't seem to push themselves over the line. They're going to have to do that here against Monaco.
Ballo-Touré plays it in towards Silva, and it's a lightning start from AS Monaco. And when you've got a team like this, you cannot afford to give them a goal, and defensively a bit of a gift of a goal within the opening 10 minutes, and that's exactly what's happened, and it was punished emphatically.
It's the worst start possible for the boys in green, and it took just 3 minutes for the man we were talking about, the danger man. I believe it's Slimani poking this one home. We'll see it here once again, just runners off the ball, and it's 2 players making pretty similar runs, but neither of them marked by Celtic player. You can see they're trying to come across to intercept the pass a little bit late, and that allows the shot to come in, and it's an early perfect start for the league leaders, AS Monaco.
Well, Wes, it seemed like he was listening to you, because you said Slimani, once you get the ball into his feet, he's not that tidy at times, and I mean, that left foot was pretty tidy there.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're not taking Soleimani and trying to take him on Lionel Messi-like runs, but the point stands is that if you get him into a position, you know, about, what, 10 yards out, it's academic from there.
Ball crossed in towards the danger area, chance for an instant response from Celtic, but this is where they've got to be so careful, because AS Monaco are quite possibly the greatest outfit in the league at hitting you with a 1-2 on the counter-attack.
You look at those stats at the bottom of your screen. On one side it looks like Niagara Falls, on the other side it looks like Dried Up Creek. I mean, just 1 goal for in Dominator. That's a goal scoring record that won't get you very far up the table. They're going to have to, again, match the likes of AS Monaco here if they want a result.
Yeah, the monsoon rains of goals have dried up for Celtic as AS Monaco look to force a second there. Good defending in the end, but these are worrying times for the Scottish outfit as Donovan finds Silla, and now in towards Ballo-Touré. Good challenge by Johnston by the looks of things there. Back towards Forster. What is their game plan so far, Wes, from Celtic? What have you seen?
I think it's just to survive in the very early going. It's survive an onslaught and then try and nick something. But at the moment, they're certainly working their way down the line. But again, even trying to get the ball into the box.
Oh, it's a mistake, though. And they're the sort of mistakes that need to be punished. And at the back post, he wasn't able to read the situation well enough. Griffiths now turns it in towards Bayo, cleared away, up towards that man, Slimani, the goal scorer. Now Silla down the left-hand side, Balde in the middle as well. They've got numbers forward again here. 20 minutes gone, in towards Slimani and Balde, both of them, neither of them, either of them, and it would have been 2-0.
I mean, Celtic are lining up with a back five, but they look all over the place in transition. Certainly not tightly marking their men. They're not, I mean, they're all over the place, really. Don't know whether or not that's something that Celtic can look at, and maybe that's just how AS Monaco play. Their runs are always influencing the defender positions, and they've run it in midfield here again and come forward.
Yeah, through Asmakabal there, and the goal scorer was, of course, Kilzu. So I think he now sits joint with 8 goals at the top of the table with Barbosa as Golovin tries to find his way through to Balde. Now Slimani for the second of the day, shouts for handball on the edge of the area, waved away by the referee, and Celtic can breathe a sigh of relief and bring the ball away. Worrying times here, because the second goal for AS Monaco might just seal the coffin for the first match of this final game here as the ball gets played in and Forster is down to smother the ball.
Yeah, better defending that time from Celtic FC, but it's crazy how it's 3-on-5 at the back and still AS Monaco providing that goal threat. And Celtic, they want to try and play this wide, but there's Monaco men already there marking the wing backs and preventing them from spreading the pitch. They have possession in midfield now. We'll see what they can do with it.
Well,
Nothing,
not
apparently.
a lot, as the ball gets played back over the halfway line, and every time they clear their lines, it comes back in wave after wave of French pressure as Balde now plays it into Slimani. Chance to get the shot away. No, he tries to pass. A real mix-up. Slimani again, and somehow he's not able to pull the trigger. What on earth happened there?
Oh, poor Kilzu. Don't think he was ever in full possession of the ball. Would have soared him to the top of the goal-scoring table.
Can't get out. Camped inside the area. Slimani again. Another save from Forster. And they need to get to half-time. They need the bell after 45 at this moment in time, because they are well and truly under the cosh, Celtic, and they need a chance to regroup.
Good manual save then from Indominator, sparing his team's blushes from what was a, unconvincing defensive performance in this first half.
Can Celtic snatch an unlikely equaliser at the end of the first half? No, it's given straight back to Bakayoko, who's mopped up all of the pressure and possession in that midfield battle so far today. They can't get near him as the ball gets played down towards Silla and won back by Nitchen and played out of play for a throw. And with 1 minute of added on time, even though they've had more possession, they've not done anything with it, Celtic. And AS Monaco, even though they are just the 1-0 to the good, have looked far more dangerous in the attacking third. They don't want to concede a second. Cleared away, and after just 4 minutes, you were expecting the worst, really, and they've survived to half-time, Rip.
I mean, it's damage limitation at this point, because, you know, they've done well, actually, to get into half-time without registering a shot at all on their AS Monaco goal, only being down by 1. The problem with Celtic is that when they get the ball after a defensive play, their midfield is just too scrambled. Their midfield just isn't working right now. They can't get that pass into a player in a little bit of space with a bit of breathing room and giving themselves time to think. There is no time on the ball for any Celtic man in midfield here, Wes.
But just the funniest thing there that you've said, it's damage limitation at 1-0. That shows you how much of an attacking threat that this Monaco team possess. And we talk about having formations and structures of teams that don't benefit and don't really suit a team. I don't really think that Celtic have the players within their squad to play this type of system. I know that, you know, we've seen players and seen teams play in different ways. It's good touch with Griffith. It's just they don't have those players and those bodies to use in that method.
50 minutes gone here at Celtic versus AS Monaco. 1-0 to the French side. We keep talking about how good the French side have been and how potentially the formations, etc., aren't working for Celtic, but they are still well in this match. 52 minutes gone. They probably would have taken 1-0, because certainly a point out of this first game, they would have snatched a hand off.
Well, certainly they are still in it at this point. Badia Shile back on defensive duties, but I mean, we'll give and pay Celtic the due diligence that we give every other team. The longer this stays at 1-0, the more chance they have of snatching a result out of this match. But defensively, it has to stay at 1-0. So far, they've weathered the storm, and you know, smooth seas don't make strong sailors.
The worrying thing, I'm just going to glide past that last statement. The worrying thing for Celtic is, of course, the longer the game goes on, the more they've got to push in search of that equaliser, and then it leaves themselves open to that lightning Monaco counter-attack. But still, they've been better in this second half. They've not allowed AS Monaco many chances, but we know they only need really one, and it'll be another second goal. Slimani, now Baldi, chance played through. Silla just can't quite get on the end of the pass. A wicked deflection away.
Credit Horcher there in defence. Absolutely tremendous slide tackle, just to get a touch on the ball and take it out of the AS Monaco attackers.
Indeed, as Kilju throws it in, looking for Usmakabal in the heart of the 6-yard box. And now it's Lotfi to play it forward towards Kilju, cleared away out towards the right-hand side. Indojua picks it up using El Hamed. Now Mitchum being controlled by Indominator, and the offside flag is raised by the looks of things, or is it a foul?
In the end, yeah, just a monogasp player there coming in a little bit too soon.
If you're a Monaco player here, are you content? Are you a bit concerned that you've only got the one goal?
Yeah, I think you'd be concerned. I feel like the nature of PES, I mean, these players all know the longer the game goes on, the more chance there is for tired legs to become a factor, and the opposition to get that little bit of a boost that they need to create a clear-cut goal-scoring opportunity to tie up the game. And at this level, I mean, I know we've seen some bad misses here today, but most of the time, your opposition is going to capitalise. So to be, again, at the height of concentration, just to make sure that doesn't happen.
Martinez coming on, and Coffey coming on as well for Celtic. It's all got a little bit quiet and cagey inside the studio here as we approach the final 20 minutes, and there's been almost null and void action of this second half, but that was a really poor giveaway, but he's won it back absolutely brilliantly, and now Indominate has a chance to come forward with Forest and through towards Griffiths and Indojua, and the offside flag is raised. Oh, it's tight. And he's tight like a tiger.
Just a little bit too soon with the run.
Headed away. Now Forest wins it back, and now turn around the corner, and Indominate has a chance to play it forwards to Indojua. Back to Bitten. Bitten plays it into Forest. Nice approach play again from Celtic. They've been much better in this second half. Forest into Bayo. Big chance on the overlap. He's in here. Surely can't get the shot away. Maintains possession. Has the chance gone though? Coffey in towards Griffiths. Chance to get the left foot shot away. Brilliant defending in the end from Glick, but that was the biggest chance of the match for Celtic.
Yeah, that's the biggest chance they've had so far, and like you said quite rightly, they could feel the pressure coming from the physical challenge that was coming in. Here's Forrest trying to get it back in. Griffiths got a chance to put it into the box. Goes back to Bauer.
This is the biggest moment of the match so far for Celtic. It's Bauer in towards the edge of the area. Right foot shot, and it's an equalising goal. And you cannot say, Harry, that it was coming. Attack after attack after attack, wave after wave. The siege mentality, and Celtic have equalised against league leaders AS Monaco, and they deserve to be levelled.
Time on the clock, 79th minute exactly. So still time for either club here to snatch a winner, but it's what we were talking about. Celtic, weathering the storm. They've done just that, and just when you think the chance has gone, pulled it right back to the edge of the box, and it's Horcha, I believe, to slam it home for the green and white hoops, and it's tied up 1-1 here, where it's amazing.
But it goes back to that thing of doing something your opponent isn't anticipating. If you look at all the players that Monaco are marking, it's all central. They all leave player at the edge of the box, and it's doing something that another player doesn't see. And it's great play from Celtic.
Now Indominator trying to maintain the concentration of the troops. He didn't want them to get ahead of themselves because they've still got 10 minutes to negotiate here, and yes, they might want to go for a winner, but equally they probably, under the circumstances, would be happy with a point. If they go behind again, that could be horrific for them in the season. It's exactly what's happened. It's the sign of potential champions, and it's Slimani again. It's AS Monaco 2, and they were only level for as many minutes.
It's Slimani again, and it kills you again. 9 goals now on the season. This young man has been quite the acquisition and has fit in perfectly with the reigning champions of the eFootball.Pro. And it all came from maybe a lack of concentration from Celtic. Maybe you're arguing the player and Dominator was controlling their ire, I think it was, with this header.
Oh, no. It's poor defending.
It's a bit of poor defending in the end. Doesn't win the header. Slimani's in, one touch, and then the shot and the goal.
2-goal hero, Slimani, and that's why in Dominator were so adamant at not getting ahead of themselves, but because he knew the danger that Monaco possessed. Can they do it again? It will be mighty, mentally brilliant if they are able to. Forrest now plays it out towards Coffey. Now Johnston, they're in again here. Just can't squeeze it through to Bio, but it has been a much better second half from Celtic. And they've taken Monaco all the way here. And as we said, top versus bottom sometimes means absolutely diddly squat, Harry.
Certainly when we are talking about the eFootball.Pro, so many talented PES players here. You can see Kilzu sitting alone at the top of the mountain that is the goals leaderboard. Brought back for a foul on Pellegrini here, and this one probably all said and done for Monaco. Some last gasp changes have to come in for Celtic to push some more men up top, but Kilzu, you think about the pressure that this young man has been under, joining the reigning champions, joining the reigning world champion, alongside Lotfi, who won the eFootball.Pro last season as well. He's fit in so perfectly. It's tremendous to see, and his goal-scoring return for this AS Monaco side cannot be understated. It's really, really tremendous.
He broke through in the PES League alongside Cams in their team, and we were very, very surprised that not only did they go quite far in the competition being a duo and not a trio, but his performances as well were mind-blowing at times. And in a similar vein, Osibuc for Manchester United had a similar sort of tournament there. But certainly Kilzu's come into this eFootball.Pro, and he looks some player right now.
Well, when you look at the Monaco side at the moment, you're trying to figure out who's the debutant, because there's none of them. He looks at
certainly not top goal scorer with 9.
Yeah, it's not him, because he just has, like we said, he's fit in that well into that jigsaw that actually it's not been a detriment to Monaco whatsoever.
And it's exactly what Usmakabal said when I asked him about how he felt about being MVP. He was very quick to credit his fellow players and how they could have easily won the award as well. And we may see Kilzu winning that award after his performance today. But of course, we still have 2 minutes remaining. And if Yorker, for example, could grab a second goal, he could also be up there as the ball gets played out towards Bayer on the right-hand side. Now Forrest tries to turn it around the corner. It's all got a little bit desperate now for Celtic as they know time is running out. Deep into added on time here. It's another chance here though for Griffiths. He's in. It's 2-2. It's drama again in the eFootball.Pro League, and Celtic have come from behind for the second time in as many minutes here.
Absolute scenes.
Limbs is what they call it.
Dominator loves a late goal. We saw it 2 weeks ago on Matchday 3 against Manchester United. He struck here once again, and Wes, you were pointing it out. There were so many men forward for Celtic, and it was so disjointed at the back.
It's where you've got that two-bit.
Yeah, I was like, Griffiths saying this player's over.
Yeah, and that was it. It was seeing those two. If you've got that combination on, you're in. And to be fair, the composure to really hold your nerve in that scenario is fantastic for the boys.
Yeah, apologies if you heard my voice crack there, because I was jumping for joy, but it's in again here, and AS Monaco surely not to win it. What a save from Forster. Oh, the drama is never up, and finally the whistle comes to an end, and AS Monaco should have snatched it, but manual goalkeeping works finally.
It was Kilzu.
Yeah, it was Kilzu against Horcha. It was literally the two debutants going against each other. What a save.
Kills you there. I mean, we were bigging him up. Maybe saw his name in lights. I mean, that would have been the match ball. That would have been a hat-trick. The match ball.
You talk about energy and emotion now. You've now got to go into the next game and get yourself back up again.
He was inches away from the match ball,
I mean,
but for some tremendous goalkeeping.
I thought we would never top the FC Nantes game for drama, but that, for me, that had everything you could possibly want, barring a red card and a penalty. And, yeah, like I said, apologies for the voice crack. I was jumping for joy, not because I'm necessarily a Celtic fan, but the drama got us all in raptures here, and I sort of jumped across the table to Harry and Wes and lost my microphone. But it was just, I mean, that's the beauty of eFootball.Pro right there. We saw everything captured in that one set of 90 minutes. And where do you start to dissect that game?
Well, I know AS Monaco won't go by this way of thinking, but the plus side, I suppose, with that point is that they've solidified for yet another match week top of the table. They are now sitting on 17 points. The next nearest is Juventus with 16. But ultimately, it's a chance missed to gain those points over Juventus, over Bayern München, who are both sitting on 16 points, you know, breathing down their necks in the league table. And ultimately, coming into it, they would have expected Celtic to roll over. We spoke about them being maybe like a wounded dog in this league at this moment in time, but it's very, very much the opposite. Celtic, very scrappy. They want to fight for every single goal, every single point, and they've done it just here against AS Monaco.
Here's the thing as well. We're talking about the effect it's having on Monaco. That's an extra point for Celtic. They're bringing that bottom of the table back up. So now they're only 4 points off of top 6. Yeah. It now looks a little bit brighter. Even if they go on and lose this next game, it still looks a bit brighter than what it did at the start of the day because the results have kind of gone their way. Yeah, and we talk about the positives from an AS Monaco point of view. They are still unbeaten, of course, in the competition, and that'll bring them a lot of joy. That's a huge chance to go and win the game. They should have won the game. They haven't. They've taken 1 point. If you're Celtic, like you said, you will be, after, you know, what happened right at the death, you'll be pretty happy, more than happy with a point against the league leaders. And you'd be confident that they may be able to start to climb the table, possibly in the next few game weeks. Certainly from a mental point of view, they've impressed me over the last, because a lot's been asked of Celtic after their, quite frankly, poor start to the season. And the last couple they got 4 points last week. They've got 1 from a possible 3 here, and they've got another chance to get 4 overall here. So, you know, they've taken a lot of stick, and they've responded, you'd have to say.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose you could say that. I feel like Celtic, though, will be ruining their very, very slow start. When you see how Schalke have performed since beating Celtic 1-0 both times, securing 6 points, you know, maybe Celtic saying to themselves, we should have got more out of that game.
Yeah, 5 minutes gone here. Celtic, AS Monaco, the second game between the two in our final match of Matchday 4 in what has been, in my opinion, my favourite. I'm not going to lie, it's been truly gripping from start to finish as Slimani now plays it out towards Baldi. Can AS Monaco get the lightning start that they tend to get and that they want to get? Celtic slam the door shut on this occasion, though.
It's so impressive to see time and time again. Monaco runners off the ball, always in support, just they always seem to have options for them, despite, again, being outnumbered in attack. I mean, they only have the 3 attackers versus the 5 defenders for Celtic, so you'd think by simple calculations that should be easy for Monaco.
Griffiths, Celtic have started how they ended the first game, on the front foot.
Easy for Celtic, I meant to say. Sorry, Dan.
No apologies needed, Harry. We know your worth. 14 minutes gone. Slimani plays it out towards Silla. Now Al-Hamad. Golovin tries to play it forward towards Baldi. That's going to loop. Oh, we've seen this happen before. Forster all over the place there.
Where are you going, Fraser?
Didn't know whether to come or go, stick or twist, and in the end, finally managed to scramble it away. But Griffiths now finds Bayo. The chance is on. The overlap's on for Forrest. Is there support in the far? No, there isn't. There was no one up alongside him. Had there been somebody there, he may have been able to square it for 1-0.
Or take the risk. Have a shot across goal. If you're not testing the goalkeeper, you've got to be doing something there.
Put
not
that
just running
quote in lights.
defender.
Take a risk.
Take a risk, man.
Bayo. up towards Forest. We saw Celtic take risks in that first game, and it paid off. On this occasion, they went safe. It didn't pay off. It almost ricochets around, but impressively, again, from a Celtic point of view, they are going toe-to-toe with the current champions and league leaders.
Yeah, they seem a bit ruffled.
And it's the five at the back.
The feathers seem to be ruffled. I'm not sure if the five at the back really is doing Celtic any favours. I feel like they've just grown in confidence here in this game.
Slimani finds Baldi in towards Bakayoko. Another chance here for AS Monaco, though. Turn home. Stunning. In the blink of an eye, like they've done time and time again. They don't even look like being on top in a match. And then 1-2-3, 1-0.
Is Maccabeel the player to slam that one home and open the scoring of this second match between Celtic and AS Monaco, which has been tantalising so far. That puts them up to 8 goals now on the season. Work for Celtic to do after going behind once again. It's a well-worked, really a 1-2 between himself and Lotfi, I do believe. Might be Killsview, actually. But either way, it's so well-worked, and the cohesion and chemistry between the AS Monaco players, it's almost interchangeable, and it doesn't matter what the combination is, they're always on the same page, and Celtic, once again, have to come back from the dead.
Indeed they do. They did it twice in the last game. They're going to have to do it again. Wes, would you be concerned that Monaco are going to try something different in this match to stop them doing that?
Well, potentially. I mean, but as we've said before, Monaco are so confident with their own game plan that they aren't really too fussed as to what everybody else is doing. So I think, if anything, they'll probably just go attack mode, which is what they tend to normally do, and just try and put the game to bed quicker than what they were doing in last game.
It seems like Usmakabal wasn't happy that Killsview leapfrogged him in the goal-scoring charts because he's got a goal back. He now sits 1 goal behind the young Frenchman. So it's 9 for Killsview, 8 for Barbosa and Usmakabal. 30 minutes gone here. Celtic 0, AS Monaco 1. Surely we can't get as much drama in this game as we did in the last. I don't think my heart can take it. And Harry, I will be jumping on you all over again.
I know, looks like maybe that would have been a card for Ndojoa. I was just looking at his reaction there in the player camp. He certainly seemed a bit disappointed with his own rash tackle there, but referee says only one more you'll get.
Slimani, oh, it breaks here for Golovin. Smart stop by Forster, just couldn't quite get enough whip on the shot towards that top right-hand corner. Bit too central in the end.
Yeah, look at this, as soon as the chance comes across, you're right, there's not enough direction on it really, but the Dominator again, with the elected manual keeper there, able to shift his keeper across, parry that around for a corner.
Bello Torre blocked just outside the area there, out for a throw. Pass is completed. Just 54 for AS Monaco percentage, 81 for Celtic, which is an interesting stat. Always play through, looking for Slimani, cleared away. Just kind of teetering on the edge at the moment, aren't they? On the brink of a second goal.
Just on the precipice.
Thrown towards Slimani, headed away well. Still with Bakayoko and Monaco possession. Now Celtic have the chance to counter through Forest. The switch is on out towards this left-hand side. He's got support from Bayo and Griffiths forwards. Gives it straight back. Golovin now finds Baldi off a ricochet. Oh, this could be a real unfortunate ricochet because Slimani's in. He plays it across. Again, Wes, what about the risk? Maybe have a shot, might not need to. Slimani in towards Baldi, cleared away.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to against a team like Monaco, you're going to have to take some risks. But this Monaco team, it's just wave upon wave of attacks, and it's your chances of getting a goal are shortening as game goes on.
I mean, same story really as it was in the first game. Get to half-time, just 1-0 for Celtic. There is a chance though up there on the right-hand side.
In towards Griffiths. Oh no, it's gone all the way through to Bayo. Oh, it's a huge opportunity wasted for Celtic. Down to the goalkeeper's left-hand side. You would have put your house on him, slotting that home for 1-1. And now they're in trouble because they could go 2-0 down. Good challenge in the end coming in and cleared away. It's finished at the end of the first half, 1-0 to AS Monaco. It could and should have been more for Monaco, but equally you could argue the case. It should be 1-1.
Certainly with that, that chance at the end of the half, you'd expect. I think it was in Dojua in the end who the chance fell for with Bayo. Yeah, I mean, when you get goal side of your defender like that, the keeper really in no man's land, you should be doing better. And at this level, again, those are the sorts of chances you'll get. They're only really half chances unless your team completely unlocks the other team's defence. Those are these really should be your bread and butter.
Yeah, the thing is, in that first game, AS Monaco missed a lot of chances and Celtic were pretty clinical as they're in again here. It's deflected up and over the goalkeeper. It's 1-1. What a start to the second half. And they will not rue that missed opportunity because they're back level, Wes.
Risks. They're taking risks.
Start taking risks.
Start taking risks and goals will come. And that's what we're seeing here is that, granted, it's a heavy deflection and it doesn't go in without that deflection, but Celtic aren't going to care.
If you don't buy the ticket, you do not win the raffle.
Exactly.
Now, we were talking about how we stop AS Monaco. Is that one idea the way of doing it? Taking risks? Do you try and maybe possibly get a little bit lucky on the day, as has happened in that, and hope that they have a bit of an off day and miss a late chance through Kilju? Is that the way? Is it taking risks, do you think?
Maybe. Certainly there's always going to be, a bit of an element of fortune in it with a deflection there. You can see how disappointed they are, but yeah, maybe taking risks. On the other side of things, Monaco will be disappointed with that and they want to go straight up the other end here.
They tend to be so dangerous straight from kick-off, Monaco, as Baldi comes in again here. I think it was Schalke who got the goal. I'm waiting for clarification on that as Ballo-Touré plays it through. So we're back square again. First game 1-0 to Monaco, back to 1-1, 2-1 Monaco, back to 2-2. Should have been 3-2 Monaco, wasn't, stayed 2-2. In this game, 1-0 Monaco, back to 1-1. They're in again here, penalty. The arm comes across the face.
Oh, it's offside.
It's offside.
Oh, we thought it was a pen.
From up here, it was so hard to see the offside, and the arm came across the face, and it looked like a Stonewall penalty.
Big body check coming in there, but ultimately the linesman overruled, and it wasn't offside. We got excited for a minute there.
We did. We thought there was going to be another. We said this game couldn't top the last game, but it's going its full way to do that as Bayo plays it in towards Griffiths. Tries the shot.
A little bit of fragility in that Monaco defence. All three of them chasing the same ball.
Panic.
A little bit shaky.
Lack of communication, maybe?
Potentially.
They all speak French.
It's a stupid piece of commentary, that.
Great observation.
It really was. That's why I'm here. Griffiths to take the corner on the far side. A goal now for Celtic. Could really put a cat amongst the pigeons.
I wonder when personnel changes will start to come in, because Griffiths especially has been doing a lot of running here for Celtic on counter-attacks, and it's just, I felt like he was losing his legs a little bit, and injection of pace to get in behind that Monaco defence that is, as you said, all chasing similar balls, might be what's needed.
Griffiths twists and turns onto his right foot in towards the danger area. And so impressed with Celtic today, based on the fact they're up against a team who many tout as the best in the world. Griffiths now finds Forrest. Click with the clearance. Monaco, they only need one sniff to go back in front though. Slimani finds Baldi. Both of them over now. Oh, Silla's joined the attack as well. Just can't quite get away from El Hamed, who gets it back. Now plays it out to the right-hand side, and Julien now switches it out towards Johnston. One back by Bakayoko, and now it's Monaco's turn to start the wave after wave. But defensively, Celtic have been brilliant, haven't they?
Yeah, what a tackle that was from a dominator. Credit him entirely stopping that AS Monaco attack, and look at this switch.
Oh, Bayo's in, he's got support across the middle from Griffiths. He may not use him, he does. Oh, it's gone past him towards El Hamed, away from the challenge. Numbers over in the middle. Oh, he can't get the cross in the right area. He's tried to pull it back when firing it across the face of goal might have been the better option. It's behind for a corner.
Porter was controlling Griffiths. Lee Griffiths was just waiting to tap it in. Such a shame. They still have a corner though. Celtic, they just will not die in this match.
I'm going to be completely honest. I never thought, I'm not saying I didn't think they'd get anything out of today, but I didn't think they would perform as well as they have done and match Monaco, which they have done, toe for toe. You couldn't pick a winner right now. Griffiths in towards the near post, punched away by the goalkeeper, but he's not punching very far. He's tipped it onto the post. What a stunning save, and he can't turn home the rebound. And how on earth has that stayed out? Will you see a greater save in eFootball.Pro?
My. We still have 20 in-game minutes of this match left.
And Wes still has his hands on his head.
Still has his hands on his head. His heart's still beating, I'm pretty sure. He might have stopped for a moment there, but wow. Which way is this going to go?
Nobody knows. And still, Celtic come again in search of what would be an incredible victory if they could get it. Johnston in towards Griffiths. Numbers over here. Edouard's now on. Yorker pulling all the strings in that attacking third right now. Pellegrini.
Oh, the Monegasque team there just blocking each other off.
I finally come back to the land of the living. I think in terms of what Celtic need to be careful of here, they need to be very careful of committing too many bodies forward and leaving it open at the back. I know we talked about taking risks. I know we talked about, you know, doing stuff out of the ordinary, but there are some times where you just need to consolidate what it is that you're doing. And at the moment, though, Celtic seem to be in the ascendancy. As Encham gets it to Edouard.
Certainly all forward traffic. Bit of a clash of heads there, but how Monaco can bring it forward.
4v3.
Slimani again, that point man on the right-hand side into Pellegrini. Martins is arriving. Good defence again, though. Dojo it was that time. Griffiths now on this right-hand side, and 10 minutes to go, Adam.
10 minutes indeed, like Wes. My heart stopped for a moment there after that last attack. It looked like the goalkeeper had produced a bit of a blunder with a poor punch out, but then seconds later he pulled off a remarkable save. But Pellegrini's in again. Another smart stop from Forster. What a performance from both goalkeepers today. And Celtic can't get out. Monaco turning the screw again in the remaining 5 minutes. Is in towards Gelson Martins. He tried to play it, reverse pass to Pellegrini. Oh, but they making mistakes all over the place defensively now, Celtic. Forrest blocked by Silla and out of play, and a brief respite for Celtic. And you'd have to say enough is enough. Walk away with a point now if you're Celtic, would you? Or would you go for the winner?
I think you go for it at this point. Time ticking down. Make sure you're solid at the back first and foremost, but there's still chance for one more attempt, I think, in this game.
Take risks, says Wes, and they almost did there as Forrest continues the attack, the last attack of the match, deep into added on time. The back heel towards Bauer. Wes is screaming for the pass into the middle. Forrest in towards the danger area, still can't get on the end of the cross, and somehow AS Monaco clear their lines. And surely that will bring the game to an end, or is there time for one more chance? They've got numbers over here, AS Monaco. The studio are on their feet. It's up towards Slimani, saved by the goalkeeper, and Bauer completes the clearance. We're into the 5th minute of added on time, and it's finished here. Celtic 1, AS Monaco 1, and we've had 2 draws, and they have both been incredibly epic, Wes.
Well, we talked all about Celtic, and we talked about their formation and everything. And I'll be honest, when I first saw their formation, I thought they'd just come here just to really save themselves from too many goals of being conceded and losing both games. But to come out of it with 2 draws, to show the resiliency that they did, it opens up everything, because it opens up the chase for the top 6. It also opens up the chase to the top 2, because instead of Monaco, as we alluded to, we thought they were going to potentially take both games and be 6 points clear. Now only 2 points clear. A chasing pack now has a bit of life in it, and you can sense it from, when we cut to the VIP camera, you can sense it from the noise you could hear as well, is that there was a bit of an anticipation of, oh, if Monaco score here, then it's going to be, you know, there'll be 4 points clear. Instead, they're only walking away with 2 points. It's the first time that they've come away with only 2 points.
Yeah, it's been a real interesting moment there, taking a look at the players' body language as they came off. And I mean, if you're a Celtic player, you've gone toe-to-toe and potentially looked for large parts of that second game like going on and winning the game against the best team in the league right now. So you've got to feel, hang on, like what happened with Boavista, our season starts now.
Yeah.
And we really go for it.
I feel like with Celtic, I think it's almost like their season is now fully recalibrated. They've had the shocks and the disappointments. Now that they're now sitting there with points, so it's great.
Yeah, well, we're going to go and hear from the players in the mix zone with Harry. Firstly, AS Monaco. Be interesting to see how they can dissect that performance.
Thanks, Adam. Yeah, I am here with Lotfi from AS Monaco. Lotfi, bit disappointed in that result. 2 draws, you still have 2 points, still top of the league, but maybe a couple of points dropped there.
Yeah, we are very disappointed. We wanted the 6 points today. We have only 2. It's bad results, and we have to work more for the next days.
Speaking of the next match day, you guys play against Barcelona in match day 5. Talk to me a little bit about Barcelona as a team, how they play, and how you think you'll match up against Barcelona on match day 5.
Yeah, it's a very good team. We have to play better than today to make a good result. So let's see.
All right, we'll keep it super brief. Lotfi, thank you so much for your time. AS Monaco coming away with just the 2 points. A little bit disappointed, but still top of the league.
Yeah, they will be disappointed, but they're still unbeaten. They're still invincible, technically. Not too many problems, you think, Wes?
Yeah, no, I don't think we'll. You'd never know. Look, speaking to the Monaco guys, just exactly how they're feeling. You know, they'll certainly put a face on it. And, you know, they'll be disappointed, but again, like you said, they're still top of the league. They still have everything that they desire in this league so far. So I don't think it's alarm bells ringing at the moment. I just think it talks to a fantastic performance from Celtic.
And it talks to a fantastic opportunity for, like you said, the chasing pack, and the whole of the teams in the competition now can think, well, we can go and get in this top 6 now and we can challenge. We are ready to go back to the mix zone because we have the Celtic players with Harry. Tremendous performance from them. What have they got to say?
Adam, yes, I'm here with Indominator from Celtic FC. Jos, 2 points against AS Monaco. The guys are on incredible form. You must be very happy with that performance.
Yeah, actually a mixed feeling. 2 tough games. But yeah, we're happy with the 2 points, but it could have been a win for us in at least one of the 2 matches. But yeah, looking after the complete match day, we have to be happy with the 2 points against the reigning champions of last season and the current top leaders of the table. So yeah, 2 points is a great result.
Let's talk a little bit about your team composition and your tactics coming in against AS Monaco. 5 at the back was something that the commentary team certainly seemed to pull up quite a lot. Was that maybe a design tactic against AS Monaco to stifle their attacks?
Yeah, basically, since the beginning from this league, we started off playing with 5 at the back, and actually it helps us to build up easily from the back, and that's what we like to play with 3 central defenders to have at least many options from the back, slowly moving forwards, and also in a defending side we have more certainty having 5 at the back. So basically it's for 2 reasons though, and today, even though we conceded a few goals, it was quite solid actually, so that was a good thing.
Let's talk about Boavista, your opponents in match day 5. Earlier, Barbosa said that their season starts now because they've gotten arguably all the tough games out of the way. You guys obviously are going to see yourself as a tough game for them, right? Talk to me a little bit about Boavista and how you see that match playing out.
Yeah, we have seen them playing today against Bayern München. They got 3 points against them, which is a very good result. And the way they are playing, they are almost playing quite similar like us. They played with 5 at the back as well today against Bayern München. But yeah, we will work the next 2 weeks to think about a good game plan to face them. So.
Jos, thank you so much for your time. Celtic coming away against AS Monaco with 2 points. Adam, back over to you.
Yeah, wonderful performance from Celtic. Let's take a look at their action and everyone's action of match day 4. What a day. What a match day. Harry, where do we start with all of that?
Difficult, really, to dissect the day. I think it's only fair that we start at the top of today. Let's look at match one. Schalke versus Barcelona. Schalke in a bit of a slump coming into today. Still managed to secure a point in that one, but ultimately will be disappointed. Barcelona getting the majority of the points there. Then we saw FC Nantes take on Arsenal FC. It was a great game in match two. Both teams splitting the points there. Juventus versus Manchester United. United hitting a bit of a dip in form at the moment. I mean, some lackluster results from them. 3-2 and 1-0 against Juventus means the Italian side grab 6 points. Boavista, the dark horses of the entire tournament so far. 3 points for them, sharing the points with Bayern München, who have been on a flyer coming into today. And then match 5, as we just saw, Celtic FC securing themselves 2 points against league leaders and still undefeated AS Monaco. So, I mean, the reigning champions will still be happy with that, but at the same time, a little bit disappointed it wasn't more.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, where to start in terms of picks of the day, but I mean, I've got 2 in my head, the FC Nantes and Arsenal first game, the 3-2, and also the Celtic Monaco first game as well. Where's anything that stands out to you as your moment of the day or match of the day?
I think the moment of the day has to be that last goal in the first Nantes game. I think in terms of performance of the day, has to go to Celtic. You hold off free scoring Monaco in the way that you did and was able to get 2 points out of it. It, you know, really opens up the league.
It does indeed. I think we're going to take a look at the table and where we stand on
let's have a little look at how all of this impacts the table. As I said, Monaco still with a duck egg in the loss column, sitting pretty top of the league. That has slimmed down a little bit, though, as Juventus pick up 6 points. A little bit further down, Bayern München still hot on the heels as well with 3 points from today. Barcelona in 4th, Nantes in 5th, Boavista in 6th, round out the knockout stage places at the moment. Boavista, obviously a notable performance from today, saying that they're coming into the eFootball.Pro just looking to get into that top 6. They're now in 6th place, but worth noting, bottom club Schalke 04 only within 3 points of that knockout stage as well. So that shows how tight it is in the league table at the moment between, I mean, really from 4th all the way down to 10th.
Yeah, it's all getting very tight in that cluster, 4th down. Any changes in teams in terms of the table that have surprised you, or do you think we are as are because of the performances so far in the competition?
I think looking at it, I think it's interesting to see that United are 7th in the sense that start of the season we would have kind of pegged them as a top 4, top 5 type of team, and the fact they're kind of sat in 7th, obviously they'll be disappointed with that. And obviously seeing Juve kind of move up the kind of the tree in the way that they have done, and that kind of lead at the top is kind of slimmed down to 2 points, but you can see that top 3 starting to just slowly creep away from the rest of the field.
Yeah, we of course are going to be awarding our best goals, most number of goals, most assists and best defence player at the end of the season. But we also have our MVP, best MVP from today being announced next week, as will be the best goal as well. Let's take a look where we're up to in terms of the highest goal scorers, Harry, of the competition so far.
Yeah, business as usual, really. AS Monaco continuing their goal-scoring form means we see Kilzu and Ismakabil up the top, joined by an unlikely culprit, I suppose you could say, in Barbosa. Boavista quite the way down the table, but Barbosa in there rounding out the top three. Later on, lower down in the table, you can see sitting in fourth, Lo Scandalo for Juventus. Lotfi, the lowest goal scorer with 6 goals for AS Monaco in fifth. Roxa from FC Nantes in sixth, and then Il Distruttore, Mestre, Eteriso and Horcha from Celtic FC rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, and in terms of assists, what do we got?
Let's have a little look after today's action. Ismakabil, the reigning world champion, still top of the pile with 11, the only player really with double digits assists. His teammate Kilzu, who, I mean, both of them are battling between themselves in the goal table as well, also battling in the assist table, although there's a bit more of a disparity there. Roxa from FC Nantes chiming in, Lo Scandalo, Il Distruttore, you know, the usual suspects you would expect to see here in the top 10 of the assist category as well.
Yeah, and the most up-to-date, the best defensive player, of course, AS Monaco still right up there.
Yeah, AS Monaco has been renowned really for his defensive qualities for FC Nantes, and it's a reason why we are constantly considering them as maybe contenders for the knockout stages come the end of the season. Still a lot of eFootball PES to play though. Barbosa in second. I know you've pegged him. I mean, he's up there in the top 3 in goals, and now
I was going to say both
second in the defence category as well.
Yeah, we're also going to take a quick look at the stats of the 3 there, Kilzu, Ismakabil and Barbosa. We kind of knew what we were going to get from Ismakabil this season. Does it surprise you to see Wes, Kilzu and Barbosa there, or do you think they were there on merit?
I think Barbosa's there on merit. I think obviously Kilzu, if you're going to kind of be slightly critical of Monaco, if you're going to take 24 shots, then naturally you're going to get quite a few goals. You know, but in terms of like kind of hit rate and in terms of kind of conversion rate, obviously Usma and Barbosa are definitely there on merit there.
Yeah, and Harry, what have we got in match day 5?
Well,
can we top what we've seen today? That's the question.
That is the question. We'll have the answer in 2 weeks' time. Let's take a look at it then. AS Monaco, who we just saw, will be taking on FC Barcelona. That could be a fiery one. Celtic FC versus Boavista. Barbosa from Boavista, leading goal scorer for them, said their season starts now. The tough games are out the way. We'll see if Celtic FC have anything to say about that. Juventus versus Bayern München, for me, is probably the pick of the day. In match number 3, FC Nantes versus Manchester United, a little bit further down the table, still has implications and potentially a 12-pointer in that one as well. And then finally, FC Schalke 04 and Arsenal FC, both down the lower half of the table, need to start scoring points soon, and realistically we could be seeing one of these teams be left adrift from those knockout stages already here almost halfway through the season.
Yeah, we say it every single match day that it just gets more and more crucial. The results, of course, join us for all of that in 2 weeks' time on February the 22nd. Follow us on all our social media channels and the eFootball.Pro website for all of the latest and greatest information right up to that point. I've been Adam Butcher, the host, Harry Channon, a wonderful commentator, Wes, our stunning pundit. It's been emotional, it's been brilliant. We'll see you in match day 5.